Tim, will you give us the invitation, please?
I will. Let's pray. Dear Father, we just thank you for your goodness and your mercy. Just pray that you would give us wisdom and discernment tonight on doing what's best for the citizens that we represent, God. Do what's best for the county. Give us ears to hear and eyes to see. And just cover our families, all of our employees with your precious blood, Father. And I pray your protection over everyone in this county. And thank you for your servant leaders that you've given us, God. And pray that you bless them and give them all wisdom in how they carry out their duties and do their jobs well, and give them the encouragement to do that, and for their staff. And we just praise you and bless your name in Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Recognition of the public, Mr. Stephen King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve King, 123 Winland Circle, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Also a school board member for District 5. And tonight I want to talk about the school budget. I know that in discussions, and I just want to share with you how the school budget was presented to us regarding the county revenue. It was my understanding that there were discussions about the county giving the schools $7.5 million in additional revenue. On top of that, there was some talk about giving the schools another $1 million in capital. However, what you may not know is that what the school budget is really asking you guys to do is to increase the maintenance of effort to $15 million, not 7.5. And you know, the way it was presented to us was that 7.5 was coming from the county. That was a done deal. The other additional, in fact, this slide that we were given says county revenue has the 7.5 million there, and the 7.7 million down at the bottom. The way that that was presented to us was that 7.7 was just, it was additional trends in sales tax revenue. It was a projected amount, and it was not to be expected as a recurring expense. But here's a quote from our director of schools. We're pretty confident about the 7.5 million that we're going to receive, and we're going to receive that. So we went ahead and we're going to go ahead and budget that. The 7.7 is additional revenue that we caught above because we projected conservatively. We caught that much extra, so we got a little bit of a windfall there to help us in our budgeting there. So our county revenue is up 15.2 million, but that's not 15.2 every year. That's basically 2 years of new revenue and growth. He says, I'm thankful there's revenue there to the tune of 7.5 million from the county, and we try to produce a budget that we can function off of this level of revenue. We were never presented, it was never presented to us on the school board that there was going to be an additional 7.7 million being asked of from the county commission. That was a projected amount based on sales tax revenues. I'm really sorry. I didn't catch that. The public would not have known that. Board Member Lacey asked the question at our last meeting, and our director did confirm that maintenance of effort would be, it would require an increase of 15 million. You know, when you're in a meeting like that, there's a lot of things racing in your head. I'm taking notes. I am thinking of questions to ask, and I didn't catch that. I probably would have. I wish I had. That might have changed the outcome of how I decided on that. But I just wanted to share that. And here's the thing: it's not just me. There's general confusion among board members. Sarah Andrews, board member for District 4, has stated on her social media that no new money is being asked from the county. So she's confused about that. way this was presented to us, it was not that, it wasn't a forthright foretelling. You know what I'm trying to say. It came from a board member who asked the question when it should have come from our administration. We should have been forthright about that fact that the county is going to be asked to increase maintenance of effort to $15 million. So once again, I'm sorry. And, you know, nobody wants a big fight. So I'm hopeful that somehow this can be worked out. But that is the fact. That is the truth. You guys are going to be on the hook for this budget to pass. You will have to add another $7.7 million of funding for it to pass. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Mr. Kevin Baker.
Kevin Baker, 424 A.B. Wade Road. It's amazing to see all of the tax dollars sitting in this room. I wish they were here every month. But I stand up today not with a handout. I stand as a citizen for the citizens. And I ask all of you, you are the first line of defense that we have against an ever-growing government. Okay, and to make my point, 3 times I've stood up here over the years talking about how we're overpaying our EMS management staff, and that's just not my opinion. That's salary studies, 3 separate salary studies. The latest one, again, shows that we're paying our EMS management well over market value, and our worker bees are constantly having to struggle. Now, I see in this budget that we're finally increasing that, and God bless y'all. But I still have a problem that we're fundamentally overpaying management. And you know something, when any one of us falls down and has a heart attack, management ain't coming running. It's those worker bees that do. And for too long, they've been on the receiving end of the crappy end of the stick. I would not support giving management a penny over what they're currently getting. That's point 1. Second point, you know, I just marvel when we talk that the county is giving all this money, and the county. Is it my right pocket or my left pocket? What do I call my county? Because that's what it feels like. These are citizens' dollars, and when we talk about taking an extra $7.5 million, that's coming out of our pockets, citizens' pockets. Okay, now I looked at some numbers, and I'm kind of jumping all over the place, but a large percentage of our population is over 65, tied to COLA coming from the Social Security. If you look at the average COLA increases over the last 10 years, it's like, I don't know, 2-point-something% average year over year. But yet you look at where our EMS, some of in the school system, some of the increases that we're increasing people's salaries is ridiculous. And if we want to increase people's salaries in the school system, do we really need to add 5 more or 6 more assistant principals? Do our nurses who are registered nurses, right? A requirement. Registered nurses has requirements from the state of Tennessee. Do we need to have a nurse trainer? Really? You look at where we're just blowing money out of my right pocket and my left pocket, the county's money. We're out of control here. And it's going to be stuck on your backs. And I hate to get up here, but you're our last line of defense, folks. You know, and everybody's always coming with their hands out. Well, I'm standing here, standing up for the citizens. And maybe we need to fill this room every week with a bunch of citizens who are going to struggle. I look at the superintendent of schools talking about the increase of the cost of everything. Well, the reason why you're getting more tax dollars is because the price of everything goes up, and we're a sales tax-driven economy. So as everything goes up by double, that 10%, 9-point-something% tax, every single one of us is paying that. Also, look at the number of the demographics. I was looking quickly at the number of people. Something like 58% of our students are how do they classify it? Economically disadvantaged or concentrated poverty. And talking about potentially raising their property taxes, right? And definitely we're taking more sales tax dollars away from them every year because Joe Biden's in economics. So let's get real here. We're not getting this, Sumner County is not getting more money. The federal government, because of inflation, is forcing every citizen to pay more in the form of sales tax. So, as everybody here has their hand out, remember who's paying for it. I'm feeling like I'm getting ripped off, right pocket and left pocket. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Ms. Laura Baker, sorry.
Laura Baker, 124 18 Lee Road. I guess what Kevin would say, you all are in a tough position here. This is sort of a no-win. You're going to get gaslit, unfortunately. We all are. Anytime we say anything, we're the bad guys, right? In saying anything, but, you know, in the little time that I had to look at the school budget, we had a handout from Representative Slater last year, who did a meeting with the Education Committee, and showed that the number of students at that time was 30,202. That same document from April of this year, maybe it's May, 30,166. So, I mean, it's less, not more, but even if you say it's flat, the state is going up $14 million in funding. And our match, required match, was $64 million last year and $68 million this year. The schools got $127 million from the county last year, more than double what the state said we needed to provide. And this year, they're telling us it's $68 million, and what's being requested is $141 million, or $15 million over what was last year. And, you know, the school has complete autonomy in how they spend the money that's given to them. If they want to give raises to teachers, that could have been done a long time ago. But we know that it's used over and over and over again as a wedge issue, so that we can be divided over it and act like we don't. We, the people who are funding it and you all, don't care about the teachers. That's just not true. But when you add all these positions in a year when we all agree the economy stinks for all of us, not just for teachers or people in the school, it stinks for all of us, that you choose to add more people instead of paying the people who are already there. If retention is a problem, act like it. And put the money where it belongs to retain people. And that goes for the, I forget what you call them, the paramedics and the other folks in the EMS department. I mean, I just don't understand this conversation of adding people versus retaining. And then we're told how much it costs to get new people. So why are we making those situations? Anyway, I'm here to sympathize with you. I support, I shouldn't say you, because you're our elected people. I don't mean it like that. But my point is that you're in a tough position because everybody comes to you with their hands out, and the rest of us want to keep money in our pockets. And you have a tough job trying to balance all of that. And frankly, as a citizen, and not making a decision, but I'm tired of getting gaslit too, saying we don't care about the people here when we do. We just would like the decisions to be made a little bit different. Not necessarily with you, but within the department. Thank you.
Ms. Baker, Ms. Joanna Daniels.
Good evening. Wow, you guys have big tasks ahead of you. So, I'm here talking about the library board tonight, library board budget, and the Hendersonville library board budget, and also asking for 4 more hours for 4 of our libraries. And which is kind of weird to have that, because normally it's the board coming asking for more money, but you guys are saying, hey, we're going to give you more money to do something for us, which it caught me off guard last time. So I was like, oh, okay. Where last year, you know, Hendersonville asked us if we could be open, and as a board we voted no, because we couldn't fit it in the budget. And we felt that there wasn't necessarily a real need for that extra 4 hours in Hendersonville. I'm confused right now because, you know, Hendersonville Library right now, their budget went down 2.26%. And they actually have a need for some part-timers and a need for some things. And every other library's budget actually went up. The Hendersonville, which is our largest library, went down 2.28%. And so I'm on the budget committee, and I went to go, I talked at Portland, I met with Anita, and I also met with Millersville, Amy, back in January. And they both said they didn't need anything more. They were good. And I know that Jim Holcomb is also on the budget committee, that he spoke with Gallatin and with Moreland, and they didn't need anything else. And yet when I look at the budget that's proposed, Hendersonville, who's the one that actually needs the money, is losing money. And then everyone else is getting money. And then now a proposed 4 more hours, which is now proposed last week, giving the libraries 10%. My question here is that as a board, we're heavily involved with our directors. Why don't you have us check to see if there's a need for this of the extra hours? I spoke with Hendersonville today, and just reworking her hours without costing the taxpayers any more money, we were able to get an additional 2.5 hours and rework the hours so that there was more on Saturday. So also, to Hendersonville, I worked up a way to actually be able to get her some things that she needs. She's asking for 2 part-time with only a 0.00333536% increase from last year. That's it. And a lot of the other, libraries are getting 1 to 3% increase. With this proposal, from what I came up with today, it's only a 0.00333536% increase. And so, there's a lot. I was here last year, everyone was asking for money and asking for a lot of money. And there's so many needs in the county. And I'm all for the library, obviously, because I'm on the board. But I think that the extra 4 hours might be putting money in an area that isn't fiscally needed right now, when Hendersonville actually needs some money to hire some part-timers. And so I just ask for you tonight that if you're considering the extra 4 hours, that you let the board actually be a board and let us talk about it and see if there's an actual need, and then come to you guys with a proposal maybe next year, because Regional told us that if you guys do this, the board is going to have to vote on the MOE anyways, because if we do this temporary, but then we don't do it afterwards, it's going to cause a whole MOE fiasco. So I'm just trying not to cause more chaos in the library and just be able to get the needs met for the Hendersonville Library in the process. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, moving on to my report here. I have no major report today. I think our intent, understanding something out of the ordinary, is to complete our task today. So I don't intend to, unless anybody wants to object otherwise, I don't intend to schedule another one of these. I think our intent is to mush through today. What's on here is pretty much what we intend to cover, and I think that with that in mind, I'll hand over to the finance director to give us maybe a bit of update or a lead-in. I know you're going to talk about it later with revenue and then where we're at with the certified tax rate. If that's
I can mention it first, but we actually invited Wesley Roberts from CPAS because when we talked, he said there was some questions about MOE. I think I sent him in the back if you want to invite him up.
Yeah, well, we can do that, or I think it may make sense to just have him in
Okay.
queue, unless he has somewhere to go.
And he was in the back. I seen him peek in, but I don't know where.
As it because they're gonna be, I mean, it's gonna come up pretty quickly, I think, potentially,
Okay.
with the education budget, and then I think that's probably when it will happen, if it does happen, so I think we just hold tight.
So I'll go ahead and, just since we're gonna discuss item H, we could go ahead and mark that off, because you asked about it. I talked to the assessor of property and sent him an email. He responded back, I believe it was last week, and he told me right now that his appeals are going into July, so we will not have a certified tax rate until July. So a thought that you may want to have, and it may be something this committee wants to entertain, the request of the commission, because you do have several lines left, and if you're not going to make it June, you may want to give yourself an additional time in July. Your July County Commission meeting on the 22nd. You may want to entertain the thought of the 29th County Commission meeting to approve the actual budget. That would give you an additional week.
Give us a week on it, so that your idea that, I mean, we can't handle that here, we'd have to bring that up.
It's a commission.
It's a full commission to bump it a week. I'm fine to do that, I'm fine to bring it up, but,
That would get them wrong on that certified tax rate, still better make July. You have a statutory deadline by August 31st unless the state approves a special situation. They told me basically, we're probably not gonna get a special situation period unless it's earthquake or something of that
that's
magnitude.
fine. Well, that's a good idea. I'll speak to Chairman Hyde about it. We'll go from there.
And that was, all you asked me about, that's really all I have. Just a request for a couple of things I have that was handed out on the table. One is the actual report from the opioid committee. Under the workshop, I'd like to go through those, and actually Mr. Schmidt made a request. It's actually here too, if you want to pass it out for, I think it's Arthur from the city of White House. It wasn't in time for the agenda, but it was, he made it like the day after, maybe. It was pretty close.
Can I add an item to that, the ARPA, I was late with, I have an ARPA request also,
Okay.
if we're entertaining.
Here's what I'll do. I will entertain a motion at, I don't know that we can do that with special call. Can we do that?
It's under the workshop portion. This special call, so any and all items for the 2025.
Then that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead and, Melissa, pass it down, we'll handle it there.
We put it broad enough to address, but you may want to put it under C, items.
Yeah, we'll put it under C. 4 will be White House, and then 5 will be, Ms. Boyd. As long, I just don't want to run afoul of that.
I was gonna ask for it to be under the workshop, but you would have to.
Okay, that's fine.
Since you already approved your agenda.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll put it under, we'll put it in the workshop. That's fine.
You didn't want to mess with your agenda.
Yeah, let's put it on the workshop. That works.
And I believe there's nothing else until you get into your
Okay.
workshop.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lang. So I'm gonna go ahead and start us off here with, I'm gonna entertain a motion for discussion, and then we're getting on to, for item A. So I entertain a motion. Motion discussed. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm gonna get a cue here, because I think we can dispense with this one relatively easily. First off, I just want to give some context. Thank you, Mr. King, for your comments earlier today. I know you and I have spoken. I want to, before a lot of information goes out the door about the BOE budget, I want to take a note here just to say that I do not think that our school director, our education director, trying to pull one here. I think that he and I, Dr. Langford and I, had several good faith discussions in building a, coming to an agreement on where we think we could bring funding into the schools, recognizing that the state came in lower than what they expected this year. And the number that we came to was, as Mr. King noted, $7.5 million. However, as part of that discussion, Mr. Long, you don't remember this, we did note that last year our sales tax came in higher, and we had not adjusted down any ratios, and so we had this discussion last time, during the last budget committee year, budget workshop year. We didn't go back and claw the schools funding back. So I mentioned that to Dr. Langford, and I said basically, look, we think we can go up to the $7.5 million from an MOE. I said, I think we can hit that, and I presented that here to you all, and we still have no work to do that. I think we can hit that. And we're not, if the sales tax, we're going to adjust the sales tax a bit, But if that, to make sure that we're given the back half of the sales tax ratio, but if that goes higher, we're not going to claw that back, just like we did last year. I don't think there's any intent here to claw that back. I can't speak for everybody. I don't think there's an intent to claw that back. And I think that all Mr. Langford did, I don't think there was any, and Mr. Langford, I don't want to speak for you, I'm happy to open it up, but I think what had happened is that Mr. Langford built that into the budget, and our assumption was that it would not be built into the budget, but it would be kind of an agreement that, look, we're not intending to claw that back. So the 7.5 would be the floor for the maintenance of effort, but we're not going to claw back any ceiling above it. So I think there was just a little bit of discrepancy. We can call it miscommunication, whatever we want to call it. I don't think there was any attempt to get anything by anybody. These things just happen when you're dealing with budgets like this. So what I would like to do is entertain a motion in good faith here to send this budget back, to send the school board budget back, stating that, look, our intent is to provide the $7.5 million that we discussed here for additional recurring toward the maintenance of effort, and the $1 million that we discussed last time for budget. I would like to make a motion to send it back with that guidance formally from here to the school board. That's my motion. Go ahead. We'll go ahead. We're in discussion.
You did copy the education budget in case Dr. Langford did want to talk about it. I didn't know what he went out of it wasn't. So, but just for your point, if you guys want to discuss it with him before you send it back, we did pull a copy off the website where he could talk about it if you guys wanted to talk to him first.
That's my
just
motion.
to follow. Let him present it, maybe.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, you can. We're still in discussion. So.
My question was, and it was my question last time, we're funding schools up, and as we heard from the students, and we're flat on these students. So I want to make sure the teachers are getting that lift. I know Robertson County went ahead and moved their teachers, and I haven't looked at the budget, and I just like to know that the teachers got that full lift. I want to know.
So,
is that in the budget?
We have a copy of it.
We have a copy of it here. If you'd like to entertain a motion, you'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules. There's a motion on the table, and we need a.
Well, he's on the agenda. If you want to let him speak and get.
That's fine. We can do that if we would like to do it. So for now, I'm going to pull my motion back up. It's up to you. We're still in discussion. We can have them up, or we can suspend the rules. That way, we can ask questions. So
that way, you can at least know what's in the matter. I'll make a motion to suspend the rules so that you can ask questions. What'll have to be removed if you send it back here, we'll give you that answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
And
are we going to second? I'll second this.
We're just going to open the floor.
We're going to open the floor just to Mr. Langford, so that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to pass out the budget, so you want to know what he's talking about.
You still need.
You give him a copy, that way you can see what.
We need to vote to suspend the rules.
I brought copies.
I passed them all. We have one. Who voted no to suspend the rules?
We actually got presentation.
One no to suspend the rules. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Langford. Do you want to ask the question? How you want to handle it?
I brought copies of the actual board. I didn't bring copies of the actual budget, because I wasn't sure if we were doing that today or not, but I did bring copies of my presentation. That's also available online.
I just brought the help out on the 13th.
And I'm happy just to work on questions. I would like to, if I could start, I'd like to clarify. I echo first what Mr. Shuffman and I had very productive conversations, and I commend efforts to work together to try to figure out exactly where we could get. Mr. King spoke earlier. I wanted to clarify because I don't think he clearly stated what I actually said at the board meeting. It's online. You can watch the video and see, but I feel like I was very forthright and transparent in how I explained the revenue. Basically what happened is we budgeted last year completely flat from the previous year. So when the pennies and the sales tax rate stayed the same, we caught an additional about $7.7 million, Mr. Lyons, does that sound right? So that was revenue that we received from what came in from property tax sales, the other taxes that we received from the county. So typically what we've done is we catch that and then we budget it into next year's budget, right? We operated off the assumption for $7.5 million. That's for this year's, moving forward, that we anticipate another $7.5 million in revenue. That's how we got to that 15. And what I said to the board is that the commission, I want to be really clear that the commission is not giving us 15 million. We're very appreciative for the 7.5. You know, I tried to explain that, you know, y'all are dealing with, I've told Mr. Shope a number of times that the most thankless job on the county commission is budget chair, because you have to say no to everybody. And so, you know, the reality is that we don't want to take everything, because we know that EMS and the sheriff's office, all the county departments, everybody is in the same boat that we are. We are catching tremendous inflationary pressures. I met with a vendor on Tuesday that said he's starting, his work for us has been slowed because he can't keep enough employees. And he said, I'm starting at $22 an hour. If they're there for 6 months, I go to 25. If they're there a year, I go to 36. And he said, I still can't keep employees. We're all feeling the same inflationary pressures. We're trying to move to get closer to market value wages. We have a significant number of our classified employees that make on average about $12.55. So we're trying to get that up to $16.55 an hour, you know, on average. Our starting salary would go from 12 to 16. Our compensation study that we released in January said we should shoot for 18, because obviously right now if you go to Chick-fil-A or McDonald's or something, a lot of those jobs are paying, a lot of retail jobs now are paying 18 or higher. And now, it used to, we had significantly better benefits, which we still do have an incredible benefits package, but more private businesses are matching what we do in the school system. We added state law change last year and added paid maternity and paternity leave for certified employees, so that's teachers, certificated staff. We felt like the right thing to do was to extend that to all employees, not just certified staff. We felt like everybody that worked for Sumner County Schools should have the opportunity to take maternity or paternity leave. Obviously, when you extend that from 2,500 employees, now we get some reimbursement on the certified from the state. To give you an idea, we still don't know exactly how much that's going to cost, because historically, we've not had a whole lot of employees that took paternity leave because it wasn't, or even maternity leave for long because it wasn't paid. Now, we have a significant number of employees that are taking advantage of that. The last quarter, our reimbursement, which is not our total cost, was $477,000. So that's another significant cost that we're catching. I know that I know through previous conversations, y'all already talked about some of the federal rules changes that are coming in on exempt labor. We're still trying to put our finger on exactly what that's going to cost. But those are the pressures that we are catching. Ms. Boyd, I heard your question about teacher raises. The state put enough in this year in TISA to catch half of it, to go from where we were to 47,800. They split the difference. They had talked early about going ahead and putting enough in TISA to cover for districts to get to the full 50,000 starting teacher pay for schools. They put half that in because it's not state law to go into effect until school year August 2026. So they put in enough to split the difference, to take 2 bites of it. And so that's what we did. I think if you'll look at some other school districts, like for instance Williamson County, some of the districts that have jumped ahead, they're hitting the same pressure that every school system in county is hitting right now, which is, you know, there's just not enough revenue to cost or to cover getting everybody market comparable on wages and things like that. Everybody's feeling the same pressure. We are, all the departments are, everything else. So we tried to get as close as we could with teacher pay, knowing that we needed to do, because we've increased teacher pay since January of 2020, $11,700. That's about 35%. With this $4 increase in classified pay, that'll take us up about 35%. So it's a similar margin to what we've increased certified pay. So classified employees are our maintenance people, our finance department, our HR department, our maintenance workers, bus drivers, custodians, everything.
So how much did the state give you to get halfway?
Well, so TISA, if you look at my presentation, used to we had a funding formula called BEP, which was like anybody that claims that they fully understood how BEP worked, you would like to meet them and have them explain it to you, because it's a very complicated formula, because they pay for about, I bet Wesley's not even going to be willing to jump on BEP. But BEP, for instance, would cover like maybe 60-65% of the teachers, but it covered a percentage of the teachers because there was a local contribution and a state contribution. So, but BEP is gone. It's no more. TISA is the funding formula. I wish I had numbered the pages on this. I apologize. But if you look about a third of the way back, it goes, if you look, there's a slide that says TISA State Education Funds, and it shows that we increased $7.8 million. That's TISA plus other state grants. We still have a couple of other state grants that sit outside TISA that we captured. So let me walk through real quickly at this point. If you look on the next page, it's like this. There are different parts to TISA. The first part, the most significant part for us, is the base. You know, that increased from, I think, around $6,700 to $7,075. Wesley, jump in here anytime if I mess this up. You know way more about this than me. So when you look at these numbers, understand that this is not the money that the state gives us. This is the total contribution for what they think the school system should cost. So that $7,075 is multiplied by 30,165.85, which is our ADM. So ADA is the number of kids actually present on a given day. ADM is the number of kids present plus the ones that are on our rolls, right? Because not every kid is there every day, but we still have to provide, if they're on our rosters, we have to provide services for them. So that works out, our average daily metric is 30,165, so you see that's 213.4 million. Then the next part of TISA is called weights. And weights include different student needs. Economically disadvantaged, these are students that qualify according to government, mostly like your free and reduced lunch kids. There are some other direct certification kids. So you can see the number of students that we have there. And you get 25% of that $7,075. It's 25% of the base amount for those kids. Concentrated poverty are students that live near an area of concentrated poverty. So they may not be impoverished, but they live in an area that's concentrated poverty. So you can see that number there. We don't qualify for small or sparse. If you look around Sumner County, we're neither small nor sparsely populated. And then if you look, ULNs are learning needs. These are kids that have special ed services, dyslexia, EL students. So if you look, the percentage goes up. So if you get down to ULN 10, these are our students that require extensive medical care. They're usually in a CDC classroom. And so we get 150% of the base to help cover their needs. Those are kids with profound needs. But it goes down to those that need ULN 1 are kids that just need a little bit of assistance. So you get significantly less on the weight for TISA. Direct, they give us $500 for each K-3 student, $500 for fourth graders, $5,000 for CTE. That's not $5,000 per kid that takes a CTE course. Yes, ma'am.
Is this the total down here?
Okay, that's the.
Not going through the weeds.
So if you look at the bottom, but again, it's not the total amount. It's what they estimate it should be the total for everything. So
right.
Remember, TISA is 70% state, 30% local.
Right.
So if you look at the bottom, if you jump to the next page, this is where we got hit. If you look like it's highlighted, well, you can't see it's on yours, but if you look on the second page, you'll see Sumner FY25 fiscal capacity. In March, we were operating off last year's fiscal capacity because they were still calculating what this year's would be. Our fiscal capacity jumped from 2.59 to 2.63. So that decreased the money that the school system received by $1.23 million. So we were already well into our budgeting process, and we realized we had to account for the $1.23 million. If you saw in the newspaper, Williamson's in a serious budget conversation now. Theirs was $2.5 million because of this increase. Your more affluent counties have to pay more in local contribution. So if you look, this point at the bottom, when you factor in everything, the state contribution to Sumner County schools is $202 million, but they keep it. We actually receive $201 million, so they keep the money for the ACT, and they pay for the ACT and the other testing from the state. So, the advantage that Sumner County has on the county side, unlike a lot of other counties, if your county, like a lot of school districts, a lot of counties are catching right now, if your maintenance of effort is the same as that number at the bottom, the $68.156 million, if the number is the same there and that local contribution goes up, then that has to be accounted for by the county. Okay, since our maintenance of effort is significantly higher, $126,592, that $1.23 million comes out of the part that comes directly to the schools. So just to let you know, that's why it affects our budget and not y'all's on this, but if you take a smaller county or a larger county that stays right around that maintenance of effort that the state calculates, that's why you see a lot of counties really struggling to try to figure out how to keep up with the TISA funding requirements. It's not something Sumner County is going to face for a long time because our maintenance of effort is significantly higher than the state recommendation. Ms. Boyd, if you look on the back, you can see that it says, this last page, it says that this is where they show the calculation. The state put in $125 million into TISA for teacher pay raises. So they did this a couple years ago because when you had DEP, they put the money in there for pay raises, but if you already paid above the state minimum, you didn't have to give that money for pay raises. So it used to infuriate the legislature, rightly so, because they put in a significant amount of money for teacher pay raises, and districts wouldn't give it because they're already above the state average.
And I think that's exactly where I'm coming from
Yeah.
right now. We see this big lift of 15 million.
Yeah.
And we hear that the students are flat.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying, you know, if we're giving all this money,
Mhm.
I'm right there where you're saying the legislators are.
Yeah.
I want to see the teachers,
Yeah.
if we're
So-
talking 15 million more, I want to know how high they can get.
So what the state put in for Sumner County for teacher pay raises is $3.9 million. Okay, if you'll flip back, I promise I won't go through all the details, and next time I'll number the pages. My apologies. If you'll flip back to the compensation section, it's towards the back. It is the fourth page from the very back. This is just the teacher part. So if we increase new teacher pay to $47,800, that's an immediate increase of $2,200 for all new teachers. Okay, starting salary. We smoothed out for, I won't go into all the history, but for about 3 decades, our teacher pay scale was built off a local contribution, a county contribution, and a state contribution. So used to, if you talk to old teachers, they'll tell you, you would sometimes get a raise on the county portion or the state portion, but not both. We combined that about 10, 12 years ago, just where you don't talk about, because what would happen is a lot of times, it was great for politics because you'd say we're increasing the county portion by 10% for teachers, but that would be like 10% of 25% or something like that. Anyway, long story short, our pay scale went from 19 years to 24 years to 29 years. When all that happened over time and was built out, we had these irregularities in the pay scale. So you would have like a 1.2% increase one year and a 1.9 the next, or 2.2. So what we did when we redid this is we redid the scale, so we smoothed it out, so it's the same across every step. So experienced teachers will see on average next year a raise of about $3,023. That cost is what the state put in $3.9 million. To do this halfway point between where we were and $50,000, it's $9.4 million.
So our teachers are getting an average raise of
$3,000.
Of $3,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because at this table, we've seen raises that are, gosh, 4 times, 5 times that much.
For teachers?
No, for other, non-school salaries.
Well,
So that comes to me as a surprise.
yeah, it's $3,000 for teachers. It's $4 an hour for, if you'll flip back, just to give you a
I want to
comparability.
be clear here on that last statement. Those are kind of the outliers. The average rate
Well, I'm
that
just
you have
saying
is not $15,000. Just want to be clear, that's not the average.
I'm just saying,
Those are
that's the
outliers.
average.
If you'll flip back a page, our classified staff that I was talking about earlier, going to a minimum of $16 an hour, you would see for an employee that works 190 days, so your teaching assistants, school nutrition workers, bus drivers, their average raise would be about $5,700.
Does that include COLA?
Well, we don't do it, we build it all in together.
That's all, that's the
Yes,
COLA.
ma'am, that's everything.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And then, so a 200-day employee, because they work 10 additional days, it would be about $6,400, but that's just because they're working 10 additional days. So, you know, we have employees that work 190 days, 200 days, 210, 220, 240, 260. So based on what some employees we don't need year-round. You know, for instance, we're not running school buses all summer, so we don't.
And I don't want to monopolize your time, but how many new employees is school picking up? And I don't want to by category or anything, or.
Yeah, it's actually, if you look in here,
And just to be clear, I still do support Commissioner Shove's idea of sending it back for more work. I just want to understand what those are.
yeah. So we cut pretty deeply this year. This was the first year we ever cut a teacher from Jack Anderson. Growth is, you saw that our numbers were flat in growth this year for the first time in, I think, 23 years. But I don't know how else to say it, except growth is strange in the county right now. For instance, we cut a teacher at Jack Anderson, which has never happened before. We've added teachers at Jack Anderson every year. We added a teacher at Lakeside Park, which we haven't added a teacher in a long time at Lakeside Park. Some of the Portland schools, and it's, it's largely fundamental because interest rates are high. The cost of houses have increased dramatically, and so you're seeing people move to areas where there are affordable houses, which is the Walton Ferry Peninsula, Portland, Bethpage, Westmoreland. So we're seeing that shift start to happen. So Ms. Boyd, you asked, there's a slide here. So we provide direct support to schools. So we're adding 6 additional assistant principal positions. Some of those are growth. Liberty Creek is increasing from 800 something students to about 1,050 to 1,100. So that warrants, we do everything off ratios when we add assistant principals. The only one that's not run off a ratio is Venus Stewart. Venus Stewart is a Title I school, so we have additional funds from the federal government that are used to supplement the services that they provide to economically disadvantaged students. So they have the flexibility to determine some of their personnel. So they've worked their Title I federal budget to add an assistant principal. Gallatin High School we added because Gallatin High School is the largest high school, and we believe the fifth AP was warranted. 38 additional school positions, and you can see those right there. It's mostly teachers and counselors. Some of that's because we're opening. Liberty Creek Middle is opening, but it was already a full-standing school. It was just housed in Liberty Creek High School, so there's no real new personnel there. White House Intermediate is a new building, so most of the teachers came from White House Middle School and H.B. Williams, or just openings that were there. We did have to add, obviously, like a principal position, a lead educator, a nurse, some secretary stuff, stuff that you have to have that are individuals at each school.
So it looks like you got 50 new positions you're adding? Looks like you're adding 50 new positions to Sumner County School? 44. Well, 6 additional district level staff to support schools, so you got 6 over here, 4 over here.
I'm sorry.
Total, minus the 1 grant fund, which is, that'd be 51, but, so 50, so just enrollment's flat, but we're adding 50 new staff. Got it. Got it.
I want to mention here, so I want to give my rationale for, one, kind of sending this back, and 2, what we had spoken about, what you and I had spoken about, Dave. So the state is, there's some, try to keep this at a, you can get really into the weeds with it really quickly, but at the end of the day, the state has, and I've spoken with William Lambert about this a couple times. The state's intent is to get us in time to the $50,000 minimum. So, and they, their statement is, we intend to fund that, but that doesn't account for the classified staff, and they're dealing with kind of the same problems that we are here. So, looking at that over a 3-year period, the intent, and David, that you and I were kind of talking about, was to attempt to burn this in at between $5 to $7 million a year in order to meet these needs in conjunction with the state. Whereas a lot of what we're going to be giving our portion to, as I understand it, some will go to the teachers, some of it's going to go to classified. But the majority of this, as I understand it, is going to recurring salary. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It's 100% correct. So that's the majority of this. And I know we have had our discussions about big projects, but so that's my understanding here. And so the idea, we could hold this off, and we could just kick this down and say maintenance, maintenance. But at some point, would the state take care of the teachers? Yes, they would. They said they would, and I take Mr. Lambert at his word. But that doesn't necessarily get us where we want to be with the classified staff. So you get to a point where you're like, okay, how can we do this without either leaving the classified people behind, and 2, hold tight until Mr. Lambert burns down, or Dr. Lambert burns down all his reserves, and then all of a sudden, we have 600 people in the chamber, and on both sides of this, over a tax increase or we're not going to have funding. So the idea here was to slightly shift the ratios such that we're plugging the tax ratio back in, which is going to track better toward inflation, for Mr. Baker's comments earlier, which are correct. They will track better, plus that is required by law. But you dial down, to some degree, the property tax. So in so doing, we should be able to, if our current sales tax streams continue, we should be able, we're shooting to be able to do 5 to 7 a year over the next several years, and not have to require a property tax increase. That's the plan. I mean, and I think we're good with that. However, and the reason, this is where you and I might have talked past each other, the reason we couldn't do that this year all at once is that last year, really the last 2 years, we've seen big fluctuations because of inflation. Again, to Mr. Baker's point, that the sales tax is picking up a ton of new revenue. And it's never a good idea when you're building a forward projection to do that off of just what is an outlier data point. And I mentioned yours on the salary data point. Same concept here. We want to build it on a moving average. So we in order to get both of those 7.5 to do what I think you were asking to do here, would require us to take in what is, in my view, potentially an overly optimistic view of what we're going to collect on sales tax revenue, instead of our kind of more confident approach. Now, I'll tell you, we can all argue about this on only one vote. That doesn't necessarily mean that, that sales tax continues to perform as it is. We don't, I think, have any intent to claw it back after the fact. We didn't last year. I don't think we would intend to do it this year. We just can't guarantee it as maintenance of effort, because you want to under-promise, over-deliver. At least that's kind of where I'm sitting.
Next year, we budgeted what we think we're going to bring in this year. So, on our trim, we never had that for 2 years out of 20, they were negative. But the concern is with shifting, to demonstrate that we are using the second half for education, because there's not going to be much going into debt service, shifting it over to the schools, they should get a larger growth stream. But on that very start, you probably don't want to put that first growth in there. If you end up short,
and I think where we're missing each other too is the 7.7 that came in above what we had projected last year, we pretty much have to put in as county revenue, because that's how we received it.
You mean for the 2022-23?
Right.
Get it under reserve, but not in the 23-24. That's what.
No. We budgeted last year. We budgeted flat.
126, right?
Right. And then we caught 7.7 million in additional revenue. So we have to build that into our budget this year, and it shows as right.
You mean what you collected?
Right.
Your MOE stays the same no matter what. In other words, your MOE is what was budgeted on the prior year, no matter what you
thought was the revenue collected.
If we can, just to be clear,
it's based on that statute of budgeted.
It's budgeted.
And that's where I told somebody, I think there may be a misunderstanding of MOE is where all this is kind of about.
I don't know if that's a misunderstanding. It's just a
miscommunication on what MOE.
I think we're just, we're moving massive numbers of money at the same time with phone calls.
But my point was, we dumped the sales tax together and used all of it for education. We used 2/3 over in operational, 1/3 over in the debt service. But to give the clearest demonstration that the school is getting the second half with all this shifting in debt service, for the long term, it would be the smartest thing to move it over to schools. Well, if you do that, because the schools are dependent on that for operation, probably the smartest thing to do is that first year budget is flat. It's probably not going to happen, so they'll probably pick up 4, 5, 6%. But as we're saying right now, we've seen inflation we haven't seen, and it's shrunk some for several years. So my concern is we followed that trend for the last 15 years at 4%. Because of this inflation, people leaving up disposable income, we hit an 8, 9 trend and we go down 1%. That's going to be a 5% split. If we basically flat, it gets hit by 1. You guys together can probably react and handle that. We're concerned about the inflation.
That's
Yeah, no, I get that.
Can we go just to get clarification here? Can we just make a note? Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, Leslie Robertson with CPAS.
And so the question here is, and it's kind of a critical question. Maintenance of effort, is it defined by budgeted amount or collected previous year?
It's budget to budget.
Okay.
Now, I keep going down the rabbit hole. I think you all are putting some school sales tax in the debt service fund, and that's fine. Just traditionally, it all goes to 141. But at theoretically, you don't have school debt to make that, to use that money on,
Right.
then it might need to go back into 141. I think David was touching on that.
That's exactly.
And honestly, I don't know what that does to y'all's numbers, but that could play out.
Well, I've got some numbers worked up where it's 7.5 plus giving him completely the second half, because we have all the demographics.
Yeah.
But Dr. Langford's never received those numbers yet. So that's why he's received. That's what I was telling the committee, he's not received anything from me yet because nobody authorized me to give him any numbers yet.
Any other?
And just to be clear, we have to, by the 2012 Act, we have to give you a budget by the end of May.
So
we had to-
G1.
Right, but we have a meeting scheduled, we have to meet, with notifications.
Right.
So we've always done it at our May meeting, so we're just gonna go, we couldn't get the exact numbers because y'all are still working, it's a year with
We're waiting.
property appraisals and everything, right?
So.
We didn't wanna hold the train up.
I just wanna make sure I understand historically, so if I go back in time, because last year we're just coming out of, we gave MOE was flat, but then in came another 7.7 million that we knew was coming.
Right.
We knew it was coming. And then, but the year before that, the MOE was increased by 25% overall. So, and that was big. I mean, the prior years before that, it was like 2%, 3%, 5%. So there was that big 25%. So that's why I keep like looking at the teacher stuff. So,
Yeah.
but then, so it's flat, and now we're just looking at this year.
Yeah, and we have increased teacher pay by $11,700 since January 2020. That's a significant, it's 35% increase from January 2020.
There was a discussion in the budget committee, and I believe you were here then, when they did the MOE amount last year, the decision of this committee, and it was sent to the county commission, whether to leave the existing levies as they were, to let the additional amount fall into the school.
Yeah, no, we appreciate that.
Because there was a concern that they were gonna face, just like the county, several significant issues, mainly inflation and salary.
Correct. And I think, and we can take a vote on it, but I believe our intent is to have that same policy this year. We just can't guarantee the floor. That's really what we're talking about here. And that's why I just wanted to lead that I don't think there's been any malintent anywhere. We're just trying to, I know you're trying to build a budget and you're trying to get your floor where it needs to be. We're trying to build a budget and we're saying, this is the highest where we can put that floor.
Yeah.
So,
Can I ask one question? And it's something that you guys haven't asked, and I'm not a true member of the committee, but you probably want to ask, because I've done this a long time, and not several yet. You may want to ask the director of schools what they're going to be giving up for $7 million, just because you're going to come back around.
oh,
What's going to have to be cut, we're going to come back around to the committee.
They'll have to work through that.
But he may, maybe it's a big question.
I mean, $7.5 million, we're 82%. 82% of our budget is employees and benefits. So, we had a conversation with the school board trying to get to the 50,000. We had several board members that asked, can you cut 2.2% from the budget in other places? Well, that's like, if you look at our percentages, there's a breakdown in there by percentage of expenditure. 2.2% is like half of the maintenance department. It's all of other contracted services. So 2.2% would have to come out of personnel or raises or things like that. So, basically our big expenditures, if you go through the lines, is compensation for employees and athletic facilities. So, the cuts would have to come in one of those two areas.
And just, one thing, and it's.
But I mean, I'm sorry, we'll answer your question, Ms. Ryan, I'm sorry, Ms. Boyd. We'll have to look at everything to figure out, it's just, $7.5 million is hard to get to.
And I know that we're not gonna, line item or anything, but one question that came up, in some discussion was the Brown Trust, the technology trust, and the iPad cost. Because I think this year the iPad, I don't know, it seems like it was either 6 million or 9 million. But, we know that the Brown Trust, the technology trust is out there, and last number I heard was around 8 million. So I don't know if that's coming into play as you look at the budgets, are you looking at?
We spend the interest off the Brown Trust, so it works out, I think, around $700,000 a year. We don't spend any of the principal on the Brown Trust, just the way the trust is set up, we catch the.
And it caught my eye because it was the exact cost of all the iPads. I think it felt like it was almost like right there.
Yeah.
So.
Any other questions for Dr. Langford? Dr. Langford, any other notes? Okay, thank you, sir.
If you send it back, can you also have me provide him estimated revenue?
Yes.
Something like
Yes.
that.
So send this back, to the, so we would reject it, a couple things, we're gonna reject this. Oh, yeah, I'll bring us back under rules, so bring us back, and I'm gonna make a motion, and that motion, thanks, Bob. So, the motion is to reject the budget, to send it back for this discussion, with, directive of 7.5 million recurring, and to allow them to build a budget off of that, so a 7.5 million change to make this effort.
And to provide the
Yes.
sales tax and
That's
properties
fine,
all
yes,
around.
that's fine too. So all of the above, that's my motion.
Second?
A motion and a second, any discussion on that? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. Lane. Thank you.
One for you, Dr. there. How does that, can we discuss how that's going to, time-wise, come back? Is it going to come back to education? They're gonna discuss
Yeah, that's,
it,
you know what, I know we've
and
had it,
then
but that's
to make
fair.
sure we're good.
I'd entertain a motion to discuss that, just timing.
Yeah, I'll make a motion
Motion
to
to go
second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
So, you know what, motion to suspend the rules? Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Dr. Lane, we're just, the question is, what, just the timing of this?
Yeah, I'll have to get my finance staff together, we'll have to try to make some recommendations to the school board, figure out exactly what, and measure the school board's intention. So we'll have to call school board meeting, which will require, we'll do a special call meeting, but it'll be based on, just like y'all do, we have to give notice and everything like that, so. I'll be able to, give me until like Monday, I'll probably be able to give you a better timeline on that, but I'll talk to my CFO to see, like, as I said, 7.5 million is not easy to come by, so.
For the record, I'm happy to trade places with you. I'll stand up there.
It's fine, I appreciate it.
All right, any further on this?
So just, how will it be, do you want to call second?
Yeah, I'll move second, under rules.
So how does that, if I could just ask, how, is that going to come back to education or to the budget?
I mean, just go straight to budget, just like
And then
this.
just, because last year we did like a little education, we did a stop at education.
Historically,
with budget.
Oh, that is right, we did the joint last year, we did the joint, that's what we would do this year. We don't,
You don't have to determine acts as this committee, but historically, you've done
Let's do
this committee.
we did it last year, it went fine, I think we should do it this year, and I sat up there last year, if you would like to sit up there, this time.
I think the thought is that it would make the commission meeting smoother.
Yeah, I think that's
You've got so many commissioners in there.
That's what we'll do it we'll do it just the same way we did last year, we'll do the joint. Okay. All right,
Can you explain item B?
yes.
The item B, something that was never brought into this budget, so I want to make sure it didn't get missed and didn't get discussed, is the build out on the 5th floor for the new courtroom. Also, it's been brought to my attention, I think it's on Gen Ops Monday, there's an issue with no cameras in parking, which would be in this budget. Another item mentioned to me that I want to bring to your attention is drug court does not have a adequate or any full amount of space in the new courthouse, is my understanding, and we've got some people from the press and they've both discussed more than me yet, it's been passed on to me. And then another item somebody mentioned to me this morning is that the attorneys do not have any private rooms to discuss things with their clients. That's been a complaint brought around to the commission, and I don't know, they may, and there's some people from the court here, they may know more about it than me, it's just people been sending me messages, so. Maybe we'll suspend the rules and ask, it's really.
So, I would entertain first a motion, well, let's do entertain a motion for discussion first, and then if we need to move on.
Motion to discuss.
Motion, second, all in favor? Okay, anybody have a comment or a question on this?
On any of those?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, building out the courtroom, or the courtroom in the new courthouse makes no sense to me. There's $78,000 or something in architectural fees, and as I understand it, it's gonna be an exact mimic of another courtroom. I don't understand why we would need architectural fees at all if we're just duplicating another courtroom. And all of the specifications on all of the finishes and all the materials have already been purchased. Should not cost that much, and we're spending a lot of money in places that we shouldn't have to spend. The camera issue, I don't quite understand. The JPA was the one who came up with the initial design, but we still have the same architect who would have specified that stuff in the parking structure. So that JPA was a concept design firm that came up with the layout. They can be blamed for a lot of things, but I think the cameras should have been taken care of by the architect of record. So I don't know where that leaves us with the costs on it, but I'd like to have a conversation with the architect of record on that. What were the other two?
The other one's my understanding, and it was mentioned to me a while back, but it's been mentioned to me again today, is that Drury Court did not have a adequate space, so they're not gonna be moving into the new courthouse.
Okay, yeah, that would have been a JPA issue, and so was the meeting rooms that the attorneys were talking about.
I've just been passed this information and asked to send it on forward, and there's actually some representatives maybe from the court system here that knows more about it than me.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna give a cue here. I wasn't at General Ops, I guess it was May when this came up, so I'm not in support of this. I'm a hard no vote on this. This courthouse project has been the biggest disaster I've seen in this county as far as project management, incompetence, overages, millions of dollars in overages. It's just been an absolute disaster. And I didn't vote to raise taxes to do this under the false pretenses in 2019. And, at that time, hearing the speeches for doing this, about 85% is based on want, maybe 15%, I gave it generously, is based on need. And so when you look at a courthouse and a criminal court being tied to the jail where you're bringing criminals, we've got plenty of courthouse space. I'm not in favor of spending a dime more on this right now, especially not in this budget. I'm a hard no. I've had constituents reach out to me upset that I even voted on what I voted on as far as like the things to keep this thing moving along because so I've been chewed out, and I can't support this. It makes no sense at all when you were talking about building out a new courthouse or courtroom for something that citizens didn't ask for, and supposed new judge that the citizens didn't ask for, and getting that foisted upon us. And when we got space, we got existing space, and that it will be vacated. Where that's just part of life. I mean, I'm not going to tell my constituents who are struggling to make ends meet, especially in this inflationary period when the average household is losing $10,000 to $11,000 a year on their income, and people, I've watched the comments that we're maxed out, we're getting to the end of our rope, and this is constant comments from citizens, and then here we are just wanting to just build more stuff that is not necessary. It's a want, it's not a need. If we're going to ask the citizens to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, we need to have the county do that. I'm not comfortable with moving forward with anything right now, and my constituents have asked me not to. I've heard from citizens across the county. I'm disgusted at this point with the incompetence on this entire project, and the money that's been lost, and the continuing just incompetence of like you paid JPA or whatever they're called $6 million to design this thing, then design cameras in the parking garage. I mean, it's just like, how many more things have just fallen through the cracks? Where you hear about, boy, you didn't create meeting rooms for attorneys to have private spots with their clients. I mean, seriously, that's like, I'm not very. I mean, if that's true, it's like, what kind of incompetence has gone through this process? It's ridiculous. So, no, I mean, I'm a hard no, especially we have to go fix blunders and mistakes on things that are actually in progress versus adding new to it. So that's just my opinion. If we're going to, because we're going to allocate money to do those things. So I'm just sharing my opinion over there. Go ahead.
Do you have a total, what a total you spend extra above and beyond on that courthouse? What was budgeted?
I don't have it with me right now.
I mean, just a ballpark?
The original amount from Gallatin wasn't in there, so what is it, 2.4, and then I know we put $1 million in one, it's 500. I'm thinking it's probably over $5 million. That doesn't count not to speak down, but it doesn't count the original jail pod that came in completely wrong at the very beginning of the project.
This one that didn't have a fence?
No, it was completely right. It ended up being, I believe, 5 times more than was originally estimated or something. It was a misunderstanding.
So that 5 million didn't, I'm sorry.
It doesn't count that.
Go ahead. Yeah. So I'm
I
gonna get you.
five, I have to
I'm gonna get you.
I can recall things, but I think
So,
more.
here's my thoughts on this. I would like to, consider, you know, to move the body to take a moment now, I would like to consider this under, as we're working in the workshop, under capital, and maybe not the entire amount, I don't know.
Put it under that.
I would like to.
I'm gonna take right on this.
Well, we can do that. I'm in here now, and so I want to finish this. And if you want to make a motion, you make a motion. But here's the thing. One, I'm not so sure it's a bad thing that the state is granting us a judge. I mean, at the end of the day, we've had each of our judges come up here and present their caseloads, and they are going higher. And so I get the argument that, like, the citizens didn't ask for it, but at some juncture, if we don't, there's a volume problem. I know we did not vote to increase the size of our county. I know we didn't have all of these decisions, but if there are so many cases that need to be seen, at some point, you either get a new spigot to route them through, or you have people wait a lot longer, and if you know that you're going to need to have that spigot to route people through, then, I mean, if the state's willing to pay for that and pony that up, I would rather the state do that than us. Now, that's not talking about the courtroom. I'm just saying, like, the idea of having a new court financed by the state from a purely financial point of view is not necessarily bad. So that's that thought. On the courtroom itself, I would vote against this courtroom. I said it many times. This new courthouse, I said it many times. I know that this has not been the best managed. But do we want to have a empty, unused area? It's only at some juncture where you're gonna need to get this, or you just have like this big empty space, like sitting there for everybody to laugh at, and it only gets more expensive. And I know we can all like laugh at it, but like it just gets more expensive over time. So I'm not saying we necessarily want to do it. I'm saying we should consider it under the rest of capital.
There was always going to be an empty floor at the beginning. The 4th floor got nothing on it, and that was planned for expansion. So this courtroom would go, I believe, on the 5th floor, or maybe it's the 3rd floor. It's on one of the floors.
I think it's the 5th.
It is the 5th floor. So being laughed at about vacant space is a non-starter because
you want to pay for it now or later?
Well, I'm paying for it later because we have 3 perfectly good courtrooms at the jail that can be used right now. This was dumped in our lap by the state, and we don't have $2.2 million to play with, if that's indeed what it's going to cost. I think that's incredibly high for what really needs to happen. I think we can do it for a lot less money. But since we have perfectly good courtrooms, I say we push this off. We kick this can down the road a little. What's it going to hurt? If there's any place in this county that particular criminal court should be, it should be at the jail. That's where the criminals are that are going to be going into that courtroom. That way we won't be shuttling them to the new courthouse. So,
Ms. Boyd?
So I don't want to speak to this need exactly, but I just want to add to our need list. So we're talking about a criminal judge, but we're right on the cusp of needing a new general sessions judge. I don't know what the formula is. I've been asking, and I've been told we are right. I know that both of our general sessions are packed. We're right there. So that, if you want to double this, that's what we're at. So I'm proposing we're probably going to need 2 courtrooms. okay?
We've got them.
So I just want to bring that up. And then the other thing is Mr. Long, I think maybe you can help me out with this. My understanding was when the courthouse, when the project started, this was phase 1, was to build courthouse. We had a phase 2 and a phase 3.
But that was built it on because it's gonna have, I think the last phase was actually completely renovated.
So I just want to know, are we taking those things, we're never gonna do those things?
It was never funded or never moved forward because the cost was,
So
For
phase
square
2
foot
was the old courthouse?
that was the last phase.
That was the last? Was there a phase for renovating our existing courtrooms into jail space or something?
I have to go back and look
There we
at
go. I'm just saying, there's a lot more, we got a lot more out there than just this. I just want to add that.
Is the state covering the full cost of the judge plus all of any staff for the judge and everything like that, or no judge? Are they just covering for
I believe for the state, they cover all, for the state judges, they cover everything.
all administrative staff, all of everything?
Not for sessions judge, no, but
I'm talking about
sessions,
criminal.
all of
I'm
that.
talking about criminal judge, the one that's they're in the process of. So
They cover everything for state judges.
Any other comments? Oh, go ahead.
Well, our last Gen Ops meeting, one of the commissioners mentioned, and he was quoted as saying, this will eventually get built out. That's the plan, it's going to happen. He voted no to move it forward. Another commissioner that I agree with him and also agree with another Commissioner Harrison, saying, the costs are only going to go up, with inflation. My fear, and I can't speak for him, is that how much is it going to cost our taxpayers by kicking this can down the road 2 more years, whatever time you're looking at. That's the biggest concern I have. These things are not going to come.
And initially, I believe there's 2 courtrooms right now, I could be mistaken, I have to look, but I believe both of those were in the original plan to finish out at the beginning of this. It had got those costs. Cost overrun never moved very over. I believe there's 2. I believe there's 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I just don't know by,
I know there's
I get what you're saying, but I just don't know by kicking it down the road. I'm afraid it's gonna, not only it's gonna cost taxpayers more to build that out, what are they paying for additional staff?
It's relative.
Mr. Klein, Mr. Mansfield.
It's relative, Don. If we do it 2 years from now, it's relative to the costs of everything else at the time. You're not gaining anything by spending it now because things are high now. In 2 years, we may be in the middle of a recession and the costs would be less. We don't know, but because sales tax goes up, all of that stuff goes up as the costs of living go up. It's relative. It really won't. It'll be neither here nor there.
Hold on, Mr. Mansfield, then I want to get to you.
The simple fact is that we have space and that we don't have to spend any money, and that's the biggest thing issue. It's like, why are we just wanting to spend money? If we're talking about being conservative and saving money for the taxpayers, then we need to save money for the taxpayers, and that's what we need to do. And that's my opinion. That's why I'm going to vote the way I am. I think do anything else is just grossly irresponsible. That's my opinion.
So my only note here, and I'm not necessarily saying that I would vote for it or in this particular form. What has become very abundantly clear to me for the last 2 years of doing this is that the funds that things that really drive our budget are recurring expenses, and they're recurring, fully wrapped expenses with all the benefits, everything in. I mean, that accounts for. It's probably 85% of our budget. Yeah. So in general, I tend to be less concerned about one-time. It was the same argument we were all talking about with Mr. Ellis. I tend to be less concerned with one-time infusions for something like this than I am, some of the other big things. Some of which we're having to bite the bullet on as well, just because of, once again, inflationary pressures. But I'd like to make a motion. It may fail, but I'd like to make a motion to consider this, not to do anything with it now, but just consider it under workshop as part of it, in light of with all the other capital items we're having. That's my motion. Motion in a second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
You're in queue?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons is we've got a commissioner recognizing that this will be done eventually. So my thing is, well, if we recognize we'll cut and get it over with, get this thing off our backs. I get it, I don't like the size of the courthouse, I didn't like my tax dollars going to it, but the fact of the matter is, that's what we gotta deal with right in front of us. By, going backwards and saying, well, they did this, and this, the previous commission, we can't do anything about that. We've gotta, like I said, the commission is already recognizing that this is gonna be done at some point. Do we do it now and just get it off our backs, or do we wait another year or two and take a risk that things are gonna go up even more?
Mr. Mansfield?
I guess I disagree with Candace about it. I know that it was shared at the last budget meeting, and we've got a open liability for insurance for $9.8 million. So if we talked about not kicking the can down the road and creating more debt for future generations, I would like to see us take some money and put towards this liability to prevent future tax increases for the next commissions and the next generations. If we're talking about spending money and a one-time infusion, I would much rather put it towards this, especially since we already have courthouse space. Especially if we can go ahead and put a dent on this and pay some of this down with the liability that we have. I mean, it's just, that's a concern. When this got brought up last month, it was, new information to me. And so I'm not going to support this motion. I think there's other things, if we're talking about doing a one-time infusion of cash, I'll make a motion to put it towards this liability during the workshop. So
Is that a amendment or my question wasn't for any money. Okay. Any other discussion? The motion on the table is not anything specific to this yet, just to consider it as part of capital. All in favor? Oh, go ahead.
I think too, I don't know what the will of this body is, and if any judges that are in attendance right now, with respect for their time, I don't know if they want to wait around until we get to that bottom. If we could suspend the rules and maybe get some feedback.
I have a motion.
I have a motion to suspend the rules to, I believe, Judge Gay, if he would like to maybe share his thoughts and concerns on why this is a good idea to do it at the new courthouse versus the old, I'd like to have his input.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. One no.
Two.
Two no's.
That was about.
It's Bob. We have two no's. Okay, Mr. Gay? Judge Gay?
And I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Judge.
This is a real important thing. I have been listening to some things that aren't really true that you all have been told. And I would kind of like to give you the history of why we got a new judge and what's going on in the judicial system in Sumner County. I am offended that somebody would think that I would be here from the judiciary to ask for a handout from you all. I thought government was to address the needs of the people and be sure that we have a great quality of life. Now, let me tell you about this new judge. It's something that I've been working on with Captain Strong and William Lambert for some time now, probably around 2020. And I'm in a situation where one criminal court judge is not cutting the mustard. I am in the process of setting jury trials almost 1 year in advance. We've got people in jail, we've got constitutional rights that we're dealing with, and we only have one criminal judge to try cases. I have been holding off trying to set cases a year in advance, and what we're doing on trial dates, we're scheduling 2, 3, and 4 dates. Nobody's talked to me about this. So I have been communicating with Representative Lambert about this, and we got together at the end of last year and decided it was about time to move. And we went to the comptroller's office, we went to the AOC, we got a statute passed, and the next thing I know, we're on the governor's budget.
So this has been a priority, I think it's recognized by others across the state. It passed the legislature with 0 dissenting votes. Other judicial districts had to wait and see what was left in the budget for the state. Now, I'm here to tell you we need a judge, and we've got a judge. And we've decided what we need to do is kind of go criminal and civil. I'm going to ask that we have a lot of criminal cases more than the civil cases. But that's where we are. Now, I know you all are upset about the building, and that's not what I'm here for, what we're here about. We need to address an existing need. The building has 2 courtrooms that are vacant. One on the 5th floor for a trial judge, one on the 2nd floor for juvenile sessions, and another whole floor is vacant. It's completely vacant. And that's for future, the generations to come with the justice system. And I didn't plan on this happening right after we moved in the building. It just happened because we have a need, and criminal court is seeking with keeping up with the docket. And it's hard, like I've been through a death, I've been through injury, broke 3 bones on a bicycle wreck, and when I'm not there, it's very difficult, and things get behind, and we get special judges. But it is a need that has been satisfied. You can rest on that. Now, the concern about the courtroom becomes extremely important. We got to have a new judge that's going to be appointed by the governor sometime this summer. It won't start till September. What are we going to do with the judge that's coming? Commissioner Klein, it's not going to work. 3 courtrooms down there in the General Sessions Court, it's not going to work. We're going to have to get clerk's officers. We've got prisoners coming up to the new jail that the sheriff has to worry about, and then we're going to get prisoners coming in to the new courtroom, and we have to be concerned with now getting the court reporter equipment there. It's already been removed, and it will be a mess. Whatever we do, it needs to be in the courthouse now, because we're not going to be set up to go back to where we were. It's going to create too many problems with personnel, clerks, and so forth. So we got to do something in the new building. Now, there's not anything in the new building other than where we impanel a jury. And we can do that temporarily, but it's not a long-term fix. It's not a long-term fix. We can't have jury trials down there. We'll have to move around to get jury trials. It's a need that has been satisfied, and again, I'm sorry that it's coming up now, but we are living in a county that we've got a lot of volume in criminal court, and it's not going to get any easier. I have been an assistant district attorney for 27 years. I've been a judge for 17. I've practiced in that courtroom for 40 years, and I have never, ever seen the volume that we have today. Never. So, I would appreciate it on behalf of the trial judges if you consider doing this. And however you want to do it is fine. It just needs to be done. That's up to you all to handle that. But I thank you for letting me speak to you and letting me communicate to you some of the truths that you're not hearing. Nobody has spoken to me.
And this started out as a need for a criminal court judge, which has been satisfied. And we ought to be thankful for that.
Chairman Shaw,
Yes,
I have a question for the judge. So currently, or until everybody moved into the new courthouse, we were in 3 different locations.
Yes, sir. And you know something? My court was 2 blocks away. And I've been functioning for 17 years without a clerk's office and having to send files like a Pony Express down to my courtroom.
But now you're saying we can't be in 2 separate locations.
I'm saying you can't, no, not the way it's set up now, because you got everybody from the sheriff's department sending prisoners over to the new building. We've got special place for them. We have to get more security. We have to get some more details to get prisoners in there. In that courtroom, we'll have many prisoners every day, and it would be a problem that's not real practical. Again, we don't have the court reporters set up there right now. It has to be set up where everything's recorded, and we have to have a court reporter in there. We've taken that on to the new building.
Right, but
all kinds of stuff, to save money from these buildings.
but to refit one of those at the jail would it cost $2.2 million?
I don't know how much it would cost. I'm just saying it's too much of a problem. Why build a courthouse to have everybody in the same courthouse to go back to where we were or where we came from?
Because
And it would be too big of a problem to address that. Too many things to take care of, and to have a space there available for the future and future generations. I think it's something that we need to take advantage of.
and it's only money.
Any other questions for Dr.
So,
Morty?
so Judge Gates, could you, address, my concerns? Like, I've been trying to get an answer for how close we are to getting a general session, needing another general session judge.
Okay.
Can you address that? And I just want to bring the whole bucket to the table, so we know.
I don't
where-
think it's as close as the criminal court need is right now. I think probably in the future, I'd say maybe a couple of years, but I don't think it's an immediate need for the general session.
Where can we get the answer to that?
Wait, Ms. Boyd, we're on that, and I'm not trying to smash this, but maybe I am. We're talking about the new courthouse, we're not talking about the new general sessions. So,
I just thought
the
if we
first
needed 2 courtrooms, we could address that together.
well, if you want to make a motion to build out both of them, we can certainly.
It's not needed, the second one's not needed right now. Okay?
2 years.
So, any other questions for Judge Gaines? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna bring us back under our rules. The motion is to, not do any of this with this now, but to, dispose of this by, considering it as part of, our capital outlays in, the workshop. That's my motion. All in favor? Aye.
Did you get a second?
Oh, yeah, we had a second. All opposed?
No.
No.
So, who are the ayes? 1, 2, 3, and who are the noes? 1, 2, 3, and 1 abstention, so motion fails. Motion fails. So, 3 and 3 with, Ms. Miller abstaining. Okay, so, that is not considered, is there anything else we want to do with this?
We've already voted on it, so.
Well, I mean, it's.
Well, did we vote on it?
We didn't vote to do
We didn't
anything.
vote.
We just
didn't
didn't- we didn't
So
vote to do anything.
I have an item. I believe tomorrow, is it tomorrow, our courthouse tour? I haven't been in the building for 10 months. So I'd like to get eyes on it. I don't know.
We don't need to take a vote on it. Is there
Well,
any
I mean,
other,
before we make a decision on this, I'd like to go look at
do you have
it.
a motion? I mean, we voted to not consider it in, well, it got shot down to consider it in workshop. It doesn't mean you can't make a motion.
We can't even get an estimate at the very least to see what we're looking at.
If you got, if you got, we have, there is an estimate here.
Okay.
Well, is there a motion to reconsider?
I'll make a motion to reconsider, see if we can negotiate a better off that bid.
Okay, well, you have a motion to reconsider.
Someone, whoever.
Debate on
Yeah,
sidewalks has to do with it.
well, given that it was 3 and 3,
It'd be, got to see somebody.
Okay, well, then,
Somebody.
no, here's what it is. Okay. We'll move on to, ARPA here.
You want to leave your cameras out too? That you're going to discuss that in Austin, it's not going to be on. So if you do something Monday, there's not going to be enough time to get anything in there, so there's going to be the same issue with the cameras.
This item says build out a fifth floor new courthouse, so we're talking about other things, so I mean, this is on a special call meeting, so, I mean, is this?
No, your special call meeting, you said the 2025 budget or any related items. The only reason I bring it up, you're having a meeting Monday for Gen Office to discuss cameras. If you approve something Monday, there's not going to be enough time to do it within years, so it really needs to be included in this budget. If you don't have any additional meetings, it's going to drop out.
And wouldn't that be part of the workshop, the budget workshop?
We can't, I want to make sure that you.
So here's, but I think Mr. Mansfield's point is that we were talking about the fifth floor, that does not preclude, the camera system. Okay, which I think.
And we're just voting on one agenda item, this
All right, guys,
special call.
The ARPA is on page 80 and 81, it shows you the total ARPA without these projects that are listed. The ARPA that we have in the current budget does not include item 1, 2, 3, or the item that was mentioned for the workshop, which was the White House water line project. So Mr. Brown is going to put it on the screen, and it starts at the bottom of page 80 and 81. You have currently available total in ARPA that's not been committed or budgeted currently is about $2.8 million, and somewhere south of 585 left, we think that left over out of the housing case. You've got somewhere a little bit below $3.2 million.
And the cash?
It's a little bit below 3.3, and the request is 1750521. The American Legion amount is unknown, and somewhere for the White House is
Well, so what we have to do is, we have to do this, here's what I would like to do here, just so we can consider them all at once, I would entertain a motion to take all of these and move them to the workshop, we have 2 additions. So we have 2 additions, and so I'd like to consider them all at once, so my motion.
So moved.
So motion and second.
Second.
Second, okay, so the motion is to move them all into workshop, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great.
Next item is a point of clarification.
Oh, yes, excuse me, I made a mistake, and I meant to speak with you earlier. I made a mistake earlier, and I skipped an individual. So what I'd like to do is entertain a motion to suspend the rules to allow us to move. Motion, second. And just what it is allow us to speak. I skipped over him in the citizen comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Booth, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Booth with the 1083 Pelican Way, Castellan Springs. I hear a lot of discussion and financial stuff. My concern is in this county is there's too much spending, just like y'all just talked about with this building of the courthouse. I understand that there wasn't budgeted right. Money was not allocated the way it's supposed to be. Maybe the project manager who was over that position wasn't taking consideration of all the costs that was involved in that. Now, I was just up in the property assessor's office here just a few weeks ago, and I seen an elderly lady and myself, several others, going up there talking about property taxes. Seen a lady that's probably in her 70s. She's worried about literally tears rolling out her eyes. How she's going to pay her property taxes that now her house is doubled, considering that's the same way with mine. I don't understand how my house, for what it would sell for, is what I'm going to be paying taxes for. It's never been that way since I've been down here. I've been living in Sumner County since 2013. But there's too much money being spent for things that's not being budgeted on. Just like there was a meeting about the school, about tracks, bleachers and stuff that was brought up. I looked at where the track at Galvin High School, and it hasn't changed its since, all that was brought up. Now, I'm for teachers getting paid. I agree that they should get paid what they deserve. But here's the thing. You're trying to take money from people like myself. I work a public job. I've been there for 24 years. In 24 years, I've probably got 5 raises. And then, because of the economy now, I make less now than I did 10 years ago. So you're trying to force me to pay for stuff that there's other ways of doing this. My thing is why are we not doing at the schools, doing some kind of fundraising things to help pay for these things? Why are we not entertaining country music stars or somebody to come in periodically? You would be surprised at probably how much money you would revenue off the ticket sales if you had some kind of, if you would talk to some of these folks. I'm just making suggestions instead of trying to force everything down on the property owner. Here's another thing. Car tags. Car tags hasn't changed a whole lot. Why are we not getting money off of people that drive in Sumner County? Not just me paying everything off my property taxes. There's other ways of making some of this revenue besides coming off myself. And I'm not just saying, I'm not saying nobody else in here doesn't get property taxes is not hitting them too, but my pay hasn't changed a whole lot. Matter of fact, I think I've gotten $3 in 6 years. So I just think we just need to stand back, repunt this, and look at other ways of making things make more sense, common sense. Now, like I said, I believe that teachers should get paid what they deserve. Here's my thing, Mr. Langford, and this is something I don't understand myself personally. Why do we have 3 or 4 principals in one school? Why are we paying that many people?
Have a comment?
No, you can't.
I can't answer that.
No question. You just have to make it.
I'm just saying, that in general, why are we having that many principals? Didn't have that when I was at school, and we had just as many students then as we do now. Now, you're talking about criminals in the county. Well, we got an influx of some of these people moving out of Nashville and other areas in here. That's where all this stuff is coming from. Now, I don't know what the solution is. I'm not a financial guru. I just know what I have to do in my own household to take care of me and my wife and my daughter. And I'm thankful for the Lord gives me. But there's other ways we can do financial things. I'm frustrated. And that day that I seen that lady up there, she was so tore up. I decided about myself because I'm going to pay them double what I'm paying now. And I don't think it's right. But that's pretty much all I got to say. I mean, I appreciate y'all's time letting me stand here. And
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. I just want to make one note here, just because it's, just for general purposes of information, just because somebody's property valuation goes up, doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to pay double. Because the tax rate is going to actually go down from the state, and that's going to be set that way, unless this body purposely chooses to increase taxes. And I would tell you, I'm not for that. So I'm not for that. Well, thanks for your comment. I just want to make that comment, that it will not double, given the a revenue neutral tax rate. It may go up a little if you're above the average. That's kind of how the math works. But then, go ahead.
Look for 5 minutes break.
Well, let's bring us into and then motion for a 5-minute break, a second, all in favor? All righty. Bring us back, into order here. So next item of business is item D, EMA insurance. Mr. Long, I think you probably best to speak on this.
That was a discussion that was sent back from the insurance committee. They want, since they are charged by county commission resolution with insurance within the county, they want all insurance to be under risk management, under the control of the risk manager. That was a request from my understanding, the insurance committee, and there's chairs actually here. That was discussed at the last meeting. I was told there was a vote, but I can't recall if you haven't done the minutes yet, so I'll put it on the agenda.
I actually think there was a vote, but there was.
That's what my record
So we just need to move it on forward.
So, is there any motion on this one? No motion? No.
They wanted to, Mr. Widener insures his volunteers, well, yes, his volunteers and his vehicles.
We already moved over this.
So he's over there? Okay.
So I think
You want to move over to risk management?
Yeah, so let's just, let's move on to highway. Okay, so last, I'll go ahead and start this one off, and Mr. Long, if you want to provide details. So last month, what we voted on, if I remember correctly, we came up with an idea, to give a surge of $20 million in capital for, can we hold tight real quick? I just can't hear. Thank y'all. So the discussion we had on highway was to move $20 million.
Contingent.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about those contingencies into a single capital fund, for at the time we had a discussion of a 2 to 3 year, run, and we didn't have the details on it. It was contingent on, 2 items. First was that, we got a little more detail, from the, highway department on what that timeline exactly was going to be, and then later on presenting, have a kind of a 5-road project plan, that would be presented at the time. And the second was that it would be, contingent on, both, oversight, and control of the PO process, purchase order process, and movement, of the highway department onto Cronus, by I think a September time period. So that was what was voted on. Is there any further discussion here?
I wanted to make sure that we understood what you wanted. You guys said to actually commit the $20 million. You never did say to appropriate it. Did you want it appropriated to highway, or you committed to the use bomb later? There's a big difference, because if you commit it, what that means is you're committing it as a budget committee and ultimately the county commission to use it to highway. You have to appropriate it later. If you're actually only committing it, then that means the county commission can actually remove the commitment. So there's a very large distinction. That's one thing I want to clarify.
So that you say committed.
You said committed several times.
Committed
versus appropriation.
Right, appropriated means, just because you said committed twice, I think
appropriated means you can spend it, it's already appropriated to the committee. The other one you said committed to, and so there's a very large distinction.
Right. And can you say which one was which again?
You guys said, my understanding, committed. That's what I wanted to make sure.
So what is the definition of committed?
Committed means that this committee, and ultimately the county commission will vote on it, is to commit the funds for the highway department, but it means later before him to ever use it, it'll have to be appropriated. And also, if you just commit it, the county commission with the vote can actually remove the commitment and move it back into capital.
That was my motion.
Okay. And I think we actually had several discussions about that.
But it wasn't ever clear what you guys, so you.
We can clear that up there, Miss, well, we need a motion for discussion, we need something.
So moved to discuss. Second.
Discussion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Boyd.
And that was mine. I wasn't sure where we could go with this because we talked about it. I've had a chance to go back and look at highway, and I'm going to be making a motion that we push this whole decision out until at least October, so we can go and look at highway. When I took a look at highway a little bit closer, I noticed that back in 2017, we were at 7.5 million. And now this budget came in at 14 million plus capital, bringing us to 15 million. Now they just scoped it back a little bit, but that's double. That's double between 2017 and this year. Double highway. And that is a tax increase. If we're going to plan on doubling highway, I mean, asphalt costs money too, but I think that we should take highway, look at it a lot more because this is,
So,
this
Ms.
is huge.
Ms. Boyd, let me address this one. This is a discussion that Mr. Long and I and Mr. Ellis all had, and that was the genesis of the 20 million out of capital. Because we were recognizing the growth trajectory of his department. And so what we're effectively trying to do here is surge funds through capital in order to avoid a highly progressive upward trend in his maintenance of effort. That is literally what we were trying to avoid. Now, a couple notes on that. First off, his maintenance of effort is different than the schools. The school's maintenance of effort is last year. The highway maintenance of effort is a five-year, right? Five-year moving average. 5-year moving average. So it's the last 5 years, right? So it gives you a little bit, it smooths you out a little bit more. So just because we had 1 year bump up doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get crushed.
Right.
But nevertheless, you don't want to do it year over year over year like that. That meant, we were trying to figure out a way to service the roads and give Mr. Ellis a good amount of capital to work with, but not recognizing that he was needing to pay it right now above what a standard rate of replacement would be. We recognize that if we do that, we would be building in that surged rate as part of a maintenance of effort. Instead of using capital, one time hit it, actually, then come back and find that, once you're done with that, you've repaved all your roads that really needed it. Now you know what your actual maintenance of effort is going to be, build off of that year. That was the concept here. Now, Mr. Long and I had some disagreement about whether that counts toward maintenance of effort or not, but
Talk to the county technical system, they're the ones, the county technical system, is charged with verifying and making sure the 5-year average is followed. I've talked with them, and the only thing they're including is the local revenues within the school highway fund. And we actually have a representative here if you've got any questions about how they're counting it.
so go
So
ahead.
I took that into consideration. So the 5-year average is around 3.5 million. So with what we're coming in right now, we're at 3.7 million with the ask coming in. So that was a lift of 200,000. So I just want to say, I think that we should move this out. We need to look at roads, see what we're getting. We need to look at bridges. We got a lot of things on the table. And then, so we're talking double, plus we're going to do the $20 million project on top of that. I mean, this is not, right?
The original request was for the 14 point some odd million. The 700,000 seating at 17, so that would have doubled his budget. But in lieu of the 3 million, the thought process was to pull the 3 out because it was removed.
Okay.
And put 20 million that he could use in 1 or 2 large years to repair existing roads and get more into maintenance mode versus
Pulling that addition out.
Pull the 3 out.
That's what we did.
We've heard from Mr. Ellis and we've heard from Ms. Hardman, she was here, that it's much more expensive to repair a road once you get down to the road base than it is to repair as you go along. So the hope is to repair them before they get to that shape and actually saves them the money. And that's talking to Toby's kind of his understanding too.
So is there anything we want, I'm going to make a motion on this if nobody else does, but I
So
want to have
I was
discussion
just
first.
making a motion that we move this to October outside of budget and take a look at the whole thing and we get all the pieces in from Toby. He's going to be bringing us the roads, the bridges, and
Do
we
we
can make a
have a second on that one?
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Mr.
Also in financial management, we were trying to move this where we would be within the scope of the law. And, this would be a good reward if we did down the road, see if there was compliance, and then good faith effort, we give the money. But we need to have some kind of recourse.
So the way, I'm going to get in queue here. So the way we did this, we set this up, was exactly the way that Mr. Mansfield and Mr. Long stated. The money is committed, not appropriated. So you still, going down this route, still allows that level of control. I would argue it still allows that level of control without needing to pump this thing down the pipe. So I think I'm going to be against, I know I'm going to be against that motion, and I'm going to have another one after we dispose of it. But because the way we maintaining, we're not giving it over to his budget, we're putting it in a one-time capital project that we'll have to look at. So it works in conjunction with this idea of a countywide plan. Mr. Brown.
If we do that, what's going to say that there's not going to be motion to strip all these contingencies out of there on the floor of the commission?
I mean, as Mr. Hyatt said, there could be a motion on the floor to sell the new courthouse.
I know that.
So,
I'm just saying it's a whole lot harder if the money's not there.
I know. Ms. Boyd?
We have a lot to balance on this budget. We got schools coming back, we got all these capital projects, we got all these salary adjustments. This $20 million is just gonna be a capital project. There's no rush that we couldn't like postpone it out of it.
Mr. Mansfield?
I guess I'm looking at the original motion that I made 2 weeks ago versus what you're saying now. I guess the timeline is the same. It's just, to me, it seems like you're putting a little bit of extra safety net in there for like making sure there's compliance with the law, which currently there is not compliance with law, because we're not even talking about doing this until the fall anyway.
Exactly.
So I don't see why it makes a difference at all.
Let me clarify one thing that Ms. Boyd said to make sure that we're all on the same page. She mentioned salaries and other items. If you levy a property tax into a capital projects fund and commit it to highway, you can uncommit it to highway, but you've levied it in tax citizens. So that levied amount will have to be used for capital. You can't go back and use it for salaries or anything else. It will have to be capital items of some time.
Yeah. So we're basically going to have $20 million in capital to like.
It's levied in there by a property tax levy. It would have to stay.
So is the safe thing to not commit it at this point?
The commitment's not really affected. Well, one thing I'm saying, you can remove the commitment, add the commitment, that's up to you guys. What I'm saying is, if you levy it by property tax on the budget, say in July, we put the money in here, the money can only be used for capital items. It doesn't matter highway or what capital items, because you levied a property tax for capital items.
So what we're saying here is that you got $20 million in capital that we will need to have at least committed to some other items. I mean,
what I'm saying is, if you want to use it for salaries, you're gonna have to levy it.
Well, that's true too.
You can't transfer it back out.
You weren't talking about salaries.
No.
She mentioned salaries.
Yeah, you can't. We have to totally. The point is, we have to totally rearrange the pennies in order to do that. And we specifically, I just want to be real clear. We specifically moved these over from debt service into capital because capital is one time. Next year, we're plugging this right back into debt service. Because what we're doing is we're drawing down debt service a little bit this year. This was the whole discussion last time. We're drawing down debt service a little bit this year because we're getting to the point where we might get up on the Fed's radar.
Right.
But what we don't want to do is take that out and put it to recurring. We want to put it towards one time. That's what we're talking about.
And I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying that we moved it to October, and we deal with it then. We'll see where we're at.
All right, so we have the motion.
And Bob gave it a second.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on this? Mr. Mansfield?
So, I mean, is there any, you just brought up the basically our penny allocation and committing to the capital. I mean, is there any problem there and now? It's not going to affect anything.
It's not affecting you if you commit it to highway now or not or later. The only thing it's affecting is you can't use it for things other than capital.
Yeah, that's fine. It's irrelevant whether we use
It's irrelevant. You just, when the salaries is mentioned, I just make sure everybody don't.
You just
say
that's what
salaries.
we
Right.
sure
Here's what I'm going to say here, guys. The last thing we want is to have $20 million sitting in capital. And I mean, if I were in folks' shoes back behind me, I'd look at that with salivating. I know that our jails need help. I know a lot of things need help, and I would not be upset at anybody. You put that big chunk of steak there, there's going to be a lot of people looking to eat it. And any idea that we had to actually, you wait till October, any idea that you had that you're going to put this big chunk toward the highway, you are going to see a line of people out the door. And I don't blame them.
And maybe I'm open for the call me because then it might be greater. I mean, if it comes in, we have our roads and our bridges that are in deficit,
Could go on that.
and we can see what we got.
But make sure everybody remembers our debt's pretty much fixed for several years, and we're taking $10 million out of debt service to come up with this 20, so it's really a one-time fund. You're not gonna have it.
That's right.
So,
There
you
you
know, that is.
Did you want to make the motion to suspend the rules?
Motion to suspend.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Ellis, go ahead.
Piles.
Piles. Watched the kids and not watching what I was watching. You know, this is not, all of you know, I'm not a meeting guy. This is not fun for me. You know, hearing y'all discuss this is something that is my passion. It's not my job. It's something when I campaigned for a year and a half and had to go through 2 elections to get to this seat. All I wanted was just to run the department and try to improve the roadway infrastructure in Sumner County, make it safe. One of the things that, you know, I mentioned in our last meeting was the liability of our roadways. We have a lot of bad roads. We don't have immunity. I mean, if somebody wrecks, damages their car, gets hurt, or worse, you know, the county is on the hook for that. That could be millions of dollars. And the things that I've discussed with several of you, with Matt and David, there's nobody here I have any guilt feelings against. I like everybody. I work good with David. You know, when I come with the original budget, you know, Terry was talking about it being close to $4 million. 27%. You know, I mentioned to you last time, you know, we have a state aid funds listed in that, and it was 1.8 million. When you take that out, because we'll get that money back, it drops down to about 11%. And then when you look at that, that's 1.2 million. I had to put extra money in my asphalt items because I was in receiving ARPA funds. I've gotten ARPA funds the last 2 years. You know, and we were close to getting in a 3rd year. And so if you go back and look at our budget, the inflation and the cost that has made my budget go up is primarily in material. Since I took office, like, you know, from the first year to now, my mix cost has went up $26 a ton.
What percentage is that? What was it? What is it now?
You're about 35% year over year.
We were at $56 a ton when I took office, and we were somewhere, depending on if we use recycled version, we're in the neighborhood of $83 to $84.
Okay.
And so this is not something that I'm putting numbers to try to get more money for specialty items. This is real cost. And, you know, Terry was talking about something in 2017 when they were paving 25, 26 miles a year, and I'm trying to pay 52. The maintenance of effort to keep up with 800 miles if you do it on a 15-year life cycle is 50 plus miles. And so we have a deficiency year over year. For the last 6 years, we have a deficiency of almost 100 miles that should have been paid that wasn't. And that's about $11 million
want us to have the best, safest roads as fast as possible. The situation with the roadways, I can't help what's happened in the past, but I just want to make it better. There's nothing there's no politics here. It's just me trying to do the right thing. And what y'all are voting on tonight and what we're talking about is the safety of our citizens. That's all we're talking about. Either we're going to do it or we're not.
Mr. Minister, go ahead.
So my motion, I guess 2 weeks ago, was to approve this, or commit this, contingent on compliance with the Financial Management Act rolling it out. So I mean, Commissioner Boyd had a motion to kind of, I guess, delay this a little bit. I mean, my question to you is, are you going to comply with the Financial Management Act of 2012, which is required by law? Do you have every intent to do what we're asking you to do to comply with law, or are you not going to do that? So I just need to know, because that'll affect how I vote right now.
Well, sure. And it's like I said, and this is not a me and David thing, or a me and you thing. I mean, it's the thing, the efficiency of me having my PO is great, because I'm sitting there in real time having to make decisions. I have daily activities that happen that are not planned. All of a sudden, truck goes down, especially part, or we've dug out and we've hit something, or there's something there that I have to make a split-second decision. And me having the authority to have my PO and make the PO and go ahead and take care of it in real time and being efficient, me and David talks every week, almost every day, some weeks. He knows exactly what our PO is going to his office. The efficiency of me running that department, that is something every road superintendent has had before me, and I want to keep that. And the thing that I worked through was I've been working with David.
I've got a question real quick. So there are two parts of the agreement that we put together, or the proposal that we put together. One was POs, one was bringing the highway department onto the county's chosen, chosen financial management platform. So are both of those, and I genuinely don't know, are both of those required by the Financial Management Act? Both of them are, or is it just going over the Kronos?
Talks about a timekeeping system.
What is it? Yeah, but so are the POs?
POs talks about encumbering the funds and the person agent, the finance director. And I understand what he said, he's done it that way, or they've done it that way throughout history, but when we go back and look for consolidation acts, and we've got county technical here, so it may be a question for them. When we go look at the consolidation reports, I think he's probably the largest county that doesn't do POs.
I would be interested in CTAS.
I'm just going to,
But they may know something I don't know what's going to do.
here's just my problem that the citizens have expressed to me is, you know, we're all, just because the previous superintendents didn't comply with the law, the previous departments, I know the schools didn't comply with the law, so the county commission actually just changed the private act to exempt them. I voted against that, so did Chairman Hyde and Commissioner Taylor, the late Commissioner Taylor, to not let them have to comply with the law, but they were exempted from that. So I guess I didn't hear you say yes, that you're intending to comply with the 2012 Financial Management Act. So I guess I have a problem.
I think you did say that.
I didn't hear that.
No.
Yeah, so which is not, I'm just being fair that we're getting held to a standard of comply with the law. I just expect that.
Hold on, you follow the law, you're complying if you're working on it.
So I would like to hear CTAS opine on this.
Motion to suspend.
No, the rules are suspended. So
are we? Oh, you're right. You're right.
So I would like to hear, if you're paying attention to the discussion, bless you. So the core question here is that Mr. Ellison's highway department is currently executing their own POs. And the statement from our finance director is that doing it that way is not in compliance with the 2012 Financial Management Act. The statement from the highway director is that the Financial Act of 2012 really directs you to make steps toward a thing, does not necessarily have a hard stop. So I'm genuinely interested. We've had a whole bunch of discussion across the here about the 2012 Financial Management Act. I'm genuinely interested in, one, what the state standard here is, and two, which of these two gentlemen is more correct, or both of them are somewhere in the middle. I mean, please make that call for us. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I've talked to Toby about it, I've talked to David about it. I mean, generally speaking, the comptroller's office, which is the regulatory entity, they prefer centralization. You all have adopted a centralization private act. I'll just note this, I don't think you are getting any findings for Toby, even his POs. I'm not trying to take sides here, I'm just trying to give you some independent information as to the regulatory entity is not giving you findings for him doing his PO. I don't think they're giving you findings on the timekeeping thing either. So I don't know what I'm saying.
You're not helping us at all. So you're saying they're both correct. Well, he's technically correct.
And I don't know that anybody else in the state cares. It's y'all's private act.
Our finance director said we did get a finding.
We did get a finding, and they changed the act to say, as long as we are progressing, that we are in compliance, because the state comptroller gave the county commission a finding for not complying with the 2012.
So, and I'm not arguing, I don't know when was that?
We did a 2019 amendment because of it, so it was 18 years.
So are we in any danger of any bad thing happening right now? I'm genuinely.
No, I mean, I don't think, and David would probably tell you, if y'all kept operating the way you are, I don't think audit's gonna come in and lay the hammer down.
The only way they're gonna say something, if we're not progressing at all, they may come back in and say we're not moving on.
Can
Can
you define progressing?
Like, we're making some kind of moving forward action.
To get into the central, which he just
Right
said,
now,
they prefer a centralized.
I couldn't tell you what that is, you'd have to ask audit, what I mean by progressing.
Well, what that means.
Ms. Boyd, go ahead.
So, the reason that they want it centralized is for internal control measures.
Yeah, totally understand.
And so when we centralize it, that's when we have those controls in place. If we're not going to do that, then we need to put a lot more controls in place. And for me, it's protecting the taxpayers. I mean, this is, I sat with, in rooms with Wesley when the comptroller, like the last 2 years, is hammering out. He's really happy that everybody's on the 81.
Yeah, I mean, we're proponents of centralization.
And the comptroller, every time I see him speak at one of the meetings, he's hammering it. He wants, and then everybody gets a big applause. Murray County went on the centralization. I mean, it was almost like the whole room was standing up.
I'm gonna make a comment here, and I'm not gonna lie, some of this is part of the stuff that I like and really dislike. And I'm even gonna make a draw a parallel to something happening at the federal level. Overclassification of documents. Like, it's very clear to me at this point that, like, nobody at the federal level above, like, SES2 handles classified documents properly, and we get to pick and choose who's in trouble. Now, why am I saying that? Because this act seems to be similar to that. It seems to me to be a thing that we have put forward, that the state has put forward, that we in our private act put forward, but the state really doesn't care that much about enforcing. So to me, I don't like doing things. I don't like bowing down at things which don't seem to matter that much. It doesn't. You just said no, the state's not coming after anything for it. So it's either important or it's not. And if the state says it's important, the state should enforce it. The state, if it's not important, then the state shouldn't. There's a reason
the state's saying that. Just what Ms. Boyd said. Best practice would dictate that those POs are encumbered into those budgets and have internal controls and checks and balances. Right now, the way Toby does it is not linked to our system, there's no encumbering, and there's no checks and balances. He directly issues his own PO. So the thing is, on an internal control scale, and they actually asked me about the other year that dropped back, and they should have known this, does his stuff encumber in our system, and it does not. So
I'm gonna try to solve this. Hold on. I'm gonna try to solve this, but go ahead, Mr. Brown. I'm gonna bring it back into our rules, and I'm gonna make a motion.
We've had 12 years. Previous commissions decided not to do anything about this. We've been here less than 2 years. We're trying to comply.
Yeah.
Now, we've got 2/3
I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna bring us back into our rules, and I'm gonna make a motion. Because I understand the spirit of doing this.
There's a amendment, but she's got.
You have to have a
motion
motion.
in a second.
Restate the motion, please.
Well, apparently the whole.
Well, yours was to push it
so we
October.
can look at everything, because I would like to go back.
Well, I'm gonna amend that motion.
So that's my motion. But here, I think we have another item on the table. If we're saying we're not gonna do it, let's just say we're not gonna do it.
Let's.
I mean, that's where we're at right now, right?
So,
We're
do you
not
want
gonna
to, if
do
you
it?
want to do that, do we want to, and I'll get you, Mr. Mansfield, do you want to, given what we know, do you want to withdraw your motion?
Again, no, I think my motion is
Okay.
even more important, because if this is such a big item, we need to get away from budget to deal with it.
I'm going to make, go ahead, Mr. Mansfield, I'm going to make a amendment.
I'm just going off with finance director said that the reason we're not getting dinged from comptroller is because if you're making progression, but what I'm hearing is that there's not intent by the superintendent to make any progress on this, is what correct me if I'm wrong.
Hold on, we're not the rules, right?
That is just what I'm hearing, and so, can be corrected. So it's like that's where the angst is, because that was the intent of my motion 2 weeks ago, was to move, because we're making forward progress, the Financial Management Act. Just because everybody's been doing it wrong for so long doesn't mean you keep doing it wrong. And so, and if 2/3 of the county is on this, and we're waiting for just a small minority to get onto this, which CTAS wants centralized accounting, the comptroller does, the state does. I mean, so we're just coming into compliance with the law as written, and it's just a simple ask. I mean, I'm just having some serious doubts and problems right
So
now.
here's the motion I'm going to make, and it's probably going to fail, but I don't know.
You mean amendment?
Amendment, sorry. And I don't know, I'll get to it. So what I'd like to do is amend your motion, instead of kicking it back to October, we keep it committed. We keep these two contingencies in place, but the timeline for the POs, we shift a year. And there will be an additional item on this. We shifted a year, and if there is a finding, if we receive a finding in that period, then we immediately trigger all of the rest of those funds to be not uncommitted. So there is a downside to messing it up.
Maybe another way to answer your question. We have an audit committee meeting where you discuss audit findings and everything. We've got to have it once a year. And what day is that? Do you remember? We sent it out, Mr. Hyde, maybe. The meeting, I think it's at 6:30. I think it's 6:30 before the county commission meeting, our financial management. We could ask Mr. Hyde to move that back to 6 and ask Mr. Bailey, the audit manager, if he could come down and discuss the Financial Management Act. We could request the comptroller's office to come down and discuss and see these things. We could have to have them to discuss whether they're lying on the whole thing. It's probably the simplest thing, because they're the auditors and the audit committee, we should be dealing with it. That's right.
There's one more piece, we have an app. So,
You get your hand
oh, we're in. We didn't ask about the Chronos, we asked about purchasing. Are we not gonna go forward with Chronos either?
No, Chronos stays as is. Chronos stays as is. The only thing I changed.
So can we go out and ask if they're gonna go to Chronos?
Sure, we can make a motion, suspend the rules.
Yeah.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, go ahead, ask the question.
So, are you willing to go on Chronos? Or is
I'm willing to work with you on Chronos, but it's a work in progress. And I think not every department, they would agree with that. And I mean, it's just like when we talk on the phone. You know, when you call me, you want to comply. You said, either we make an amendment, or you go, you guideline. Yeah, that's right, it's all right.
And I told you, I
And
mean,
so,
I said,
what I'm talking about is, we're talking about a private act that is ours. And when I think of citizens of this county, I mean, outside of the people in this room, there's probably a handful that really care about the lines of the private act, but there's probably 200,000 people that care about the safety of the roadways, and that's what I want to talk about. And we're talking about compliance with the private act.
So, I mean, our numbers
So,
are crap.
As an auditor, I would say to me, one of the most important things in the budget and our finance is internal control that we keep.
It's safety.
Hold-
And-
All right, so we're gonna, I'm gonna move this back in,
It's either you vote for their safety or you.
I'm moving this back, I'm moving this back into session. Moving this back into session. We got it, wait, we got it back into session. Okay, so I have a motion on the board, and that's what, excuse me, there's a motion and amendment. The original motion is to bump this whole thing, to October. And moving into October, that's the original, the original motion here. I amended that motion to keep it as is, keep it committed, and slightly modify. We don't modify anything on the contingency for, Chronos. We do modify the contingency on the POs, giving an additional year to monitor, and then if there is a finding, we decommit the funds, those that had not been spent, so that's my motion. And, we have to do a second on that, second, right? We had a motion second, Ms. Nolan.
I mean, back to the compliance thing, so 2/3 is complied and 1/3 has not. Roughly,
And everybody's on purchasing except for highway.
so how is that fair to all the other departments that are complying, so doing what they're supposed to do? I mean, I'm just gonna say it, this $20 million seems like a bribe to me to try to get somebody to do what is already state law, so.
Well, it's not what, I just want to be clear, I mean, what it's trying to do is catch us up.
I know the road to me.
I mean, and I'm just gonna be honest, what's gonna happen, what's gonna happen here is that we're gonna have to end up giving this department more on the more year over year, and we're gonna increase his maintenance effort. So we're gonna lose money in the long run, and we're doing it arguing over something that we have just heard they're not gonna fight us on. I get the point that it's not fair. I get it, and so the idea here is to give contingencies, and if something breaks, we're literally just bumping it out 1 year. It's not going away. Sorry, I'm out of my own order here. I apologize. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, part of this problem is the overbuilding and the overgrowth of the county and all the extra cars on the road and you know, we're trying to help fix that as well in planning, and we get crucified for that too. So just like the superintendent of the road literally just gave fodder that's gonna be all over Facebook that if we don't vote for this and we don't care about the safety of the citizens, and I'm so sick to death of hearing that. I could vomit on this table. So shame on you.
Well, that's out of order.
I'm done.
That's out of order.
If
All
I
right,
may,
go ahead.
since I'm sitting here, I do want to point out this is a private act, has to be complied with. The fact we may not get punished isn't a reason not to comply. So I'm just putting that out there. You vote as you see fit. If you want to change it, change it. If you want to get rid of it, get rid of it. But that's how it exists at this moment.
We're just extending the time period.
That's fine. I just wanted
That's all we
to
do.
make that very clear.
He just had it in the table and said he was not gonna comply. Here.
Well, we still have
Okay.
the contingencies are still
I
on,
heard something different.
Mr. Mansfield.
I'm against your motion because it lays out the timeline that I've been originally voted on 2 weeks ago, and the motion to me, because it's basically September, compliance is what it was, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was what? September, and that was for Chronos, if I'm not mistaken. Or the purchase.
Purchasing, it was December.
And can I ask Mr. Long, to speak to, Mr. Mansfield's, question? Two parts. Is it possible if we wanted to do it, is timeline unreasonable
Which one?
for purchasing or
September 1.
it's not possible.
You talked
No, it's not unreasonable. We
It's
can
not
do
unreasonable. And
We can do
Chronos-
September 1. Chronos, September 1 or shortly after if we work with it hard with the department.
And my
We
second part of the question is, will this put more work on your department or on highway?
It put more on us to get it set up.
Will it-
Put more purchasing over on us too.
So your department will take on most of the burden?
You know, for the additional checks and bidding.
Mr. Morales, go ahead.
Well, now, we did approve that $100,000 for, that'd be controlled to set it up. Yeah, we put an RFQ right now to go back to the committee. Okay. Because I was saying if everybody worked on it hard and we started on it, other than probably maybe ECC, we could still look at them in the
Because, I mean, you've got your own work to do in your own department, and this is why one reason we wanted those consultants in there to help them, speed it up, doubling your workload.
Mr. Farmer.
So, I'm a little confused, and you can point out anybody to explain it to me, but if the motion that was made by Mr. Mansfield 2 weeks ago has the teeth of, it's got to be done by September 1st, I'm not sure what holding everything off benefits till October.
We're on the amendment, which the amendment was mine, which that is, mine kind of canceled out moving into October and keeps it at the same.
Okay.
So we need to dispose of it. And what it does is it changes the timeline for the POs by a year.
Yeah.
Keeps all the teeth. All it does is changes the PO's execution by 1 year.
Okay.
So he wouldn't have to use any of that money to start for another year.
No, he could use it. He could use it. It's just,
There's no punish.
he could use it.
So he could use it and then just not comply with it
And
every
if
year.
he,
Okay, I got it.
but on top of it, if there is a violation that is found, the money automatically goes away. That's
It's already spent.
Yeah.
Well, not all, we're not gonna spend all 20 million. I mean, he'll spend, however many 100,000. So then the rest of it goes away. So he's incentivized to, we just heard that there haven't been any findings. So he's incentivized to keep that. And we can, go ahead, go ahead, and then I'll get you.
So that he's not done anything wrong in almost 2 years. He's been
It's debatable. Well, you can argue that he's done something wrong.
What I'm trying to get at,
Go ahead.
what I'm trying to get at, and I'm just gonna be real blunt, because I've worked as a blue collar guy most of my life, and I'm not putting words in his mouth, but what I'm getting at is he's sick and tired of pencil pushers trying to do this, and the frustration is he wants to build roads, not play, desk jockey behind a desk somewhere trying to fit. I sense there's frustration. I don't sense that, and maybe I'm reading you wrong, and tell me if I am. I'm sensing frustration. I'm trying to see if we can work. If there's something more that.
There's no tolerance.
No, I'm just putting it out on the record. Is there something more that we can do to help him?
I think his request, Mr. Schmidt, is to not have to turn over POs. That's his request. That's what I'm hearing. Any other discussion on this?
I can't support, your amendment because I'm not rewarding bad behavior by not being able to find.
All right. All in favor of my amendment? Aye. All opposed? No. Motion fails. Okay. Now, all in favor of Ms. Boyd's? All opposed? No. Okay, well, we need to count that one out.
Can I ask the question I asked earlier? If Mr. Mansfield's motion passed,
This one, if her motion fails, his one is the default. His defaults. We've still got that going. That's the last thing that happens.
okay, could you have Ms. Boyd explain what the benefits are of waiting till
No, we voted on my amendment. We hadn't voted on that.
waiting till October rather than having it September?
We waited.
We did.
We voted on both.
You did take a vote. I took a vote on the amendment.
The amendment.
You killed both, 2 no's and 2. I think you killed both of them.
Yeah, 2 abstentions, 2 yes.
No, he didn't, I didn't know what his vote was.
Your vote lost. You had 2 to 5. 2 yeses to 5.
Okay, so that's.
The main one, you did take a vote on it, and
We didn't.
Chris and I.
Okay, well, then,
Because you just said you were.
did we do a vote on the, I didn't think we did a vote on the main.
We did.
David asked a question.
So he asked a question.
Okay, so we're in the middle of the vote, not the problem, so we're out of order, that's the problem. So at the end of the day, we don't know, at the end of the day, you have to make a vote, and we're in the middle of the vote, you have to go one way or the other. No, you cannot.
Okay,
So,
no.
you're right, so go ahead. So you're a no. Okay, so Ms. Boyd fails, we default back to Mr. Mansfield's. That's where we're at. Okay.
Would you like for us to see Mr. Holland that meeting back 30 minutes and invite audit down to discuss compliance with the
Financial Management Act and the timing you got earlier.
That's fine.
They're the ones to clear up if we're in non-compliance or compliance or their opinion.
All right.
Like everybody else, there's an opinion, so they'll need to.
So just to be clear here, we are still with what we previously had agreed to with respect to highways, Mr. Brown.
So, what's the trigger to appropriate?
We'll have to vote on it each time. No, we have to vote on it each time.
That's a discussion for item two. That's another discussion we have in item two.
And if I can clarify.
So hold on, we need to have a motion on the floor. Is there a motion, we made the vote, is there a motion to reconsider, is there a motion to do anything to close this one out?
Clarification.
We've closed this out.
You can have a point of information.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Commissioner Brown said, he'd want to understand when there would be appropriation made. And I'd like clarification on that. You said every time. What does that mean, every time? Is that like
if we want
every
to
month?
appropriate, there's no set here. If any time that we want to appropriate, let's say that we want to appropriate $500,000 for 2 months of operations, we can do that. If we want to appropriate, tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Long, if we want to appropriate $3 million for 3 years, if Mr. Ellis comes back and says, hey, I found a contractor and we can get X number of roads done in Y amount of time, and it's going to cost, $4.7 million, we can appropriate $4.7 million right then. So it's not on a set time frame, it's not on a set trigger, it's based on the need as brought up as you're eating off of that capital at this point.
So we've had a lot of talk about project management. We had a $20 million project.
We're not talking about project management.
I know. Wait, hold on. We had a $20 million project. I'm asking for clarification. We don't have the roadmap yet. We don't have what bridges we're going to get done. We don't have a timeline.
We didn't ask for that.
We did.
We asked for it as part of the outlay as part of it will be reported up through general ops. That was part of the original. It'll be reported up.
That was part of my original.
Part of the original, it'll be reported up
And
through
that's
general
all I'm
ops.
asking for clarification.
Yeah, that'll be.
That plan comes to general ops before we come back and decide we're going to.
Highway or highway?
Highway.
I think highway. That's why I was taking items on here, because there's questions about that.
All right, so let's move on to interoperability. Wait.
Yes, there's the Private Act of 1933, Private Act. There's a private act in there that spells out a whole bunch of requirements on expenditures and road plans. I think a lot of it conflicts with the road law. I think I've contacted the legal office here, and I think they contacted CTAS, and they're looking at it too. So the question is, does this road plan have to go to the highway committee? I don't know. That's a question for legal and for CTAS.
So do we need to do anything with this?
Before you vote on the appropriation, you probably need for somebody to determine what parts of that 1933 act.
So I would make a motion for our legal department to bring us, bring the highway directive.
You guys know.
Yeah.
I think you probably need a legal opinion on what needs to be done.
That's what my motion was about to be, for our legal department to bring that opinion, bring it to highway and budget, in 60 days, 30 days.
So, I'll make a motion.
Oh, I've got a motion going right now. We're out of order. What's the time frame that's reasonable?
Next week?
Okay, so within 1 week to have an opinion email to the full commission about the implications of the Private Act of 1933, Chapter 328. That's my motion.
On this particular $20 million.
Correct.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Any other, so let's move on to interoperability between salaries between departments. So, this was a question that was brought up on this board. We could dispose of it now, but this is going to be a big list, or we could move it into the workshop. I would recommend we move it into the workshop, but we can do either or. All right, I'm not so move to workshop.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Broadband grant approval, $100,000 at the approved in May. Is this second reading?
We know you guys approved these to the county commission, but the thing is, there's several of these items that are not going to get completed before the end of the year. If that's what happens, then items that go late in the year in May and June, they end up starting and they don't finish if you go into a continuing appropriation.
So move, waive the second reading.
So I think right now what you need to do is you need to get Ms. Norfleet to provide what she's gonna do this year, and we go ahead and include it in next year's appropriations.
That's fine. I mean,
For this one and for, that one in there, but we'll get to it when we get down there.
okay, so if that's your motion, Mr. Mansell, what exactly is your motion?
Well, my motion was to, he's looking like a rolling appropriation for next year, so put in next year's budget. I mean, so I so move. No, wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second, we're just gonna just vote it on budget.
That's fine. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now moving on, to
Nonprofits.
nonprofits. All right.
Heard that the Resource Authority is not gonna be charging us $100,000, they're gonna be charging us per ton, we don't know how much it is, there's a credit over there. There's a contract that was several years back that says we pay that. The $100,000 is still in the budget, there's been no resolution of what we're gonna do with that. Are we gonna pull it out or leave it?
So they're not gonna charge us that?
That's what I heard when Ms. Boyd was on the Resource Authority, and I don't know who's on the Resource Authority, but
We haven't talked about that. I don't know.
December, maybe? There was a vote on, the board voted to no longer charge the county $100,000.
No, the city stays Texas. But here's the problem, and
This is a legal problem with our contract. We have some old contracts that say that the county will, that's what the county will do. We have these same contracts that say what the city will do.
But it also says the word tipping fees still on it.
It does. So our contract, the process is out of, line with what's actually happening.
You've got a couple of issues, there are people
Yeah.
that haul over the scales, and they get charged, and we pay providers to haul the trash away from all these buildings, and they get charged tipping fees, so they're charging them back there.
So we're paying double on swallow night.
Pretty much. So, I mean, is the recommendation here to just
Put it back in the
put
general
it back in
fund.
the general fund?
Well, if there's an appropriation on it, do we want to leave it or not?
No.
Yeah, I think if we're not gonna be charged it,
But they're gonna charge us actual, what they're saying, but I'm not sure how they're gonna cover that.
We see that as a kitty.
we can, I mean,
Oh,
that's,
it's a lot.
yeah, that's, okay, it's a lot. Yeah.
We just leave it and see if maybe we can get their representatives to go back to the board and get clarification of how and what.
Yeah, that makes sense. So is there anything we actually need to do to this? I think we just leave it alone.
Leave it, Mark.
And Terry, or Commissioner Boyd, correct me if I'm wrong, that was several months ago, that's what I'm trying to remember, but I don't think we were utilizing $100,000 worth of trash going to the Resource Authority, correct?
No, we had additional expenses coming from other, no, we weren't anywhere close to it, and we haven't been for years, the county's been overspending.
And then had a credit, yeah.
And they, I don't know the size of the credit, or if it's gonna cover a whole year, or, so we find out you probably pull that out.
I think we probably just leave this guy alone. If it's since we're leaving it alone, I don't think we need to do anything.
No, we're not fine with
All right, yeah, let's go.
You asked for information on this next item, on the transportation, the Regional Transportation Authority, I think, Mayor, I thought I seen, I think he was gonna do the board.
If there any kind of we're gonna do with this.
You guys asked about it last time, what it was, so you asked for the nonprofit application.
Can I have this general?
Just wanted to, that motion.
Move to discuss.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
One of the things that I've been looking at, we have these items in nonprofit that we're taking care of here. And then there's $105,000 that we pushed off for later in the year. Are y'all following?
Yeah.
So we take care of just parts of them, and then later in the year, I think it was like in December, they take care of another part of that. And I asked Mr. Long, that started a few years ago. So we kind of pull it apart and look at it separately, and I don't feel like that just feels wrong to me.
The reason I did that during the budget hearing,
Yes.
it has to go back to.
Well, I just don't know why we don't take all of our nonprofits and look at them at the same time, in the same bucket. Why, we do some now, and then we do some later.
They decided to split into two groups. You have the ones that are basically government entities or supporting government, and then you have the ones that are charitable. The reason they decided to do that is because they have the 2-day hearings, and one full day almost took those charitable, so they couldn't get done in a 2-day period. So they
And I'm fine with either way. I'm just saying it seems like they should all go together.
And they wanted to give more time to the charitable ones, because I think the charitable ones spend the whole day usually on it.
Yes, usually one full day.
So they spend a whole full day, so if you add that back in your budget, well, I don't know,
All I'm saying is we do two different processes, and I just want to bring that up.
That's fine. I think this is outside of let's just bump this to like a normal budget. I don't think we need to handle.
Yeah, I need to read it.
Yeah, let's leave, so unless there's any objection here, I think we just let this roll.
Now, the regional one, you do approve, you did ask for this documentation last meeting. You wanted to know what it was and what was involved, and this is all that.
Well, I'm talking about their request for, changing process. So is there anything, did we already approve this one last meeting?
Somebody tell me what the regional transport.
You have to vote on the nonprofits.
Okay.
Let's take this down in the, not in the, people.
So I would recommend we move, go ahead.
You have a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
I was just wondering, if we're on the regional transport authority, what is it? What does it do?
What's up?
Did we get a presentation? I don't remember the presentation. Oh, they weren't there that day.
They weren't, so I suggest what we do for both that and the real fire departments, is to move that once again into the workshop, because we're gonna be working through nonprofits in the workshop. That's
So,
Okay.
the motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Let's go there. Okay, drug court.
Drug court has a, based on projections, a negative $18,766 balance. Historically, when this happens, the county just tells us basically to make it zero, and it comes out on the fund balance, but the budget committee will need to vote on that. And that is the estimated difference between their fees and their expenses.
So they need 18,000, how much?
$18,766 right now.
I'll make a motion to approve 18,000. Motion and second to get them to zero.
Just to make them zero.
Yeah. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, any opposed?
the fire department.
I think you
we
said.
moved it to the
We're
workshop.
moving those 2 and 3 down to the workshop.
Yeah, item 2 and 3, the actual grants that we got were different than in the budget. I believe, Ms. Browning, that we changed the budget to agree to the grants already. So we just wanted to make the committee aware unless they have an objection, we're just agreeing to the actual grants.
Okay. Entertain a motion. Motion, second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item K is there's been no real review of the capital projects, and one concern brought up by Mr. Klein is there are several large projects on here that's not been visualized.
So, we're reviewing capital projects as a part of the workshop. So once again, I move this to workshop.
So,
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Animal control also, I mean, is there anything different did we dispose of this?
you guys discussed there is a contracted, service in there that they discussed decreasing and moving money into part-time, but that never happened. So we've never got the breakdown or know the information.
So we've got, we can probably let's go ahead and dispose of this one.
Okay, let's go ahead and go over to animal
Let's
control.
dispose of this one.
And I think Ms. Boyd was on that committee that dealt with this.
So I entertain a motion for discussion. So, second, all in favor?
Aye.
So what do we want to do here? What's the?
So here's the animal control. I have 2 hats, because I wanted, animal control, wanted us to market, wanted to get the animals going, and we've gotten the team in, and there's that. When I first looked at animal control last year, I saw a cost of about $550 per animal. That's not what we, police the animals for, that's our cost in the county. And so we were looking for, like, maybe we could provide better care, to mount the door faster, to save some money. But here we are, and now we're at over $800 per animal. So, I want to bring that to your attention. We have 4 deputies, we have 3 labor from the, I believe, 10 inmates from the clean. And what we would like to do, though, what we need to do, is we need to have more upfront marketing of the animals, more we want to put, like the animals out on Pet Finder so people can come and find the pets to adopt them. We need more marketing, but I can't support over $800 per animal.
So what's your suggestion?
The sheriff runs the department, I don't know,
Is there a suggestion for a particular change?
I don't understand, maybe they're here, I don't know if we'll talk to each other. I don't understand why we have 4 deputies, and they're with, I think we have 10 inmates that come and clean every day. I mean, maybe that could cut our costs. We want to use, I think that we all agree, we have a vet cost, you go down into the, scrub salaries. If you look at the budget, we have a vet cost of, I think it's $130. What we wanted to do, we all in agreement, that we need 2 more part-time people up front to try and market the about more hours for the public to come in, and we were looking at that one item, and taking that and using it for part-time, 30 hours a week, I think they said.
So let me ask this.
And then moving the veterinary service.
Let me ask this real quick. So, I'm gonna.
So it's got some work to be done.
Well, I'm gonna give some, point of privilege here to City Commissioner, Mr. Jones, go ahead.
So, she's correct on what she's saying. There's, the ad hoc committee was started with the goal of, making things work within the budget we have, in a more efficient way. That was the group that came in, that their understanding was that when they came in and they said that they could do it. When they got here, however, they realized how underfunded we were for a department, for the size of operation we were doing, but it was also coupled with the way that we were doing it, because it's run by sheriff employees, by deputies, by higher salaried people. So that there's two things going on. There is a definite need to have more people up front to do, as she's saying, to get the animals processed and get them out, do pet finder and things like that, to run our shelter leaner. But that's where the extra ask for the money came in, to get those 2 employees in there. But there is something to look at in the future. We're still trying to streamline this in a different way. And the challenge is running everything with deputies and sheriff employees.
Let me ask, I'm trying to, any other comments?
No.
Let me ask this super simply. Is there anything within this budget that we want to affect right now? That we want to change right now? Because, I mean, I gotta say, I would be against anything because it's clear we don't have, like, if there's not a good alternate plan, I would not want to mess with it.
I could see that if we wanted to put out a bid for animal control, we could get it cheaper. I mean, that's where I'm at.
That seems like it is just like, we had this whole workshop on it.
Yeah.
And like right now, we're trying to adjust on the fly. I think I'm gonna be, maybe, is there a motion on it? I think I'm gonna be against any major change.
So I'm in support of all their changes they put in, but I cannot support $800
So
an animal.
is there a motion? Do you have a motion?
My motion would be that we put out an RFP, see if we can get a bid on cheaper on animal control.
Mr. Mansfield, is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion is second, Mr. Mansfield.
My question is, I don't know, I've always questioned why the county's in the animal control business, or the sheriff was. I understand there's some animal crimes, after speaking with Deputy Craddock about, that they had to investigate animal cruelty, so there's an aspect of the sheriff department is involved from that aspect. But I'm just curious, like, if to outsource it, obviously, right now you're using inmates for labor, but you're outing out higher salaried sheriffs. That is so. Versus, like, what does that look like if you were to truly outsource it and get? Like, would that be removing the sheriffs from all operation? If you were to what does that look like? I'm just curious. I don't know. I mean, what is the ask?
I don't know what it looks like.
Is it to, like, more privatized animal control than having the sheriffs running the day-to-day? It becomes a separate outsourced entity. Is that?
We could bid it and see what somebody would bid a per call and per animal bid, so if we're doing $800 and we could bid it that way. That's all I think I know.
I'm just saying we could look at it, because financially, it's a lot.
So I'm not necessarily against this, for the record. I just think we could punt this, as a totally separate thing into a normal budget, committee meeting. And I just don't want to mess with what we have, this is a little thing in a year budget. I would just like to I'm going to be against it, but it's not because I'm against it in concept. I just don't want to do it in conjunction with the budget.
I think there's a timing issue. What if we said we're funding this, but we're going to explore this year, looking for other cheaper options?
No, that's fine. We can do that. We can do that at any time.
I mean, it's kind of like, how would it happen and how would it look? But $800, I don't know about y'all, but I don't wanna talk to the citizens in my district and explain that. And especially if they find out we have free food for the dogs. I mean,
Yeah, can you restate the motion?
She's amended it.
Yeah,
She didn't have a second yet, so.
I withdraw my motion, now I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So, I would like to, one, we need to fix the veterinary services, because we have 2 part-time people in that line that never got moved out. And that was something that Debbie Craddock spoke about.
So is there a motion to change something? I'm trying to, we're trying to get to a.
So we were moving out of veterinary services, 2 part-time people, and, Commissioner Jones might know the number.
What do you want to do?
Move it to payroll, move it out of vet services to payroll. We want to create 2 part-time people, at front desk, and it's been in there, and we brought it up for the last 3 revisions of this budget. And I said, is it going to get corrected? And I've been told, yes. It's going to get corrected, yes.
So we'll create 2 part-time positions?
That's what I wanted to tell you.
He presented
it.
We talked about this, because that was my question, but I had to ask it 2 or 3 times. And yes, that they said there's not going to be a full-time vet. This is a full-time vet, correct? Correct. 130. There's not going to be a full-time vet, and they're going to take that 130 and have 2 part-time employees.
But still, we.
But not the full amount. I don't know the amount, but that was supposed to be taken out for last year.
Email Craig can find out. Yeah, I mean, so just to be clear, so we don't necessarily need to take a vote on this. If that's the plan, because we're putting this all in the budget, I'm fine with that. Because I do know.
That needs to be removed now.
We need to remove it, yes, and then get.
But we're leaving money in
How much
the
are you
vet services.
leaving? We don't know what the numbers are going to be, but the note that needs to be taken is that we're going to remove the full-time. You're going to have 2 part-time, and we need to determine what those amounts are. That's the note, right?
Decreases of the head and put 2
Correct.
part-time front employees in there to do it.
Correct.
And these are part-time employees,
Yep.
no benefits.
That's right.
Are you removing the 140 altogether?
No, it's about a half.
They've got to have something.
We don't know exactly what the numbers are. But we can give them that note. All right, are we good on
And
this one?
then, so that's moving that.
We don't need a motion on it.
Yeah,
We'll work on the other piece later.
Okay.
And
Any
we'll
other,
get done.
any other animal control?
Okay.
Oh, wait, can I just make a motion, while we discussed it, and I make a motion to, direct the finance director to write up a proposal?
For what? Bid?
That's a totally separate thing. You can make the motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second.
Just wants to do us a per animal cost, see what's made in.
Yeah.
Somebody, you can provide us kind of your ideas of what you want the people to do, how long you want to keep it. There's a little more involved in that for how long the animal is.
Probably companies that do this would be able to tell you what they do.
We're trying to get to the budget. Okay. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, libraries, additional hours. I do think we, let's do this one. I think we can.
I thought this got voted down, about 2 weeks ago.
What was the actual?
He told us to come back with the proposal, and they said they, you guys made a motion, you didn't really make a motion, you asked her to come back with
a proposal. And do we, I mean, we had, we heard somebody speak with that, did we actually see a proposal?
No.
There's no
Meet and bring us a proposal.
Well, so they don't have a proposal. All right, well, I mean, the motion. We do have a proposal, okay. So, motion to suspend the rules, or is there a second? Second, all in favor? Okay, is there a proposal?
And there is no proposal that's been voted on by the board or even brought to us, or that even, there's been some emails back and forth, but there is no proposal.
Would there have been a chance to schedule a special call in that time period? Maybe. I mean, is there any proposal that like anybody has seen?
I don't know everybody, but I have the schedule for hours. We did a survey of our patrons that they all want us to get some more hours, so they're really excited about this. I have breakdown of if we get the 10%, how that would break down for each piece in payroll.
able to do, and I can get
Go ahead,
responses.
go ahead.
So, you know, this is a really big thing that I haven't seen any proposal as a board member. I haven't seen anything. I've seen some stuff from Lauren. I've seen some like, hey, this is what we want to do. This is kind of what we're looking at. I haven't seen, Alicia doesn't have one for us. There is nothing concrete that even a board we can even sit down and talk about. And so no, there's no proposal.
Mr. Mansfield.
I just want to note that I was informed by some Hendersonville Boma members last night that supposedly came out in the meeting that there's the intent to not fund the MOE amount of the $50,000 from Hendersonville. That's what I was told by some aldermen. So you might want to keep that in mind. We're talking about this. If there is talk about, I think I saw on here that quick claim deed, I guess that was submitted from Hendersonville. Is that what's included in this? That the law director's been working on? But I saw that.
Something came back, and so it's gonna run through committee again.
Yeah, sure, but if you talk about additional hours and you got a city who's saying we're just not even, that's what I heard from an alderman, so, that they're not gonna even pay $50,000, and so, that was stated that so that's a problem. I mean, so I can't support.
Well, there's no motion on the table other than discussion now, because,
I'm just telling you.
I'm gonna make the motion because I said I was gonna do it. I doubt it goes, and I understand why people would vote against it. I understand it. The purpose of this is I'm really trying to get, control of this library. And I know that we have submitted over, that we're gonna send it, but, you know, the other party gets to sign, so they may reject it. I think my motion's gonna fail, which is fine, I understand, but, I'm gonna make a motion to have the law director calculate 10% salary post-COLA, to add to, the finance director. Sorry, to add. Finance director to add 10% post-COLA, to, each library in salary contingent on an additional 4 hours to be open. That's my motion. Is it going to get a second?
Can I add?
And it does. Okay. Hey, look, is there anything else we want to do on this?
I just want to add one piece of fact. Library hours are MOE. That's MOE. So if we gave all 5 libraries 4 hours, it's 20 hours that we would fund from now on. It's not like, we could ask for a temporary trial period, but I just wanted to let y'all know that there's an MOE on hours.
Well, I mean, and all the
It does say over, I just want you to know that.
No, it's a small. There's also, okay, we have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. It's not going to work, we're talking about 4 hours for patrons. It is, the motion, the calculus would be less than the amount that was asked by Hendersonville in total. So
Hendersonville will be open for 4 months.
Well, they can choose not to take it. I mean, it would be contingent on them going to the board. They have to all agree on it. And then they have to all say, the board has to say, yes, we're going to be open 4 more hours. It's contingent on that. They don't do it, they don't do it. They don't get the extra 10%. That's the motion. So,
your motion is just to leave it open.
no, we would, well, it would be calculated. We would actually calculate it, we would actually set it aside, and it's contingent on a vote from that board to say that to direct their libraries.
How much?
To direct the libraries to get, but we haven't had a board vote yet. We haven't had a vote yet. That's what Ms. Daniels told us. So I'm saying we're making it contingent on that vote from the library board so that they actually get their plan together. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
So 10% for the 5 libraries, what's the cost of that?
We did a lot. It was like 180.
Before we vote on.
I remember we calculated it. I'm going to say it was like 170. I could be wrong, but that might have been 170, not fully wrapped. Mr. Mansfield?
I'm going to be opposed to this because I haven't seen the actual library board plan. So, that is in cost and what you're talking about. And hearing that Henderson, it's saying in a Boma meeting that they're not going to pay the thing. I could be wrong, but that's what I was told by some Mr. Brown.
There's just too many nebulous things going on.
Mr. Klein?
Yeah, I'm in agreement because we listened to Joanna.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. Motion fails. All right, let's move. Okay, so we will not be giving, additional 10%. We're requesting, that for the libraries, for the extra 4 hours. Okay. Second budget hearing for departments.
If you get completed with the budget tonight, we'll send out a email the next few days and tell them all the changes that are in the budgets for.
All right, great. We're moving to workshop.
Move for
Have a
5 minutes.
5-minute recess. Second, all in favor? Aye.
Hi.
David, tell me if this is wrong. I think probably the smartest thing to do on the budget workshop is to do the salary look.
That'll be our position.
I think we do.
A nonprofit.
I think we do. I think let's do the salaries. Let's do the salary looks first.
Okay, that's what we'll take.
I mean, where do you want to look at that? So I only had one change that this was your idea. I don't know how you want to do this. Now, I did have one change I want to bring up, and I can go ahead and just go to it now because it's simple. If you go to the sheriff's office, I'm fine with the salaries where they are, with just a couple exceptions, and one of them is this. On the sheriff's office, I've had a couple calls about this. I think Mr. Brown's motion was to state all those that were above 10,000, I don't remember.
No, it wasn't.
It was all those which were above 10,000 that had the requested increase of above 10,000 and cut it into half. And so when you think about that, if you're at 10,000, if you had that requested increase of 10,000, you drop down to 5. But if you're at 9,999, you kept 9,999. That's the way I understood that motion to be, because those all got reduced by half, right?
Yeah, exactly. We spent them exactly in half whatever they were.
Yeah. So what I would suggest, think about what just happened. If you were at 9,999.
It went to 45.
No, if it was only above 10,000.
Oh, you got to keep it.
Yeah, so like that's invariably kind of wildly inconsistent. So what I would suggest doing, and I'm going to make this motion, is for all of those that are cut by half to bring up to 10,500. So it's above that. It's you don't have the 14,000s or all that, but you take all of those that instead of reducing them by half, you just take them down to like what the next minimum down, that next maximum down was. That way. You don't have a case where somebody was at 10,000 and suddenly a 10,000 increase and suddenly he's down to 5,000. Whereas somebody who's 9,500 is keeping 9,500 and that person's more junior, if that makes sense.
But there was a natural there was a division, a dramatic division between anything over 10 and way below it.
I'm just suggesting, I don't even know what's going to fit in a second. I just don't want to have this scenario that I put out.
There's one for 61.
Yeah, and so somebody, I would.
It just feels so not right. I mean, these are people that are doing jobs all doing different things, and we're just arbitrarily throwing numbers at, like, what's their compensation for their contribution.
We drew this arbitrary cutoff at 10,000. And so what I'm saying is, look, we saved all like $60,000 doing this. Honestly, I would just like to go back to where it was. I don't think that blows out our budget that much. It was like $60,000. But in order to kind of make it, get this passed here, what I'd like to do is just all of those that we have, bring them up to 10,500 and see what that difference is. I don't think it's going to be material.
Beth, all the blue ones, those were cut in half.
It's not all of the blue ones because the sheriff's office came back and made additional cuts. So it's cuts they made plus those that were cut in half. So it's not necessarily all the blue ones, all the blue ones have had changes.
If I can step up and just a granular look at it, how many new employees do we have in the sheriff's department? That's what we're doing, we're approving the budget, right? We need to. New requests in this budget that we're looking at. 15.
Some of them are related to the courthouse now.
Yeah. The vast majority of them are. Yeah, we handled the IT thing.
Overall, how many new employees do we have that we're growing government?
We bring them back and we bring them
we're growing, yeah.
We are. We have it in
And
courthouse.
we have to. I just want to know how many. We're approving a budget, how many do
I
you
don't.
want?
29 new employees.
County and highway.
29.
So we're talking about one thing here. Let's get back to, we're talking about, the motion on the table is to take those employees which were above the 10,000 threshold, which we have, and raise them up to 10,500, so that we don't have an arbitrary cutoff where folks are like actually going below somebody less senior. That is, go ahead, Ms. Miller.
Okay. We've talked about a lot of things, but I think, and if somebody else remembers it in a different way, please feel free, but I think that this is when we were looking at salaries.
Correct.
And we were taking people that were way above
Correct.
salaries, and
Yes.
plus they were getting a COLA, plus they were getting a raise, so we brought them back down, even though they were still above the normal salary, and that's why we did that.
You're all
Correct?
missing one thing here. The sheriff, after you do this, he's gonna have line items with totals in them. As long as he's working within those line items, he'll adjust them as they see fit anyway.
So he gets,
They're not necessarily gonna stick these numbers you got. Make sure you guys are aware of that. I don't want you to think that they are going to have to stick to these numbers.
Don't come back.
Well, no, that's just what I'm saying, is they gotta, the same thing's true for the highway department. If it's within his line item, the road superintendent or road call determines his amount and numbers in those line items. He just gotta follow line items.
Ms. Miller, go ahead.
so technically, you could take the person that's at 6,100 and take that in half and then give it back to somebody that was overpaid.
As long as they're in that same line item, he can do what he can do.
So I'm opposed to
You guys have
Any
budget
others on this one?
because we
Oh, yeah.
we went over this and over this for a long time.
Well, I just pointed out because I don't want you to think that I'm doing anything I shouldn't, because once they receive their budget, if it's within the line items, they're gonna have a right to do this as they see fit.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just going to confirm what Commissioner Miller's talked about, is that we were about, the whole process for these 40 hours we've been doing this, however long, is bringing people who are underpaid, that have been, we felt has been neglected for years, back to comparable scale. But then there's a lot of people who are overpaid compared to the same standards we're using, and that's why we do what we do.
But, go ahead, Ms. Boyd, I'm going to respond, go ahead.
So, and I just want to say that I keep going back to what Dr. Langford said, that the teachers are only getting 3K, and I'm really having a problem with that. But I also want to bring up, we're looking here at the sheriff, are we going to go department by department again? Because what I had asked for was that we could look across, like comparing.
So I know, we're.
You got a motion, right?
I have a motion,
Okay.
we're not on, that's a separate thing, I'm
That's
disposing of this one,
okay.
if you wanna handle that afterwards, we can. What I'm saying, so I'm gonna make this last item on here, and then I'm gonna take a vote, because I think people's minds are where they are. So, that, there is a point here that you can, you know, the sheriff can shift this around however he sees fit, but I would note that and I agree with Ms. Mansfield, we were trying to see where trying to get folks to a range that was between 50 and 75%, you know, comparable to where their, you know, high end, low end, middle end or high end of a salary scale. That's what we're shooting to do. I only want to note here is that there's a range, right? And so you can be you can have folks who are 2,000 plus or minus and still be within that range. And the way when we looked at those that were well above it, a lot of those were still not outside of their range. They were just on the upper end of it. The only thing I'm trying to correct for here, is this $10,000 cutoff that is just this line in the sand. And so if somebody, and I realize that the sheriff can move it around, but somebody can have his program for $10,000, he gets cut in half. Guy's $9,800, woohoo! Even though that person who's $9,800 could potentially be, is likely less senior. So I am literally only trying to correct for that, Mr. Blind.
But judging from what Mr. Long just said, it doesn't matter.
Well, if it doesn't matter, then we should have just told, I agree with you, and if it doesn't matter, then we should not have gone down this whole thing at all. We should have just said, here you go, here's your
That's
money.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying the sheriff and the statutory officers have a right to change these items. You're giving them amount, you got budgetary control. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, they won't stick to this. I'm just saying if they come to me and change those, I'm going to be obligated by law to change them. So, and not to be,
The only thing
the
that
superintendent, the sheriff,
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
whomever.
What ended up happening is we came to a final dollar amount for the wages. And then the sheriff, at his own discretion, can change any of those. So really, what we accomplished.
Then we have accomplished
Nothing, you're right.
By doing all this.
But I didn't know that, did you?
Well, yeah, we're there clearly, but what we're trying to do, look, last year, we eliminated the HR department. We don't have HR.
Right.
We've heard all this stuff over and over and over again about how there's huge discrepancies. And so, I said this, we're starting to delve into the problem of playing HR for these departments. What I did is I went to the department and I said, hey, I need you to hit these numbers. And they did. And we were within, if we would have kept those, we were within about $60,000 of getting a flat amount. But we spent a whole extra, we spent a ton of money on this, and we changed, I think, $50,000 to $60,000 difference. So you're right. We just went through this whole slew.
Well, but there was a method to the madness, and if the sheriff goes even close with what we recommended, then I'll feel like we accomplished something.
Ms. Boyd and Ms. Mansfield.
I was thinking for call the question.
Okay, your question's been called.
I gotta have a second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Good. All opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion carries. So the question's been called. I will question's been called.
You can still say it.
Motion is, the motion on the table is this, I'll just restate it for everybody. The motion on the table is to take all of those salaries, which had been cut in half at the $10,000 mark. The $10,000 mark was a half. And instead of cutting them in half, raise them to $10,500 in order to account for that discrepancy. And we already had, the question's been called, that's the motion, I'm just restating it. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, motion fails. Great, let's move. Okay, Ms. Boyd, did you have another motion that you wanted to do? That was the main one I wanted to get on.
I just wanted to address what we were saying was that we're at a granular level, and I wanted to bring it back up to the total department level, whereas the sheriff's department increased by $5 million and the jail by $2 million. And I just, what we were saying, we were down in the weeds, I just wanted to bring it back up, so it was called a question, so we'll move on.
Well, is there anything else you want to do on this salary to salary loan?
So when I want to look at salaries across the way, like I wanted to look at the first, because I've come to realize why it is, I think it's why, when I look at the.
Is there a motion,
Motion to discuss.
Motion to discuss.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought when you said, is there anything else you want to say?
No, just.
When I look at the county clerk, I got a beginning salary of $39,000. When I look at the clerks at the jail, I got a beginning salary of $51,000. I have a problem with this. I mean, I don't see any, I don't see how this works. So when I go back and I try to see how this happened and how this changed, I just was looking at the ARPA. So when we came in and gave these ARPA hazard pay, we gave them to, Mr. Lawyer might help me out, we gave them to EMS.
Sheriff, EMS, ECC, and EMA.
So all of those folks, they received, how much, 15%. And that just got like stuck in. And all of the other clerks in these other departments, they didn't get that. So we're just rolling along, and the people that were receiving the hazard pay, that's why they're so much more than our other
So
departments.
do you want to?
I want to bring this to the table to say this is how we got where we're at, and I just think that we have a problem.
So how do you want to address it? How do you suggest addressing it?
I know it needs to be addressed.
Well, is there a plan to address it, like where we went?
So I would like to see, and it's not something I can see tonight, and I know that y'all want to end this up, but what I'd like to be able to see is how these salaries are, like, over the time. Which ones of them went up 15%? and who is in this category that didn't?
Do you have a motion to have the finance department build that? Is there a?
Yeah, is that
Basically,
possible?
what you want us to do is show, because a lot of them, like sheriff, EMT, paramedics, are not gonna be right in most places. So you want us to show their office staff for sheriff, EMS, EMA, and probably, I guess, maybe part of ECC compared to the clerical staff and the rest
How
of the
about
county.
this?
Is that what we're asking?
Instead of looking at it, we know how it is. We know that we gave those employees a 15%, and we know that we did not give these employees a 15%. I mean, that's the fact.
Well, yeah, so what, I get it, but what do you want to, I mean, we went by, and what we did do a lot to remedy.
Correct.
Salaries versus market, but we didn't, so what are you
I was
suggesting?
recently told that these employees over here are not getting it just because they didn't want to come and argue with this table to get their money.
What's
And I
the,
was like,
what do you want to, go ahead.
You mean to, maybe this is what we can do. I can get it and take the EMS, sheriff, their clerical, put them up, those are the ones, the 15% that's come in question. List all those out, and we can pull clericals by some of the other departments to it and let you compare them. That way it'll be one sheet going across. Bring it back to another meeting, because honestly, I don't know if you're gonna get that divided.
No, yeah, no, that's right, okay, so.
So we can bring back, otherwise you'll be, and we can bring back, is it the ones with the 15% clerical, is that the big ones?
without having a spreadsheet to manipulate, I can't see, I can just like pinpoint here and here.
So there's nothing we can do.
We'll let everybody zip drive, and I'll give her that
All right,
spreadsheet.
got it.
Didn't we basically do this salary study, and they're pretty much,
No,
You did it in 20, we did a full body salary survey, and they did a lot of salary equalization.
That wasn't your question.
That's not my question.
I'm sorry.
the, however many meetings we've had in
Yeah.
February.
Since May
What are we
2nd,
on,
3rd.
3 or 4?
She mentioned this to me today, Ms. Boyd did, you have not looked at the sheriff and EMS
But is that
department.
even comparing apples
but
to
Misty,
apples?
that's her
I'm saying,
point.
we're going by the salary study, that's been all
And
this
the
work.
salary, and your implication is that the salary study should have had that as, I mean, it should be kind of.
If they were 15% less, then the salary study
That's a
should
good
have
point.
said they were
That's a good
15%.
point.
You guys didn't go down to those
We never
numbers.
looked at that.
That's what she's telling me, that
We
you guys,
never looked at clerical.
you went to the sheriff and you stopped at their command staff. You never went down
We
there.
never went down.
How about sheriff and EMS? Sheriff, you never went down there. That's what she was telling me, Dan, that's true. You guys never looked at any of those.
We never looked at a lot of
Do you
them.
want to look at the clerical
So,
staff?
but what I'm saying, it's gonna take quite a while to compare those countywide, so I could pull just the clerical out of those
But
departments.
can't we just look at the salary study and see
Now, what is it
with
supposed
the
to be?
clerical? I mean, what's it supposed to be? That's what we're doing, right?
You could do it that way too.
Yeah,
That's what we've been doing.
That's the easier way. The easier way.
Well, she wanted to compare across
And that's been
departments.
consistent with what we've been
But
doing.
I don't think
You
that's
don't do it
apples
with
to apples,
department.
I think that that's completely undoing what we've been doing.
So, if I can address that, Commissioner Miller, it's just that we didn't get to the clerical level. We never looked.
That's what I'm saying, let's do it.
Let's
All right,
do
let's
it.
do clerical staff. Okay.
EMS has billing clerk as the only clerk. It has an ID, all of the.
Oh, here it is.
Let's just say.
Yeah, it's not even
It's
that
not even on there.
It's not even on there, so we can compare it.
It says nothing.
184.
Well, I mean, this is where it has all these, where it told everybody it was in the same category in our original salary survey, so I can tell you. So about the spreadsheet, we have,
Where are we at?
so what would be a position that you're wanting to look at EMS, sometime comparable, maybe?
I don't know, Ms. Boyd, what do you want to look at?
I just thought to lift you up. I didn't
Well,
know how to lift them.
So, if we're going to,
Well, I'm trying to, I've got like in the last salary survey, I've actually got the list that has from scale 15 going down, and I can kind of tell you, for instance, like, your two highest, scaled individuals, so is the law director, finance director would be included down before. But your, other than that, your two highest scaled individuals would be your staff attorney, followed by your IT director, followed down next by HR, chief deputy, development services, and ambulance director, so that's kind of your, that's kind of
all
your
right, Ms. Mansfield.
Define clerical. Can we define what we're talking about here? Like, let's please, can you have a
Ms. Browning can kind of go to that area. But
when you're talking about EMS clerical and, you know,
You've
sheriff
got billing
versus
clerks.
everybody else clerical, like what category is that in?
Real quick here, though, I mean, we could spend a lot of time doing this, right?
That's why I'm thinking you probably need me to put it on the sheet.
I think so too.
And so and to your point, like what we could do, here's maybe a direction we could make. Because otherwise we'll be spending effort here. We have a balanced budget now, right?
You have, go over to the general fund,
I think
Browning.
it's balanced, but
I think your discrepancy between revenue and expenditures is less than last year.
yeah.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. A zero discrepancy would be great, but you'll build fund balance later.
All right, so
You should have been an attorney.
we are at.
Settlers.
Right now, I think the budget, but you haven't looked at some items, I think the budget is workable.
So we're at 68,000.
That's a good word to put.
We're at 68,000. So we got $68,000 in green. That's what I'm reading here. Is that right?
You're 68,000 better than last year.
Okay. So here's what I would suggest. We can direct the finance director to equalize clerical staff between departments within the county, insofar as it does not bring us to a negative balance in that final.
I think you're gonna have, I think it would be, because it's gonna involve you guys determining what you think's equal. What we can do is
you can bring it to us.
I can bring you a
And then we can approve it.
What we can probably do is bring you a spreadsheet with each clerical person, what their years of service is, and there's like a range schedule from 11, 12 based on your numbers. So for instance, you could tell if you have an 11 in this department, 11 in this department, and the one that has a lot more times making a lot less. We've got that from the last salary survey. Not perfect, but at least give you an idea what we're at.
Okay.
And if I can interject, when we did the sheriff salaries in October, Rutherford County presented us, they sent us their salaries that were done that way. It was lovely, with everybody in their category.
So
Between the
parties, they have full-time firms.
All the way across the county, they had it, everybody had a title and it said where they were at.
We have.
And that way you could see, because.
If we could find it in Excel, we could take this and have the title, put these amounts, and it has the proposed pay grade. But we don't have a scale across without getting a salary survey involved.
And again, I just want to say, one clerk starts at $39,000.
So when would we, action this, would you build this into the budget and we action it when we actually?
I think because you're not talking about, because we're waiting on certified rates, you're talking, asking the commission to see if they can do the budget on the 29th, give you more time to work on it. So I'd say you're pretty decent shape right now. Handle like your nonprofits, a few things tonight, adjourn and bring it to your next regular budget meeting.
Then let's.
Move your, it's at 6:30, move it
That
back
makes
to
sense,
6:30.
that's a good idea. We voted to. Change to 6:30.
The first 30 minutes, we put that on.
That's a good idea. Let's just do that and let's continue on.
Hey, can I ask one more question?
Go ahead.
Mr. Lloyd, and I don't have an answer, but are there other categories that might pop out, like the clerks, that we might want to look across?
Maintenance.
Yeah, maintenance.
But we did do a lot with the maintenance. We didn't do as much as clerks. We talked about maintenance folks.
Can we just give them, like, anything you see that we could solve?
Well, what I think I'll do is I'll take this sheet, we'll try to combine them together, and we're gonna put their categories and their years of service.
Resort it.
Without the name, resort it, leave the department there, the way, and their employee number, the way we can refine them on the sheet, let you guys look at all of them.
Yeah.
And try to mark outliers in red, it goes up or down significantly more than 10 or 15, because they're not gonna be the same.
We have, administrative assistants also in different departments.
And
I don't
one,
know how they're all.
there's a couple of things that's made these salaries this way. One is the ARPA.
The ARPA, yeah.
One in the past, it was where everybody fights for money for the thing. They did a salary survey to try to equalize it. The salary survey, you capped everybody at $10,000. So some of these people that were already making less got capped, so there's disparity there. We'll bring this limited group in here, but we'll try to get as many as we can. It's quite a pretty good project. We'll try to get it back at the next meeting.
Okay, anything more on this one? I think we can continue to last year. So next one I think we need to deal with is capital. Capital,
Capital, ARPA, nonprofit.
Let's do nonprofits.
What page is that?
ARPA and capital, I want to do side by side.
And Ms. Brandon's gonna put it on the screen, it is on page, toward the bottom.
ARPA is page 97.
You can use that or there's a nonprofit worksheet, whichever one.
We at capital or what are we?
We're doing, nonprofits.
Oh, nonprofits, I'm sorry.
They had a contribution, and there's actually a whole
So I think,
spreadsheet.
Yeah, what page is the spreadsheet on, Ms. Allison? I've seen it, but I can't tell across it, I'm blind. It's actually in here already. It says nonprofit worksheet is B1. Because they're spread all the way throughout your budget, so if you look at B1, the easiest place to look at them.
that's fine, that's fine.
That's part of the budget.
So, all right, so we're on nonprofits.
B1 has this little sheet that says, your nonprofits are spread all the way throughout your budget, so by using this sheet, you can see them all in one place.
B1.
Yes, sir. It has a column that has last year, this year, and all your differences.
I'm not being smart. It's just, there's one B and it's B1.
I see it.
And it's before C1. I know that sounded smart, Alex, but it's.
I get it. It's not-
There's only a B1, there's not multiple B1.
Okay, not why I donated, it makes
So
it
what,
I donated.
Because we told them not to.
Oh, okay. They told them not to?
Well, I mean, it was, yeah, I thought that was what happened last
so
time.
we're canceling, we're canceling a
Because
little
they said
bit
the
senior
schools,
citizen.
look at the schools are paying for it or something.
Why?
No, your senior citizens, all of your ones that are charitable, all of that are $105,000.
That's right.
See, I don't understand because, I'm sorry, can I?
Go ahead. Go, motion, entertain motion to discuss.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
I understand that there's a division, but when I look at Miss Cumberland, they're a non-profit, I believe they're $9.90 for my first opioid. I just don't understand the division, and I know I don't want to get back in the weeds, but it's still, I'm like, going, these are,
Well, I mind what charitable is. I mean, it's really
so these
subjective.
are just the charitable, we're gonna consent.
The 105 is just supposed to be for charitable.
But it's all charitable, well,
Well,
what on here is not charitable?
Well, there's,
That's my
Seniors,
question.
the fire departments are not.
everything but
Fire
seniors.
departments,
And
Everything's charitable.
they're a nonprofit.
They're nonprofit.
But the commission, because of the amount of time that it takes to go through these, and there was a concern that the charitables weren't getting enough time to be looked at. They wanted a whole day, and it was gonna add another day. They separated out ad hoc to send back to you guys. So they spent a whole day looking at that
So-
$105,000.
So bottom line here, I mean, if we approve as
You
is,
got to spend $105.
I mean, that's how, we're not the only ones who churn through stuff. Go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
I would like to just, speak for Kevin, Honorary says he's not here, and the senior citizens, we've all heard every time that the seniors up in Portland didn't get in time for the December money. I see the middle of this is the senior citizens. I just wanna understand why we used to get money and why we're not getting money.
They're part of the 105 charitable.
They're part of the one,
They're part of the 105 charitable. They get,
Okay, so
they get
they're
some money during the year.
it's off cycle.
And it used to be not.
Right, and as I was saying, they felt that they were not getting enough time, and they didn't think the budget committee wanted to take a whole additional day for $105,000.
We're still setting $105,000 aside. That $105,000 is still being set aside, and that $105,000 will be distributed in some way toward all these charitable.
And with that, if we look at that, we did in 2024, we set aside that, but we also, in addition to that, gave the senior citizens $50,000 a year. Now, this year, you're saying.
That's not true, no.
We did not, really?
No.
That's why I should have zero.
That's right.
Because you're showing the charitable nonprofits not allocated 105 down here. That's why you're minusing out of here because you're positive in there.
Correct.
Okay.
You do it during the
The
year.
105,
It's done in
they just
January.
back to me.
So what happens is, when you do your budget, we
The
publish,
105, sorry.
when we do your budget, we publish all the nonprofits. We publish 105 is basically not spoken for. The charitable committee meets, they spend a whole lot of time churning it, comes back to this committee, then it goes to county commission. The full county commission has to vote on that.
Correct. We have $105,000 set aside, and it,
Just so that the senior citizens that are in Portland get their money and Kevin doesn't have to talk about it.
okay, next thing.
That's what was in their budget cycle, that was why it was on
So,
the outside.
Yeah, I
here's
just wanna make
the
sure that-
only decision I think we need to really think through here, maybe I'm wrong, and that is volunteer fire departments. And I don't know, here's my thought. I don't know that we want to contribute, well, tell me if we can do this. I don't know that we want to contribute more on this line item, but what I would like to do, and what we did talk about, was removing $200,000 from,
We already made a motion on that.
yeah, we did, but
You removed 185, it looks like less than last year on tourism.
on tourism.
And then right here, you've got 5,000, 2,000, 2,500, 2,500, 6,100, you never.
So, what I'd like to do is aggregate that all together, but put it into capital. Put it into a capital expenditure, make it a capital expenditure for, the volunteer fire departments, as opposed to recurring, one time.
So that's gonna throw your general fund in the opposite direction that you're looking at, there you go. You know, you're talking about keeping it better than last year, it's actually gonna do the opposite, this one move will.
That one move.
If you had 185,000 to the fire departments, and you're gonna be 120,000.
Yeah, but I don't wanna move, that's why, but I'm talking about putting that
Pulled it out of,
I'm pulling it out.
tourism already, so where is it?
It's right here, it's already been pulled out, it's 185, right?
Where did it go?
It helped cover all of your hole, because you only had to give 350 for tourism, so it helped make your fund back up to balance.
Oh, so it's already, it's a.
You already did that,
Okay.
when you
So
did all these cuts, that was.
So if we do that, that'll throw us to below the 60,
Right,
the 68.
but also you have these other nonprofits, there's several of them down here, about 20,000, and they increase it, you guys never looked at either.
I'm gonna make a motion to strike 27,500 from the hospital fund. That's, I guess, going towards tourism. I don't understand why we're doing that.
That was gone, that was last year.
Okay, so it's not there anymore.
Yeah,
Okay, never mind, I missed the right call.
there.
Yeah, okay.
But there is all those bottom lines for those bottom nonprofits, those are the ones you have a look at. Like the regional transportation.
Well, let's do it this way, let's deal with it, let's not mess with volunteer fire department here. Let's look at it as part of capital. When we're looking through capital, I'll see if there's some capital that we can, one time, that we could potentially allocate toward a capital purchase for equipment or whatever.
Can we have legal to chime in and make sure we're okay? By us giving them capital with restrictions versus just giving them flat dollars, it puts us in a position where we're more.
Which is the best.
We're more in control of those that would make us more likely to be sued in a case of non-successful for liability. So we started giving them the money with those strings, because at one time they made them show them what equipment they were purchasing and what they made them do with
So
it.
what we're trying to do is give the volunteer fire departments some funds toward, equipment.
Mm-hmm.
But what we don't want to do is put ourselves into a liability situation. And so we're trying to do two things. One, I don't want to pick up liability for the county, and two, I don't want to create a sense of a recurring fund here. So those are the two things I'm trying to do. My thought is that we should consider it during capital and give it like a capital expenditure. But is that going to cause a liability problem?
My suggestion is to drop the money and walk away. So if that makes sense.
So can we just put it in a capital fund with just,
String, it has to be used for capital, but you're putting a string, so is that enough to make it?
You wanna have absolutely no control over this money.
So the problem is, you levied all the money in capital projects with capital by property taxes.
You create a new line item right here for a one-time allocation under the rural fire
That's
department.
And then we can move,
And we just put the,
and we can move.
that equivalent amount of money, property taxes in the general fund,
Ms. Miller, go ahead.
where does that work?
What did
That's all
we give
from.
to the fire department last year, the 24?
Mhm.
Well, the 24 down the path here.
So how much would you want to give?
So what we can talk, I want to talk about that through capital, but I would make the motion to add a line item underneath, rural fire protection for, one-time capital expenditure.
But how about this one?
We've already got, actually, a line item, one-time county appropriations.
So it's called one-time appropriation.
Yeah, it's already there, it's already there. So we just need to fill it out.
So,
All right, there we go.
Here's my thought, if you put that amount in there,
That'll work.
give Ms. Browning increased property taxes by that much, and the general fund decrease more capital that much, and pay out the
I
general.
was gonna say, just find increased property taxes.
Well, no, I mean, to decrease and increase,
Reallocate the things.
Reallocate the
Just clarify that.
for one time.
In general fund or in capital?
What general, because this is the problem you're gonna run into. If we put money in the capital projects fund,
I see,
you are
route it through there, I see.
you are levying
I got
property
it.
taxes for
So we'll
capital.
determine how much we can do. Okay, so how much, what do we want to do? How much is,
Can I have a moment?
no, go ahead, Ms.
So,
Lloyd. I didn't
I
see
just want to understand, how we distribute the money. I know that, I think it was last year when we came in, are we giving them money like specifically, 1, 2, 3, and 4, or are we giving them a lump sum and they get to decide what they want
We're
to do?
gonna give them a lump sum, let
Lump sum.
them decide, let them fight over it.
And that's, lump sum?
That's right,
No?
lump sum.
they're like.
We always get first station.
Well, we're out of order, We're gonna do this
So
this
that, I
way.
just want to clarify, lump sum.
I'm hoping this helps, because I understand from talking to folks that the different fire stations have different needs, and so some, like giving them each the same amount may not necessarily be the right thing here, so,
Yeah.
Mr. Brown, go ahead.
I was just talking about volunteer fire departments right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll wait.
So,
Same concern, you probably just wanna give money walk away.
yeah, so.
You don't wanna be management in that one fashion.
So what
It's your one-time county appropriation.
So I think we do a one-time county appropriation of $200,000. The motion I'm gonna have here is a one-time county appropriation of $200,000 toward that line item, one-time county appropriation under rural fire.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Are we reallocating the funds also?
I mean, yes, but, I mean, you'll have to do some.
Basically, 200,000 there, go up to property tax, add 2, and then -2 off the property tax and capital.
I mean, is that, what's that gonna, I mean,
We'll take 200 out of capital, 2
Actually,
keep it.
that makes sense. Let's do it that way.
Point
I
of
got it.
information,
Yes, ma'am.
Keep your 60.
what is,
Yeah.
and I may have
That
just
makes
missed this, at the bottom of the list, rural fire protection, what's that cover exactly? It's $107,000.
All your volunteer fire departments is given to them.
I mean, why is it different?
County Commission in 2019 took out $138,000 and gave them basically a new line item to appropriate that money that they use. We give it to them and they use it amongst themselves every year for new capital needs.
Okay,
So
so this
that's-
is just another piece of what.
This is another layer.
And then there's the
So we
discussion
put
of
them
their,
together?
well, there's a discussion of their other requests also. They requested the county to pay on their behalf, the cost of the, radio mains. But since we started the system, we've been building it out of that fund.
Here, I mean, they've got $200,000 of.
I made the motion in 2019 to waive the fee altogether for the volunteer fire departments to even have to pay that fee. So I
We
mean,
didn't pick it
that's
up.
the original motion I made.
All right.
But how Mr. Widener got them to approve it was, he said that it was gonna be billed back to all the departments, and then by the time, that's why it went.
But my motion, and it failed. I think me and Mo were the only ones, maybe Chairman Heiner.
So you're just saying waiver, which is basically the same.
That was my motion from the floor in 2019 was to waive it.
How much are you talking about?
You'll be paying you're basically.
$30,000.
You're giving them another $30,000.
I mean, but what we're doing is the same.
I'll make that motion because I made the motion back then.
All right,
I have a question.
go ahead, Ms. Miller.
So we give on it like 200 and then an additional 30, taking that.
We're waiving, but because originally the motion was $138,000 for them to distribute every year for their capital needs, and based on need, not equally distributing it, as Chairman Shope said here, on somebody might need a $45,000 generator, or et cetera, et cetera. But they started charging that radio fee out of there, and my original motion, again, 2019, when they went to all these radio systems, was to exclude the volunteer fire departments, so they didn't have to pay that fee. And so this is basically the spirit of what, going back to it. I mean,
So how do you wanna do that? Do you wanna leave the 30 here and increase that 107 back up to about 30,000?
I want to charge Ken Widener for it.
You wanna move it? Or do we wanna move it over to Ken's budget?
No.
It's gotta be paid, that's my fault, but we're gonna get appeals, so we gotta try to.
Well, we can give it on the county commission.
Well, no, let's not do that. Let's put it where it belongs. Like, actually, what we could do is put it in Ken's budget and give him an equivalent amount.
Well, why don't we leave it where it's at, and since they just didn't wanna pay,
Well, we
they
could do
give them
that.
another 30,000 right there.
We could do that, too.
It works out the same
We
to
could do
them,
that,
but it makes
We
it,
can do
we
that,
know
too.
what it is.
I'm gonna make that motion.
I'm second, I'm good.
That brings that number back up.
So we're gonna add $38,000 to rural fire protection, or we're gonna bring it up to 138, like, or,
Yeah, that's 138 back up.
we're adding $30,000 to the,
Yeah, that's
30,063.33 to the rural fire protection.
Okay, so he said 38 and it's 30.
Well, I didn't mean 30, the total amount was like 138 was the original amount, so we're trying to get that line item back to $138,000. That was.
He's adding 30 to get the 138 back.
So are we getting rid of the country radio system, the county radio system maintenance, we're getting rid of that line item?
We're giving them 30 more thousand, get them 138 whole, but then I think the county's gonna leave that line there, but cover it from now on with the discussion, whatever it is. I'll take it out of 138.
All right. Any discussion on this one? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, got it. So, did you cover We did the 200,000
And 30.
and we did the 30,000, okay.
And you've never looked at the nonprofits on the bottom of this sheet.
So let's look at those.
There's not a lot of money to look at them.
Motion for discussion? Motion. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Regional Transportation Authority, a ride share, is what it is. And evidently what we've got is, contract to defray, but it's not signed. Is it signed?
I think you may want to suspend the rules, I think the mayor's a member of the board, he may want to speak to this. Or are you a member of this one, John? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's just,
Motion to suspend the rules? Second, all in favor?
all right, it's a bus program that's been done for years. City of Hinsville, City of Gallatin contributed to it, people around. Contract hasn't been signed, so it hasn't been voted on yet.
So this is the first year?
No. He's waiting for you to appropriate it before he signs it. He gets a new contract each year, but he's waiting for it to be approved and appropriated before he signs it. If he signs it, he's gonna appropriate it.
City of Gallatin does 55, City of Hinsville does 55.
Go ahead.
And what exactly does
Yeah, what are we doing?
I have no idea what
It helps subsidize the fees for the bus from here to Nashville.
Yeah, it's the price cost, it's.
The people that can't afford, there's some people that have those. There's a whole big packet right here, it's got, yeah, it's got on page 2.
We're paying.
Hold on. This is their whole nonprofit packet.
Did they,
Go ahead.
so is it a free service?
No, it's a price cost.
It's part of the cost. Like, what's the trigger for the cost? Like,
It's, okay, you go to page 213. 213.
You talking about
That's got regional affairs right there.
I can't even get a picture of the thing in there.
I want to ask, I'm okay with transportation, I'm just wondering how many citizens use it.
go ahead, Ms. Ford.
Is it still, can I ask
What's the parameter, Mr. Rizzo, do we have a sense, like, is this being used, is what's?
It's being used to what extent I really don't know.
It says ridership estimate is 22,002 and 24, 22, 141 and 25, so we would probably have to ask him, is that trips or different?
Yeah, that's,
Probably
10%
trips.
of the county.
That's probably trips.
No, that's probably.
I think it was 22,000 trips.
If they're making 10 a day or more.
Right. I think it's probably 22,000 people that ride over a year.
22,000 people, where is that?
22,000 rides a year.
22,000 rides.
Every time you get on and ride, I think it's counted.
But is this for like 30 people? I mean, what is this?
That's my question.
Well, whoever it is together, they're made, how many people is there riding 22,000 times? That's what I'm.
And they came to the budget hearing, right, or not?
No, they didn't come, they asked if they had to.
So, on here, I mean, it's actually an invoice, and on page 212, and it says an invoice for $55,597.
And then they had dues and memberships for 6,000 on page 215.
But that increase, because last year we only paid the $55,597.
Did we?
So what, I still want to know what it actually, when we say the phrase cost, so how, and Mr. Rizzo, you may have an answer to this. So if I'm assuming I'm a lower income rider and I have to take, I choose to take the bus to work down in Nashville, understand, got it. Is it, is a $20 bus ticket now 18, like what's it, or what is this doing? Here's the concern.
How do we know?
If we truly, and this is my concern, if I truly know that this service is helping a human being get to work where they otherwise couldn't, I'm all about it. But like, if I'm just paying to
Subsidize
some board so that they can like go to trips and like talk about stuff, then I don't think that's.
Well, I mean, it does defray cost of service. None of the board members are saying.
How much?
Do we know, like, I said, I know.
The only thing I can add is the WeGo bus, because of Ball's Bay.
Go ahead, Ms.
The
Boyd.
WeGo bus, I know this is stuff at Ball's Bay. I dropped my kid over there last year all the time. And in the parking lot, there was between 5 to 10 cars sitting there. But they could have been commuters.
We don't know if they're getting costed free or not.
That's all I know.
Here's the
211 shows the revenue.
Yeah, so.
23,000, 53,000 in revenue from people riding. So it says there was 22,002 trips. It says estimated cash pass fares was 23,468 in 24. 22,141 trips, estimated 25, 53,000.
So we're paying $60,000 to subsidize something that costed $23,000.
Riders, yeah.
Hang on.
Go ahead, Ms.
I don't know if that's what it's
It
about.
says weekdays to Nashville, Greensboro North Park and Ride.
Where are you?
And then you got the whole.
Well, there's your fee, $4.
Go ahead.
And then, I don't know where Central Main 4 is, it's in the rest here in Nashville. And then, so it says one ride regional bus, $4.25, one ride regional bus discount is $2. And then it says you seniors, persons with disabilities, and Medicare holders may be eligible for discounted fares and passes. Everybody else is paying the normal fare, $4.25. 20 ride regional bus, $73.50. Stars total, around $64.93, or something like that, that is.
Fees don't add up.
So,
The fees or the weight don't add up.
Because yeah, that's right, because it looks like they're deferring costs of about 30% thereabouts, but we're paying 3 to 1, what the actual overall, so this is not that.
Well, this is why I think it may not, if you look,
It's national metro.
if you look at 24, you got 22,000, 23,000 fees, but if you look at 25, the fees are almost double. So this is probably your 25 fees. So if you got $2 discounted fees, 22 times before, so most people, it's like get the discount, but it doesn't.
Yeah, but we're paying a lot more for a discount, we're paying a lot more than a discount there.
Well, if you do 22, 440 times 2, it's 44,000 times 53. So some's paying $2 and some's paying $4.25, so the mix will achieve that number. You just don't know what mix. It'll mathematically work out, you know. You don't budget for 25 based on those fees, including 25 fees.
Wait, say that again?
Okay, you've got 22,141 trips, okay?
Yep.
If you assumed a lot of, everybody was discounted on bringing $44,200.
Yep.
You also got some $4.25 fees, so the additional $2.25 for some of those would bring you up to that $53,845. So that estimate makes sense. That makes sense to you.
I was following you, well.
No, okay, there's some that are $2 and
Yeah,
some
that's
that are
right.
You take the mix together and it can achieve $53,845.
So, because you're saying there's gonna be more than $2.
There's more that are 2 and a few that are 4.25.
Okay. All right, you know what, I'll buy that.
Because I think this is probably the 25.
All right.
so it doesn't run Saturdays, Sundays, or holidays, and then looks like there's a federal dollars are put in, and then there's a PDOT match.
Weird.
But a lot of these are, if you read the $2, it seems also.
All right, well, so we need to do a discussion question on this. I think, all right, so, I'll make a motion to approve this, given what Mr. Long just said. I think it's probably, there's a human being that's getting some benefit out of this, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion in a second. All in favor? Aye.
No.
All against? No, 1, 2, who else against? Let's do this again. All approve? Aye. All against?
No.
So motion fails, 4-3. The 3 yeses were Mr. Brown, Ms. Boyd, and me. Okay. So that is struck. All right.
Okay, what about the other ones right now? Let's see here. You have the Meals on Wheels you haven't looked at, the Transit Alliance, which is brand new, Tennessee Small Business Avenue Increase, County Museum, and you've already did.
What is Transit Alliance?
That was one that was presented to you.
We've never done it before.
It's brand new.
We've asked for them to.
Yeah, well, Mr. Isbeth, motion's been ruled, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Are you aware that, Transit Alliance Do you have any notes on that?
On RTA,
No.
Just Transit Alliance.
The Transit Alliance.
it's like $2,000, they asked us for money, so we were back anywhere.
We never funded it.
We've never funded them, even though they are.
All right, I don't think you ever funded that, say,
Can I
say
just ask
500
another in the weeds question?
Go ahead.
You wanna bring us back in?
Yeah, wait a second. Go ahead, Ms.
Oh,
Hall.
So we set the 105,000 on the side, and we have this money. Did we ever set a budget for, charitable giveaway, charitable donation? Or we just like, everybody that comes, we just fund them? We set
No,
a budget
it's a process where people come, that subcommittee,
I mean, the whole thing right here. Not just that, not the spot, but all of it.
They separate out what is considered charitable versus some of the ones that.
You wanna be on the committee?
Yeah, well, motion to put Ms. Boyd on the committee.
Okay.
Okay, so let's say $2,500.
What I'm saying is,
You're not
right
maybe, I think you
here,
did
in
that.
total.
Yeah, we did just do it. You're definitely on it, Ms. Boyd.
I'm on it, I know. Better call and let them know.
No, I mean, so you're on this now, and I think we can talk about that when you are ready for that
So
budget.
here's my question. We have $930,000. I'm just saying, do we come in with this with a budget, or we just fund everybody that comes in?
No, we don't just,
Only the 105 comes in with the.
only the 105 comes in with a fixed budget. The rest of this is the sum of everything else. The majority of it.
Everything else that anybody comes in at?
No, there's like 450,000. The fire department's asked for, a considerable amount more. We're doing something totally different for them.
Okay, so each one of these decisions is
Yes,
different?
we're
Okay.
making those
Thank
decisions
you
right
for the
now.
clarification.
It's supposed to be a $2,500 increase.
Congratulations on
I
your
promise
budget.
it, well, I looked at all
Hey,
the
man,
numbers.
it's still a $2,500 per year increase, and Meals on Wheels is from,
So, do we want to, let's just do these line by line. I'm going to listen for it. So, Transit Alliance of Middle Tennessee, motion to approve. Is there a second?
We don't know what that is.
You mean to
We right there. If you choose not to, I'm just gonna go to approve all of them. If they get, motion to approve this? Is there a second?
you missed me coming over with
This doesn't get a second, so that one's gone. Okay.
What about Meals on Wheels?
Meals on Wheels.
Motion to approve that.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Your rules are like a $2,500 limit on that, did you want to override your rules? Override.
Yeah, second reading.
No, they don't have $2,500 limit on increases?
For, I thought it was
No,
only
problem.
for, yes, it is, that's true,
Okay.
per year.
And you already told the commission rules.
I have a question, is that like,
We need a motion on this.
It would just, the application of commission
Motion to approve with the
Waiving.
waiving of that. All right.
Second.
Motion and second, Ms. Miller.
I just, clarification, you said there's a limit. Who sets that limit? Where's that? Is it-
Commission.
County commission approved these rules several years back as a $2,500 limit, but if you guys waive the rules, it goes to county commission, they approve the appropriation, it's gonna override.
Okay, so I need to.
Any other discussion on this? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Does set a precedent of voting against it.
Oh, well, done. Okay, well, I mean, it's $2,500.
You hate old people?
No, I'm just saying that you open it.
I'm just a wrong I mean, you must hate old people. They give them food. And then the narrative.
Some of the other charitable donations.
Sumner County Museum.
I don't hate old people.
I'm just going from the bottom up. Sumner County Museum,
Same logic here.
motion to approve the additional $2,500.
Second.
Motion is second. Motion is, I'm going from the bottom up. I've now skipped a couple here. This is the Sumner County Museum, $2,500. There's $2,500 requested increase. Motion to approve and a second. Any discussion on this? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries unanimously. Tennessee Small Business Development Center. Motion, second. I'm seconding. Any discussion on this one?
Yeah,
We
we need businesses to develop in the county,
okay.
and so I am totally in favor of this.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Transit Alliance, we just voted down. Mid-Cumberland Mills and Wheels, we voted up because, we're taking care of our senior citizens. Sumner County Teen Center, that one, that one, they're not added to go. Okay.
Next one up is,
Portland Airport, hospital
No,
reserve, Mid-Cumberland HRA dues, okay, $1,000 difference, motion to approve. Motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? motion carries unanimously. Next one up, Ashland's Pace, it's the same, motion, second, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, Sumner County Resource Service, we talked about that one, I think we need to, probably do need to go ahead and take a vote on since we're doing the rest. Motion. Set this aside, we have the motion.
Do you want to?
Motion.
To the one we go back, we need to go back and look at the salaries on the regular budget meeting and see what for an answer.
That's fine.
Well, you get an answer if there's a credit, big credit.
Oh, I see. I see.
Pull it out of the budget.
All right, so, I mean, that's fine. So the motion is to keep this in place. Well, why don't we just not do anything with it and wait? Let's just do that. Let's just wait. Do you want to withdraw your motion?
My motion is to approve it.
Well, I mean,
But
well,
we still need to approve it, right? Motion to discuss.
motion discussed, second, all in favor? All right.
It's my understanding, and Chrissy and Terry, you guys could address it better than me, but we've been paying $100,000 for years, and we haven't been using the dump at all. So like, we're not, this is $100,000 that we won't spend and we'll get back.
So they're gonna start charging us tipping fees, is that, they're going to start doing something they haven't been doing. So we don't know what the fees will be.
Okay.
Well, actually,
Ms.
you
Ford.
want to, yes, go ahead.
I don't know.
The tipping fees will be a lot less, but what I want to bring back is, we have a contract. The Resource Authority is between Gallatin, Hendersonville, and the county. It is not up for us to decide how we're in the partnership. We're all three together, and we have a contract that says $100,000. And now, that's between us three entities. Now, that board that runs it, they decided, well, we're just not going to charge them anymore. But that's not how it legally works, because we three partners have to come to the table. We have a contract.
The board gives us the right.
So
That's
so you think we should keep this with that?
I'm saying it's a big mess.
All right, so, well,
My motion was to keep it where it was
all
for
right,
now,
and
just
I'm
to
gonna
be safe.
second that, then what I just heard, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. So we are State Forestry Division, no change, but I'll go ahead, motion to approve.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Fort Sumner's gone. Sumner, tourism, we, that hospital's already gone. Tourism, we reduced, I'm gonna go ahead, did we vote on that? Yes, we did vote on it last time.
Because we did something.
And then Rehab Center, motion to approve.
So, second.
All in favor, go ahead, we have a
That's the
question.
people that were kicked out.
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, let's through nonprofit.
So you have left the opioid money from the, and there's actually a sheet on your table from the opioid committee. The question is, the appropriations in here, but there's also the extra $5 they discussed in 2000 for advertising.
Right here, Terry.
Yeah, it should have been around the table.
It was passed out. I don't know. Here, you can have mine.
I can find my copy.
I don't have that.
I swear, I think paper gets eaten.
I thought for that one.
Yeah, I think paper is paper. I'll see if I got a copy to hand out. Here's my copy. Says it's on page 72 of your hard budget. The actual $401,000 is right there, they voted on. I think, and Ms. Allison was at the committee, they also voted for like the whole $500,000 back in appropriation for future. And did they vote on this $2,000 here for the advertising?
No. I think so. Oh, no, he reported on it. We never voted.
But he reported on it.
He reported on it.
Read capitals.
Capital law.
Capital and ARPA.
Capital and ARPA list.
Let's do them both together. I think we capital first. Okay, get everything closed down. Go ahead, Ms. Ford.
Let me just speak back in the
Oh, she had mine. Sorry.
So just to bring you through, this is not a lot.
What are we trying to do here?
So here what we did, to address the 500 first, what's remaining there, what we're looking at with 500 is to match that to some state grants. We're trying to take $1 and make $4 out of it with a matching fund to the state, and then some state contracts opening up in September.
This is Dustin.
Yes, that's been handled. So that's what the $500,000 is being held back, is these state contracts that are opening in September. We're hoping to get matching funds and turn $1 into $4. And at that time, we're gonna open back up applications again, and redistribute that. If we don't whatever we can't match the state grant to make money, we're gonna be reopening the process for people to come in and put in their proposal for how they would like to use the money. We've been anticipating the $500,000 will go out of the house by December.
So who has got their hands out for this money?
So I'll talk to you about these. These are the, winning, just a second. What you see here in the middle, the organizations, there's 5 of them. We were giving a large package to go through and, grade them on parameters set by the opioid committee. And these were the projects that we looked at, and these are the awards we made for this $308,000. Here we have 401.
First venture.
Oh, yeah. So then when we got done, when we got to that point, and we had awarded the contracts we were looking at, we had some money still on the table, and we realized we had some needs in the audience. So we, opened the floor, and we did some discussion with Recovery Board and the coalition, and they all needed more money for drug testing. So we immediately would like to recommend giving each of them $40,000 to increase their drug testing budget.
Are they nonprofits or?
They are nonprofits,
Oh,
and the Recovery
so
Board
you
is their
went down.
foundation.
Go ahead, Mr. Mansfield.
This all came through your committee.
Yes, many hours.
This is already approved by your committee.
Yes.
Was it approved unanimously, or is there any dissent?
There was a lot of discussion, but it was approved. I cannot tell you if it was unanimous. Well, here's the thing. There were 2 applications that we did not approve, and our grant, accountant, actually, his recommendation was not to approve because there were some deficiencies in their application.
So I'm gonna ask a question here, and sorry, Ms. Mansfield. So mine is around Sumner County Prevention Coalition, training, awareness, and partnerships. What is that? What do they do?
They go out and they do a lot of training and helping people. I mean,
Training awareness?
you have to, that's a big question. I spent like 10 hours reading like eight applications and grading them based on a 50-question scale. So when you ask me that specifically, I can't like just pull it out.
Well, there's a very detailed and thorough application process.
We got a folder that was like 3 times this.
But I mean, it's kind of the same thing that I just asked about the transit, and I was just about to vote against that, until you kind of, I got to think about where the dollars are actually going. The purpose of the opioid, these funds, is to help people who have been impacted by the opioid crisis. And so what happens in things like this is you will have a litany of people who will, say, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna train people, or I'm gonna go and I thoroughly question the effectiveness of some of that stuff, as opposed to maybe some of the things like the recovery court is doing, and like physical activities that help human beings. So here's a physical activity. When you talk about somebody who's in this kind of, in this hole, they've had an opioid substance use problem, and now they're in a hole. Maybe they are in legal trouble, having problems getting hired, don't have vehicles. What do these people need to get back on their feet? And there tend to be actual physical, tangible stuff, and it's not a PowerPoint presentation. It's, I need to get from point A to point B for work. I need to have a place. I may need a cell phone. So like, when I see stuff like that, it's different than when I see when I see IOP, transportation services. That tells me somebody's going intensive outpatient treatment, and we're getting a transportation services, and that is tangible, easy to wrap my head around. Sorry, that's just where I'm at with this.
We're proposing to buy them a multi-person van so that they can transfer between the recovery houses to their jobs, to doctor appointments, to recovery court. So that is tangible. The reason I can't speak for the coalition is they do so many things, and I read so many contracts, so you have to bear with me. The Cumberland Heights we're gonna have some outpatient recovery in Hendersonville. Let's see, which one was it? Dallas is gonna they're gonna increase hours out on Hartsville Pike. They got a location out there, and they're gonna be providing a doctor for half a day, 1 day a week.
Mr. Mansfield.
This is, all this is now allocating money we've already approved to be allocated. I mean, we're giving it, I mean, we've already approved this for 401, and this is the breakdown of it. We're just distributing it. This is how we're gonna distribute it.
The subcommittee reviewed all this, and this
Well,
is
we would
how
need
they
to approve.
recommend.
So I'm good with every.
Can I
Go ahead.
explain something real quick?
Go ahead.
This is money that's come out of settlements. This is new county money.
Correct.
It has been sent to the state. The state parcels the money out to the counties based on whatever their criteria is. We get the money, our duty is to set up some criteria and put reporting requirements on the people we give the money to, which we then have to report back to the state. So the state's been very intensive about how this process works.
Second.
Motion and second, I'm gonna make an amendment. I move to approve all but the 101,000 for the Prevention Coalition. If I ask a question about what they do and I don't get an answer, I can't.
Now, that's just on my brain because I had 10 hours of work.
I get it, but
But no, I would,
I motion, and I'm not saying I wouldn't in the future, but I wanna know what they do.
and I need to bring another thing, we have a time limit on it. We're up
So-
against, we need to spend it.
All right, so is there a second on that? Okay, don't have a second? All right, cool, let's do it. Let's do this. All right, motion to approve. Is there any further discussion on this?
Do you mean to bring Dustin to the next meeting to discuss the coalition, what they do, if they will?
Uh,
Even if it got voted, he'll still.
Yeah, I'd like to do
And,
that.
and I'm sorry, I
Can you email Matt an executive overview?
Yeah, just, I mean,
Can we vote yes?
we're gonna vote, I mean, all right, all in favor? All opposed, 1 no. Okay.
And just really quickly, just so y'all know, and we can get it out to people, we decided, I voted on it already, $5,000 we're donating to Recovery Fest, it's in Galveston.
Go ahead, sorry, Ms. Boyd, go ahead.
We are donating $5,000 to Recovery.
We already approved this.
I know, but there's two pieces here. One, we need people to work the table, we cannot hire people, and we're looking for
We
commissioners to
disapproved.
get
Point
involved.
of order, Mr. Chairman, because we've already.
All right.
I got one more. I'd like to, make a motion to put Matt Show on the opiate
All
committee.
right, I decline.
Second.
I decline. I'm good, I can appoint it. The chairman appoints it. I'm good.
But
I'm
seriously,
good.
and all fairness, this one does need to get, we do
Okay.
need another citizen on the committee.
We'll figure that out, that's a thing to be done during budget, during regular budget meetings. Okay, Mr. Lon.
So we're down to ARPA and.
Let's do capital first, and then we'll do ARPA. Let's take care of all our capital, and then let's see what's left over.
Where are they, Dave?
Capital has its own fund.
Yeah, start with 85, we'll do 85.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go real quick. And so there was a question on the bill salaries, that it actually went down, and I don't understand that.
Turnover, employee, party, this money. That's usually happens in administration.
And these are some of the, potential.
So that's,
What's up, Dylan?
so there was Ms. Daniels came up and had a question.
Oh, okay, so that's normal.
Here's what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna make a motion to keep them here's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna let the library figure it out. I'm just gonna make a motion to bring it back to where they were last year.
Gonna give this part-time money, because there's been.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah, part-time money. So
That's easy.
we don't need to need it.
So you want to take this?
Bring that back. No, we have, unless we want to take the vote on it. Oh, gee, quick part-time. Oh. So.
We don't have to talk
Go
about
ahead,
this.
go ahead.
You can go through the
Okay.
process.
So this is what I'm just trying to really
Keep up to my
quickly,
balls.
in the Hendersonville budget, the library, the Hendersonville library is the only library that actually took a loss. We took a 2.89% loss. And on the papers that I have.
Hey, Matt, did we suspend the rules?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
We did, we suspended.
Sorry. So you took $20,000 out of the full-time, I don't know where it is. $20,000 out of the full-time and took it down to, from 310 to 289. Now, she didn't use all of her full-time last year because a lot of people got replaced and they got paid lower, but she was asking for a full-timer. So what we're asking you to do is to bring back that $20,716. And I don't know if you guys want to pass this around. But basically, this is what I'm explaining to you.
Yeah, let's,
Okay, so I'm just saying, take the $20,000, put it into part-time. That's what we want to do. And then, but we need to move some other things, like from data processing to supplies into part-time.
we may do it. Yeah, okay, thank you, Ms.
Does that, just so we can get to the 36?
Well, we're,
Does that make sense?
yes, ma'am,
It's
okay.
easy peasy.
Ms. Boyd.
It's been along for a little hours. We're gonna bring libraries back with this 10% thing, or not?
No, we
Wait,
voted.
it all, that's
I
all
voted
gone.
down.
I thought we put it in and.
They got voted down.
It's been a long time.
They got voted down. So here's what I'm gonna do. I can make a motion, or because this is part of the overall budget, without objection, I just like to move, what is it, $21,000?
Just 20,000 some.
20,000, from part-time, from the full-time from previous, to part-time this year.
Just increase the part.
Just increase the part-time by $20,000.
But it's $20,716.
$21,000, there we go. Okay, 21,000. All right, okay, anybody got an objection to that? Okay, let me show you right here. Okay, now let's do capital. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we can't keep the rules suspended because we're gonna be talking a lot during capital, so let's just wait. Mr.
So your page is on, and then, I think the big questions came right now, you haven't voted on any. The second question is, we keep getting the same kind of chicken and the egg, and I think Mr. Klein brought it up, is several of these projects have not been through Gen Ops at all.
Which page are we going to?
95.
95? 97.
95, 96.
Or it's on 95.
You sure it's 95?
I think 95, I don't think so.
No,
95?
no,
You're gonna be more interested in 97.
97.
You're actually interested in pages 98, isn't it? I'm sorry, 97 is the record, it's pages 98, what you're looking at, the expenditures.
Yep.
Starting on page 98
Oh,
is your expenditures.
So,
what is 97?
That should be the revenues, is it not?
No.
No, it's the one.
97 is, water line projects, ERP data projects.
Should be looking at.
Other general government projects.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you should be looking at.
97, 98.
Which page are we on?
97,
90.
Yeah, the old one.
No, mine has a 530, that hers has a 524, doesn't it?
I think mine was
530, here's a 530. You have 524.
Where did those come from?
Mine should all be 530.
They might have been less.
What is
We don't
530?
have a 530.
All right, so,
Oh, mine's 524.
Yeah.
530.
That's not the one you need.
Which one do we need?
530. These are the ones.
Oh, yeah, sorry. This is, the page is 520.
it says May 30th on the front, but it says 524.
Yeah, there's a 530 footer. I think.
Oh, I don't have a 530
Page breaks, it was off, and she fixed the page breaks.
I have a 530 footer, is that good?
I don't.
I do.
Mine says 524, so I need a different one.
Does it say dress or even?
These both say 524.
Yeah, you should be right.
This says 524 right now.
Yeah, it does right there, but
Right here, page 98, if it says 530, is correct.
right here on the front page, it says 530.
Yeah, but
Right.
my page 98 says 524.
Right here though.
Yeah, mine says on the front 530,
But it's five 24 right here. Mine says 530 on
What is it?
I don't know, I mean, they were printed
Oh,
today.
this says 524. You're saying that page 530. Oh, yours is different than mine. Yeah.
That's what's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, they were all printed today, and only today. I see that, but I don't know why.
All right, let's,
They're all the same ones, they're all the same, page number.
I mean, I literally printed the whole
hey,
thing.
at the end of the day, let's just orient off of this.
Page 97 or 8, where do you start?
It's, where we're gonna start is where it says total general administration projects. And it could be on page 97, or it could be on page 98. The very first one under other general government projects should be water line projects. Is that correct, Mr. Long?
Yeah, but there's nothing.
On page 97.
I'm on 98. Anybody wants to 98?
Mr. Long, where should we begin?
Yeah, top of 97.
Let me take a look at that.
Top of my page 97 is water line project. That's the top of the page of 97. It's not 98.
Sumner County capital project, water line project.
Right here. That's the first one.
Oh, it doesn't have anything on.
Water line project.
Mine just two's got a zero balance, I got you.
I'm just orienting us to the pages.
Yes, we're on the correct page.
Okay, got it.
They are the same, but they're different pages.
So you're talking about water line project, it starts on page 97 at the top, so that you guys.
Mine starts at 98.
And theirs starts at 98 because we have the.
Are you talking about numbers in this?
Yes, the numbers, that's why I'm using the content. I'm using the content. Yes, go ahead.
I don't know.
Who's on first?
Go ahead.
Well, the first thing you see down there is just equipment, so that's probably not, if the, $50,000 is actually for, IT for ERP equipment and other areas. The next one, there is actually a $20,000, that's probably going to be first capital, I'm sorry, $200,000.
What is that for? Bears County doing parking lot improvements? What is that for?
Various county parking lot improvements and,
Don't you wish it had lines, Dave?
maybe we'll suspend the rules and let the mayor talk about it, some rules are suspended.
Other construction, Bears County building parking lot
That's
improvements.
various parking lots, and the mayor may have additional needs of what parking lots.
What, Mr. Mayor, what parking lots are we talking about here?
We had, highway department go out and grade our parking lots. Some of them are gonna need to be topped and striped. We don't have any specific ones in the hopper right now because highway department's been too busy doing anything. So we haven't spent the last $200,000. But,
Are you asking
we do want to try to get that program implemented once COVID slows down a little bit.
So, are you requesting an additional 200,000 or just rolling over the last 200,000?
We just roll over the last 200,000.
And
Yeah,
let's,
we won't need an
so
additional.
that should save us 200,000 right there, right, Mr. Long?
It's already in there, we've already.
Okay, got it. Okay, got it. So
It should be fine, it's already in the estimate.
all right, then that's fine.
The next one is actually, I believe, the roof for this building.
Yeah, 3.8 million.
I just know that last time we looked at this building, there's some significant issues. They removed some of the, I guess, specialized or patented material off the end of this building over here. That's the big issue we got with it. So there's continual leakage and shingles are coming off all the way around it now. We have no idea what the cost will be.
We have no idea.
It was over $1 million a couple years back.
Okay, so we're just taking the swag. That's what this is. But to actually spend this would still require
These are appropriate, it's ready to go.
Miss Miller, go ahead.
Our roof is suspended, right?
Yes.
We have a roofer in the audience. Do you have any suggestion of an idea?
Yeah.
They're not costing $1 million?
So, what do we want to do? Go ahead, Miss Boyd.
Is there a way that we can, discussion, is there a way we can have that money stay there until it goes to general ops and gets the bids and stuff? I don't feel comfortable appropriating it at this time. I mean, I just wanna, because we don't know what it's gonna cost. Once we appropriate it, it just starts flying out the door.
Why don't you just have us to go ahead and bid and bring you the cost and put it in? But we will need architectural money.
Do you need to have something sitting there in order to get the bid though?
We'll need architectural money.
How much do you think that would be?
50,000. That'd be, how much the roof is.
So the project's over 50,000, you have to get an
No one asked.
It's gonna be over $50,000.
Well, I know that, but I don't know how much it will cost.
And there's some structural issues with the roof too, so there's some structural issues.
We could replace it for $400,000 back in 2019.
So what, Mr. Mayor, what do you think would, if we put $100,000 in order to get a bid out, do you think that could work? Can we get a bid out?
I mean, we can do the engineering study and get the bid out, that's not a problem at all. But if we pass the budget, are we gonna go back in and put the money in to pay for the roof?
Yep.
Yeah, once we have an actual estimate.
I don't think we'll have it back in time.
Well, that's all right. That's fine. We can do it October.
I make a motion to put up to $100,000
Sure.
for that, so you don't have to spend $100,000, because
You do that on appropriations, but in your budget, you have to have a line item with an amount on it. Unless you put it in the appropriation resolution, put it back in some way. She made it pretty complicated, very much, and probably put it in the appropriation resolution.
Can I explain something about the roof? Right now, I think the only leak is above David's office. It's the only one I know about from.
There's several miles,
Yeah, but I don't think there were any anywhere else.
So we're getting into the details of actually.
The other issue is the sheet.
Well, we're talking about dollar amounts now.
Right, what we're talking about is getting dollar amounts for a bid,
But
to get a bid.
But on the roof, David's talking about the leak up here, that's true, but the other thing is we never replaced any of these big.
I'm gonna make a motion to appropriate $100,000 and to, put out a, competitive bid on fixing this roof. That's my motion. Any second on that?
does that remove this leak one?
Yeah, it removes it, it takes it down to $100,000. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we've got a $100,000 appropriation. We can go out and get a bid, and then let's see what the actual number is.
Next, it says building a man replacement flooring, so $4,000.
No, it's maintenance facility built out capital fixed project spend $4,000.
Mr. Mayor, we're still, what is this one for, the maintenance facility build out and capital facilities project plan? What's this one?
We still need to get maintenance out of the basement.
Yeah, this was originally gonna go for the TRC building that was locked down.
Oh, not like that.
So where is
I
it?
thought the restraining order was still.
We're not gonna go in it.
So, Mr. Klein, is this $400,000?
That answers my question.
Where's this gonna put us?
Well, this is way more than we would have needed in the TRC building, but since we don't know.
All right, so we're good with this?
Yeah,
As is?
I think we'll leave it.
All right.
The floor, we approved this, and we're gonna put flooring over there, right?
No, there's no flooring. It's not, that was last year's. No, there's nothing there.
So, Mr. Klein, you're good with this one? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I was gonna say, is this a rollover? Or is that new?
No, it's new money.
It's new.
The question is, when you guys approve these like this, do you want to send this budget on back to Jim Cox after the fact?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
The question's already appropriated, so we can move forward, but.
Still keep an eye on it.
No,
Or we just unappropriated.
That's what I'm saying, you gotta figure out which way you wanna do it, because we end up with the issues, there's appropriations, we're gonna move forward, but I've been through Jim Cox, so it's getting.
I'll move to strike it then.
Well, I don't want to, we just had. Okay, we just voted for it, so is there a motion to reconsider? Yeah,
I'll
we
move to
voted.
reconsider.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed. Okay, 2 opposed. We have to have 2 to 1, that still passes. All right, this motion is reconsidered. There we go.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion to strike that then, if we don't, because I wanna know what you.
You want to keep a list of the ones that go back to Gen Ops that are tentatively and be approved as Gen Ops, is that what you want?
This is one that would have to go through Gen Ops.
So do we want to tonight, get Ms. Browning to know the ones that we just seen? An email from Jessica to Gen Ops, the project, the mayor requesting you guys to look at them, whether we can run forward with it.
Before we appropriate the money.
Yeah, because what you appropriate, it's ready to know.
I know, but you can always unappropriate it. We've done that many times. We did it, we sure did, we did it.
All right, yeah, we did it with all the ARPA stuff. So, okay. So that's been, well.
You got a motion?
We have a motion, or do you have a motion to do anything with it? Strike it, do it, what do you want to do?
Well, okay.
I'm uncomfortable with it.
Okay, Miss Miller, what's your note?
This is originally for the TRC building, so.
Well, not this month, but, well,
We didn't know exactly.
Okay, well, that's where it was that's what they were going to be.
Well, I'll make a motion to strike this since we don't know what's going on yet.
So, that's what I'm saying, we don't even know where,
Yeah, we can appropriate it later.
Why don't we have, when we get done, Jessica gets done with the minutes and approve our budget, forward all these budget minutes back to Gen Ops. When all these projects are removed, they can work on it with the mayor, get them approved, and get them back in the budget.
That's fine.
That works for me.
There's a chicken and egg thing going back.
That works fine for me.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. We still go, so that would.
I made a motion to strike it, I got a second, I think. So
You're right, motion and second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, I'm good with it. We can start it. Go back.
Next one was a request from the trustees for $50,000 to remodel, or I think it's for the elderly good and tax relief, let's just say if I was to call it properly. They just say that's another one's not been through Gen Ops.
I mean, if you're gonna be into, some of these are like, is there actual plan for this?
The question is, what things do you want to go through Gen Ops versus just the mayor gets that?
I mean, if there's something small like this.
I have a question with the trustees also.
So if you run some of this off through, then the mayor should hit that, because you really, as a committee, you just want to be handling the problem.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought on this, so, go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
And if I can just, I've been down to the trustees office, and they do need some more space for privacy, but I don't know, I wonder if 50,000, or if we need to think a little bigger. The county's growing, and I don't know, I think 50,000 is gonna be a Band-Aid. I'd like it to have a bigger look,
Do you have a motion?
a bigger look.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion to approve this.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second.
Wait, you approving it as is?
As is, the small stuff I'm gonna approve and
Okay.
execute. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. If they come up with any more, I mean, they'll come up.
Yeah.
The next one's building ADA approval. We have a long-term plan. As long as we're moving forward, we're okay, but we need to be moving forward slowly to our ADA compliance. We got issues, so. I understand Gen Ops wants to do projects. There's gonna be a lot of little projects. There's probably something better just,
Like
you guys agree for and pass it on.
$150,000, just to kind of, yeah, motion second. Because there's a bunch of little projects.
Yeah.
So it could be big ones, little, just.
All right, so you're basically giving $150,000 to move toward ADA compliance.
Overtime.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously.
The other one's heating air, $877,000. I'm not sure, he may have already presented a group up to you guys.
That's very arbitrary. I mean, as things break down.
You want to kick that back to?
Didn't we have a plan on this, though? Didn't we have like a? Mr. Isbell, go ahead.
Yeah, and again, this is one that we haven't spent much money in the other pot, so we wouldn't be rolling over anything. But what we're doing is we had that plan in place, we looked at all the units, we just fix them as they come, as they break down. I don't wanna go in and start replacing units if they're not good, if they're not bad.
Right.
So, but I want the funds there, so I make.
Do you really want to call a meeting every time?
Every time there's, do we really want to call a meeting every time the air conditioner goes down, is the question.
No.
So I'm gonna make a motion to approve this. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, planning and engineering comprehensive.
So moved.
The one you, Josh, to carry over.
That's right.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All righty.
Next is $150,000 for IT.
IT. Oh, that's the chambers, that's the chamber speaker upgrade.
So that'll make
That'll make sense.
That's a.
I think we spent more than that last time.
The speakers?
Why, that's according to what they're doing.
We already did that.
On that.
We got new speakers in there.
You just want them to go to the bid and bring it back and put it in the minutes?
Yeah. I would motion to send that to bid.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
Strike it.
Strike, motion, my motion is to strike, send it to bid, bring that back.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
What is other equipment IT for $60,000?
You probably got a note up there, Ms. Brown, you get on
Is that?
I thought that's what we.
No, that was for the, that was for the speakers.
Is that one?
It looks like the
She's
same.
got there some kind of caption, I can't read it now.
Oh, it's just
Security
on the line.
cameras, door access, card readers, auto locks to replace Terry's setup with a more up-to-date system and replacement of the remaining cameras.
Where?
Do we know where this is, Mr. Mayor?
I do not.
Right
now.
I moved to strike.
Yeah, we'll just get that one, I mean, we'll find the details of it, second on that.
Strike, go back to
Bring it
John.
back.
Yeah, I mean, just bring back details. So
The only detail I
motion
know
and a
is,
second.
I spoke to
Second.
Donnie and our
Okay,
guys.
all All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Get the details for it back, Mayor, it'll be fine. No big deal. Okay, so I think that's, now we're moving on to administrative justice projects. $150,000 for, what's that, furniture, fixtures to the courthouse?
He's probably gonna have that as you move into that, more file cabinets and issues. It's gonna be a never-ending present.
You know my vote.
I make a motion to strike it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. I don't want to strike it, but,
Sure.
so motion, so this is struck, there's no, so I just want to be clear here, there's no furniture and fixtures for the new courthouse.
Yeah, a lot of, we've approved a lot of stuff.
Okay. I mean, I can't make a motion to reconsider, because I was gonna add something, I was gonna reduce it, but that's okay, it's over.
The next one, Sheriff's Department vehicles, they buy those every year, and law enforcement equipment, I don't, recall what it is, you probably know on it.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Patrol cars, 2 vans, 2 animal control cars.
We gave them half of what they asked for this year, I think there's a little bit of a catch-up on this one. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm kind of the opinion to give it, and again, this is one-time funds, I'm a little less. Yeah, but that's it's basically a year and a half of requests, because we cut it by half last year. So I could see that. I mean,
Do we know what this is, how many vehicles?
Is it possible?
Beth, can you read out the count of what vehicles again?
20 patrol cars, 2 vans, 2 animal control trucks.
Is it possible those 2 vans are transporting our prisoners to the
probably,
courthouse?
probably.
Like part of the courthouse.
If you tell me that.
Down from my front lawn.
Mr. Long, how many patrol cars do we have right now?
I don't know, we have one fixed station, we could tell you tomorrow, if you could call it.
It's a one-time thing. It's not like this is a recurring.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. Motion made, second. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I think there were some reticent ayes, but it passes. Okay, data processing equipment, we talked about that. That one was one that,
There's a note up there on the screen.
No, so
Can you read that note out, Ms. Brown?
A lot of it.
Yeah, you skipped the law enforcement equipment. That's when he's asking about law enforcement equipment.
yeah, 804.
They didn't spend all what they were appropriated for this fiscal year, and they have to carry over that.
that's
Carry over.
Let's carry over for one, that's fine. Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now let's get to, data processing equipment. So is this all servers?
It's mobile data terminals, 165 are needed, $100,000 for server upgrade. The data terminals are the vehicles, yeah.
Oh, so that's, I got it. So that's to equip the new vehicle. I mean,
Well, there's 165 of them.
Mr. Long,
Yes, ma'am.
I asked Debbie Craddock the other day if we could squeeze any of his crime stuff into ARPA. He said maybe the task force, I think that's good. Is there any way we can squeeze it in?
You can send it to Ms. Northwest and get on the look at it tomorrow to see
He
if
said
we
he had to look at a lot of stuff, but that would be the only thing maybe we could squeeze in, because, you know, if we had that heat map and we could show we were sending those officers info.
Maybe, I mean, that's something you could get her to send to the consultant, but what you're gonna run into tonight is you've actually got more of these water line and sewer projects than you do money left if you're gonna do these tonight, so you'll have to coordinate that with that. Matt, would you want to see if this could be from Martha?
which one?
If there was any way we could creatively, the line item that we're looking at, those are tussles for the cars. And so in ARPA, there's a special provision for if you can identify crime,
Prevention.
that you're chasing crime prevention. Now, I tried to get it for the video cameras in the jail, and that wasn't crime prevention, but if we could get those tussles into the ARPA, I'd be pleased.
Where would it come from?
The ARPA is the crime
How
fighter.
much do we have?
We have 2.8, about 2.8, I believe, that we know about available, and then some of the money from the salary supplements, probably 400,000 to 500,000 will come back.
So,
I mean, just before we wash our hands, I just want to make sure we couldn't grab it.
yeah, can we just check it, just check on that, where we could bring that, well, I mean, that's fine, just to see where we could bring it from. I mean, we have, but I mean, we can't do anything with it today, I mean, what we can
I
do
know,
is.
I just wanted to bring that up, and I know that Ms. Murphy has talked to the consultants, I'd like to ask them to, we have a lot of money to be creative. We're gonna have it anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, if we wanna try to get this buttoned up tonight, I mean, what we can do is,
I know, but I'm interested in.
yeah, but how?
So we need to get rid of that ARPA money, yeah.
I got a plan.
But where would, but we don't have an answer on where, we don't have an answer on like where, if it could be done. It would be different if we had a definitive answer then, because you could.
I've got it marked, I'll have Ms. Allison do it.
So, all right, I mean, let's,
We can, maybe reconsider it later if we find out.
yeah, I mean, I don't know when we.
Can you CC Ms. Boyd on that email, that way she can, and the.
I'm gonna, just given that, I'm gonna go ahead and motion to approve this. Because I think it's.
And I'll second that.
Yeah, if we can look to see if we can. All right, motion and second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right.
I think 300,000 over was being, if I'm not mistaken, is it over was being the firing range?
Yes, and they're,
No, it's software.
Software.
Not below their system, other than that.
No.
So, software, right under the data process.
It's very over
You
from,
get your lines.
it's very over from business.
I thought you spoke on your straight line.
No, that was
Software share, it's $300.
So what's the software, do we have it?
Oh,
very
there's
over
one
from.
Yeah, it's right below it.
From Caliber
Other
implementation.
construction.
For what implementation?
Caliber,
There's nothing there.
Yeah, but that's what David was looking at, because he has no
Okay, I mean, is there a motion on this?
On the software?
Yeah, on the software.
It's a carryover, right?
It's a carryover.
So moved.
part of it is.
Which one we talking
It says 0%, 300,000, 300,000. Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
26 to 870 for animal control.
I mean, I think, I'm gonna make a motion for the 26,000, the 20,000, and the 20,000.
So moved.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, so now we're looking at the jail, this is the sheriff's training center. Oh, yeah, you're right, sorry. Now I do.
It has a note up there, Ms. Brown, can read it tonight.
What does it say, Ben?
Jail classification upgrade and safety improvement.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the joint, you're not,
Yeah, I mean, look, I know, I don't wanna remove something like that on a jail. Against one time. It's a big amount.
It's a big amount, should go through general.
All right, is there okay, so,
So moved.
someone for what? Send to Gen Ops, motion to send to Gen Ops, all righty. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll send that to Gen Ops. Food service equipment. I'll take a motion approved. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, communication equipment.
What is that, like radios between jailers or something? What's that for?
Well, it's not data processing, it's not software, so.
It must be
Replace
carryover.
all jail radios.
Jail radios.
Is it carryover?
No.
No, it's new, so replacing all the jail radios. I mean,
Are these mobile or?
Yes.
This is not jail, this is on them, right? Is that what? The law is talking?
I'll move to approve this.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now, this is a big.
2 million, what is it?
Yeah, like what is?
I think that's replacement of the cameras.
Oh,
It's the camera, jail camera.
motion to approve. I'm gonna move to approve that. I've seen those cameras, move to approve.
Yeah, they're blind, I guess.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right.
I mean, I'm gonna.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
The next
Okay.
two items are EMA equipment and vehicles.
I'm gonna,
It's a crew cab truck with, and two, outboard motors.
I'm actually good, so I'm gonna, is the outboard motors,
$22,000 a motor?
yeah, but I mean, they've been using the crap out of those things. I'm gonna motion to approve the motors. Motion and second.
Oh, which one?
This is the, I'm going from the bottom up.
Motor vehicles, other equipment?
Yeah.
So you're like improving,
Well, I haven't got it, but I'm just kind of skipping, because I think that one's less controversial. Motion to approve $44,000.
$44,000, that's, you point to that.
44 cents, that was part of
There's nothing there.
What is that?
Sorry. I'm gonna,
two drones.
Oh, two drones.
How many drones do they have?
wait, so were you saying the one?
1019 was a vehicle and two outboard.
Oh, it included both of them. Okay, I'm withdrawing my motion.
So the vehicle was $79,000.
what's wrong with the other vehicle?
What vehicle are you looking for?
I'm not gonna vote for that, because, I'm across the board.
I'm gonna move to approve the outboard motors, which is how much?
$11,100 a piece.
No,
It'd be $22,100.
Yeah.
Wasn't there just, did we just?
Probably
buy
not on the
those?
44,000, well, that one.
Hold on. So I made a mistake earlier. I wanna be clear here. The $101,900, how much is the truck?
The truck, it says is $79,000.
So I'm gonna move to strike the truck, and approve the rest.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Outboard motors.
Yeah, because I wanna get the outboard motors. That's because we bought one day before this commission came in.
We bought one right, like, 2 hours before we
I
came.
mean, I think one of the.
I better use that.
Yeah, but one of those boats got destroyed.
No, it didn't, they refurbished it, they're gonna sell it, man, the other one, no, they didn't destroy it.
They're gonna do it after you got the tank.
All right, here's what we'll do, let's send that, you know what, I'll put strike, send it to Genox.
Second.
All right,
This is the 1019.
119, send it to Genox. Let's not strike it totally, let's just send it to Genox. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the 44,000 is wrong, right? Okay, that, I'm gonna move to approve.
Second.
Motion is second.
Wait, what was it?
This is 44,000 for drones.
But how many drones do they have? Is there a need?
I mean, all I know is that we,
Is it just replacement, is this?
all I know is that we are using those drones extensively.
But how many are there that we,
We've been
we
using,
just need more?
well,
I'm
I mean,
good.
listen,
You just tell me we need more, I'm okay.
I mean, I did this to you earlier, so.
Really?
I mean, fair enough, yeah, I did it to you.
Is it,
I move to strike and send back to
He's
Genox.
flying.
I second that.
That's fine. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, goes to Genox. It's not done, it just goes to Genox, that's fine.
We did.
The 2 million, yeah, we voted on 2 million.
I think the outlet is asleep.
All security cameras, the entire thing.
Okay, public health, EMS. So it says it's for.
165, health equipment.
165, and this is for, what is this for, Ms. Floyd?
Miss Brandon's gonna tell you. Remember they buy an ambulance.
I know they're buying ambulance.
We just gave them, we just,
Replacement of 2 cardiac monitors and 5 ventilators.
Replacement?
Yes.
so,
Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. What's the other, 179, what's this?
Replace 3 power level cot systems and 3 stretchers.
But they need extra things, they don't have to.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Chairman,
Yes.
this went out, I'm assuming if that's working, it shouldn't be a big deal, but this isn't videotaping.
You want to sleep or something.
No, it's,
Well, I don't think you got
Is it?
Computer plugged in?
Is that one?
I mean, it says it's running and recording, but.
That one is, so that was on though, right?
Yeah, that's just on the good.
All right, let's continue, okay.
Oh, I don't think.
Building construction for EMS facility. Is this the one up in?
White House.
White House?
I'm gonna,
So, I'm gonna motion to move this to Genox.
I'm gonna move motion to strike it and then move it to Genox.
Yeah, agreed.
What's that?
I second that.
What is that?
White House.
The White House.
What we got about 3.
Oh.
Not the White House. Not the White House.
Yep.
That was not the White House one I've had.
We don't have money to stop it.
All right, so there's motion and second, and I'm gonna get in here on this one. So did have some discussions with folks, and I'm not naming who they are, and I think there are questions about whether this is one or desired there. I'm not saying no, but like, I should strike, move to jobs. And I'm just explaining my rationale.
No, I mean,
Any more discussion on this one? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Any opposed?
We're moving into jobs.
Okay.
EMS.
Motor vehicles.
That is the committee. Replace two.
Replace two command vehicles.
Give me a second, no?
I'm gonna motion to strike, move to jobs.
What are we looking at? Two command vehicles.
Two command vehicles.
I wanna know what's wrong with the other ones and how many miles they got on them.
Okay.
All right, we both have, well, I have a motion, is it gonna fail?
That may be a gen off.
All right, no fails. Is that yours?
I'll make a motion to strike and send it to jobs.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. One no. All right. EMS, that one's a reduction, so I don't know that we need to do anything there.
Which one?
EMS,
Well, you're down to the 26,000 in libraries. And they're asking for, I think it was,
Hold on, I'm on page, the next page. My thing is
We're
training EMS, English grammar, and social, cultural.
Yeah, there's no money there.
They're for libraries.
I mean, compared to Westmoreland Library. So, what's going on with that one?
motion to approve both the 26 and the 10,000.
What is it?
Motion
I think it wants to replace carpet.
These are the Westmoreland and Westmoreland Library.
Carpet.
We're giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to everybody. I think we need to hook up the library.
I think they need carpet, probably.
You got a motion, you got a second?
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And then the next is 97, on page
10,000 from Millersville.
Well, you already agreed.
Yeah,
So there's $100,000 for other construction, parks, and recreation.
What is that?
What is it?
I'm sorry, 97,000.
Peter Shed Park, various address.
97,000.
I move to strike and send back to jobs.
Second.
All right, that's fine. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All righty.
Highway equipment 703619, that is where the county commission raised a penny property tax for the highway, the reappraisal. It won't be a penny, but this is an estimate of what an equivalent of a partial for your percentage of property.
Motion to approve.
Not a penny.
Motion to approve. We need to keep that where it's at.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
And the next one is the $1 million that was discussed tonight for the school for other funding for school department capital.
I move to approve. Second. Any discussion on this one? All in favor? Oh, this is
The million capital for the school.
$6 million capital for the school.
For what? For what?
It's for, so this is for, and I know we don't like it, but it's for some of the cost overruns that have come with those, not cost overruns for the
Liberty Creek.
not Liberty Creek, the athletic facilities, and then make sure that we can keep
Cost of
temporary.
I don't even have the estimate.
No, not for those specifically, but it gives them a little bit to be able to keep the temporary wages. I don't have any idea how long.
We've already appropriated
That's
this.
another $1
billion.
Is that what it?
I will vote it down, I mean, it's fine.
I have a question.
All right.
Somewhere in my brain, and I'm tired. I remember that the school gave every high school $100,000 for any project they wanted.
Yeah.
I got that in my head somewhere. Is that what this is?
No.
Is there such a thing? Y'all heard this?
I have not heard of it. That was not
Or
my
anything they
understanding.
want.
I'm gonna make an amendment.
I move to approve, and there's a second, okay, there's an
Did they ask for this?
yes, they did ask for it.
But aren't they coming back? Maybe they'll remove it.
Well, they're gonna come back, I mean,
I'm gonna make an amendment.
They didn't ask.
Now, that was the discussion tonight when Mr. Soap was talking to
Yeah.
Dr. Lane.
he asked for this.
And asked for some assistance in capital.
Well, why didn't he just ask for another $1 million?
What do you mean?
I don't know anything
Well,
about
I
that.
mean, he said 15, and then we said 7, but now we got another $1 million.
No, this was when Mr. Langford and I had a conversation with Mr. Long, and I came up to the $7.5 million. He had asked an additionally $1 million, and I said, yeah, I think we can do that. And it was the purpose of it was, to backfill some potential expenditures relevant to that athletic facility operation. That was the stated purpose, you know, vote it down, I don't know, I said, I think we can probably do it.
I'm okay with doing it. It just
seems like they would just put it in their capital, run it through their budget, instead of us having a separate line. I mean, they have capital in their budget, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They do.
So I'm just wondering why it's different. I mean, you know, I'm not, if I'm saying it's different, I'm against it, I'm just wondering why it's different. That's my question all the time.
Mr. Mansfield?
2 weeks ago, when we just came up, we did discuss appropriating $1 million to go to this liability for the insurance. And so my amendment is take that $1 million and put it towards that liability.
Did we already put the one toward it, just,
For what?
did we already put $1 million toward that?
No, we said we were going to, but we have not.
Okay.
And we were like, okay,
I think we can do that elsewhere. So, go ahead. All in favor?
All
opposed? No. All right, 2 noes, but it passes anyway. Okay, no, we're going to go there. All right.
Debt, David.
Just gonna put it in a trust, that's here, all we're gonna do with it. I'll make a trust fund, I guess. Is that everything? You've got 2 line items left.
10
It's
million?
really $10 million, that's just the bond money for the resource authority, has to be issued for that purpose. And then there's a $50,000 grant
Where is it, where we have 50,000?
Page 100.
Public welfare projects that you're looking at?
Yeah.
The other $10 million, that's the money for the construction of the,
So there's nothing we have to have.
resource authority for the transfer station.
The one that burned down?
492 upgrades. That was that local recovery money they had for the IT upgrades, that spent all of it.
Is that county IT or sheriff IT?
County IT.
I would really don't know that.
County IT.
So which one is, where are you at?
Well, this is the local recovery fund, what's left over, the IT departments need to carry it over.
Oh, that's fine. All right, motion to approve.
I don't know where we are. I don't know.
Finishing up capital, I'm ready to do ARPA, I think.
All right.
So are we still talking about the 10 million? The bond?
Well, the 10 million bonds was issued for the construction of a transfer station.
Yeah. Was that a cash bond?
Yeah, we issued a bond and the resource authority reimbursed.
Oh, $13 million bond.
All right.
$13 million. Motion to reconsider these drones, for EMA.
Motion.
To, given the importance of recent events.
Motion, I'll second the motion to reconsider the drones.
Y'all were on the opposite side of that.
Oh, yeah, can't do that, can't do it. Yeah, you're right, there you go, yeah, done, can't do it. Okay, 50,000.
Yeah.
For the local disaster recovery IT upgrade, motion to approve.
Where is it? Yeah, I guess.
Okay, I'll second.
All right, motion second, any discussion?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. All right. Okay, that's ARPA.
That's for the ARPA.
Let's do ARPA.
So how are we gonna talk about them all and then decide, or what?
Yeah, so let's do it this way. So the ones we have are the Hendersonville Utility District, City of Millersville, the American Legion, request, and then, the White House request, is added, and then Ms. Boyd, you have a request. So let's just go in that order.
Let me tell you what you guys have got is
Yeah, let's ask this. What is the total amount? Do we have enough in there?
$2.8 million.
You've got 2.811,363 we know, and some of this, or most of it's gonna be available, that's what's left over from the, study supplements, but we don't know exactly how this is.
My question is this, do we have enough to approve all of this? Would be asked.
You got about 3.3, some are below 3.3.
But my take on it is a little bit different. So if I could present before we present.
Go ahead, just go ahead and quickly present. No, because I'm gonna make.
Yeah, and if you don't like taking it, fine. I mean,
All right, well, here's what I'd like to do. Here's what I'd like to do. So we have hard numbers on all the rest, right? We have hard numbers on, and I want to get to you, I'm just gonna try to do this efficiently.
Oh, no, I'm just tired. I wasn't like drowning in you.
So, we have numbers on, Millersville, Hendersonville. We don't have numbers on the American Legion Post request. We set that one aside. We do have numbers on what was White House requested.
It mentions, I think if I'm reading it correctly, it says the city will need to fund the projected remaining $900,000. So I'm assuming, so they're asking the county for part of the $900,000.
They're asking for part of it.
I don't know if they're asking for part of it all. I thought,
Do we know?
521 plus 1.75 is 2.77. That's what I'm.
500,000, how much? 521's a million, and then the other 1.7, so two.
Yeah, 2.77. Oh, it's faster than you this time. 2.77. So we have 2.77, we have 3.3 on there, so I mean, what I would, so what I mean, what I'm interested in is, so we've got 500,000, 600,000 left, is your asking for 600,000?
So I have several items to bring to this issue.
Okay. Go ahead, Miss.
Weren't we just talking about maybe using ARPA funds for the sheriff's department?
Exactly.
Well, we could, okay, so we could set aside,
so there's some more issues I want to bring up before we decide to divvy up these pieces.
okay,
One, we have to understand that when we give them the money, they still are under the same rules as we are.
correct.
Our consultants will be doing, they have to get this money done out the door.
Correct.
So they have to know that. So I'm not confident in that. I'll just say that, I'm not.
Which ones you're not confident in?
I would say I'm most
Mr. Real
confident.
here?
I
Can
would
this
be-
get spent right off the bat? Can this get done?
It's 270 days, right?
So I'm not
Okay.
there. Not there yet.
Sorry, I
So
broke.
they have to go and they have to be approved. The next item I have is, nobody's called Westmoreland, nobody's called, out at Castellan Springs, they need some water towers. Nobody has asked anyone else to come to this table with money. My district is Gallatin, we could use some money. I didn't go
You have
get
something to bring?
I didn't because I didn't feel like I should put my stuff in front of Westmoreland or maybe even Portland because they don't know that this is on the table. So there's that.
Mr. Mansfield?
We've given $10 million to Westmoreland, Portland, Gallatin for water line improvements and structure.
I
So
have
I believe
another-
that's ARPA funds, so don't say we haven't given anything to those.
Not out of this
That's
call.
not true.
We have one, and if you want to go there, I can say, well, Hendersonville owes us $4
We can
million.
all do that.
Well, I can also say Henderson was not even willing to contribute any ARPA funds to the
So I
utility
have
district.
And then we can say that Millisville is like, you know, has not been able to pay bills lately, so we can all start to throw stones in there.
That's not true,
So,
that.
I guess everybody gets,
We can try to help.
everybody gets their sheet. I have a new proposal. New
Okay.
proposal. New proposal.
Go ahead.
I'd like to give the money back to people. So part of the ARPA money is we can identify, and you'll see on these things, a group that we can identify and actually assist the poor, not maybe, some of these money we're giving to areas that have a lot of money. I'm suggesting that we go and look at our seniors, our disabled, our veterans. These are funds that we can use to give back to our parts of our communities that have suffered through COVID, and we can put it right back in their pockets and help them during these hard times with inflation. And
So
all
we're
other,
gonna give
and we've heard Mr. Booth about the lady crying because they can't make
we're
it.
gonna give certain people money, and we're gonna pick and choose who gets money.
It has to be.
It has to be,
They have to apply for it.
and at least look at my list. I mean, that would be good.
That was what the consultants were saying.
Yeah, and this is not out, this is something that is happening across the country. We're talking about population low,
Can you have
low to moderate income, yeah, here's some more. Low to moderate households that have unemployment, we can pick any of these, insecurity food, senior population, veterans in need, homeless, it goes on. Mental health, victims of violence, domestic abuse.
So,
And the thing about this is that our consultants are doing this already for other communities. They would manage it for us. It would all be done. And it goes right back to the people that need it the most.
When we originally met with them.
And it goes all around the county. So my concern that some areas like Westmoreland and Portland, they're not here at the table. We're reaching out to the population all over the county and handing them a little help back.
What the consultants told us is they could set up a portal, do the application, and do the whole process. That's part of it.
and how much do we pay the consultants?
I
We're
talked to
already
them
paying them,
today.
let's figure out.
We're paying them. I talked to them today. It's gonna be, they charge us by the hour. We can anticipate about an 8 to 9%.
What did you put out?
This is going back to the people that need it most.
Here's what
And it's spreading it across the county.
I will make a motion.
And you can see some of the other projects that have been done.
I will make a motion to appropriate, each of the items that we have, and what is remaining to this.
So right now, if you did those other items, it
take most of the 2.8, flip up there to the next number bit. You got about 500 and, we're estimating somewhere around 585. It may be a little more, it may be a little less, because these are estimates too, based on, and they're still being paid, those payments can be paid through June, those ARPA payments. So right now, probably the safest thing to do is if you're gonna do those other projects, do them out of that 2.8, and then out of this right here, do maybe 500,000.
So that's.
They give you a little leeway.
That's our motion. So, motion and second.
I don't understand your motion.
So the motion is, we're gonna
Not to
approve.
give to the poor people, to give
No,
to
we're
the
gonna
others
give,
first.
no, we're gonna give,
Whatever
well,
the-
it's already, but everybody who owns a house isn't actually poor. People who are poor rent. So, my motion is this, is to explain it. It's 1.7 to, where's the rest? It's 1.7 Hendersonville, it's 529, I think.
Can we
to
do that?
Millersville.
Okay,
It's 500,000 to, that's not my motion. It's 500,000, for White House, and it's the remainder to this. That's my motion.
We're discussing, right?
Yeah, well, the motion is to approve those, and I have a second, you can talk to them, that's it.
We'll talk about it.
Go ahead. What's it?
White House, actually, nobody, a representative from White House didn't even come with this. We have one little sheet of paper, and in nowhere on here does it say they're asking for $500,000. And then you have the other two asks that we've been talking about for months, and they have huge packets. I have no idea what this $500,000 is going for. This is insane.
And there's no way I would support anything without a dollar piece of the pie.
Well,
My district would want something.
I just don't want to give the dollars back to the federal government, so.
I have a plan tonight.
Well, I mean, the rest of it would go there, so, I mean, you can amend the motion. Is there an amendment? I mean,
My motion would be to give it back to the people that need
so
it.
is that an amendment to just do this?
I'm not sure what your motion is.
If-
Your motion
my motion
was
is-
to give it to all, your
My-
motion
my-
is to
my motion-
fully fund,
Fully fund all the requests,
and whatever's left
and
is
whatever's
the
left
DLT.
is, I give it here.
So I would amend that to give 100% back to the
Is
people
there a
that need the money.
I'm gonna make a motion to send this back to budget.
Hold on.
The ARPA entirely, all of it.
So our budget meeting on the 13th, what day is the date?
I'd take a minute. Or where are we at in
We're
that?
getting real close.
I'll withdraw mine.
Well, the problem is, you got people saying crap at the table, and everybody getting all pissy at each other, and over this stupid money that government should never given us to begin with. I'm just getting sick and tired of it. I know Chairman Hyde said it's time to get rid of this money, so it's ridiculous. So it's being weaponized.
That's what they want. I mean,
Well, hold on, whatever,
Yeah.
I'll get you.
So-
I'll get you.
I'm not seeing this, and I'm not seeing this. But you know what I have seen? This information from Hendersonville and Millersville, who have come to present it to us. They've given us big packets, but White House hasn't. This is the first time to see this. If I'm being fair to people that have come and given plenty of information, and it's been out there for the public to read for 2.5, 3 months now, all this information. I think it's our 3rd month. So I don't think that's fair, if we're talking about fair. So I'm not comfortable voting on this now because we're just throwing more wrenches into the problem. So, because then somebody's gonna say, well, you hate poor people, you didn't vote to give money to poor people, So,
Let me be clear, my motion is to give them some money there. Clear.
I'm not saying I'm against this, and I'm not saying I'm for,
All right.
So my motion is to,
So motion to postpone all of it, or just?
we've talked about this in budget for the past year and a half or 2 years. ARPA comes up every freaking month, so it's like, why not?
So which one do you want, what's your motion?
All of ARPA goes to budget in June.
All of our, were we gonna?
No, because here's what we discussed earlier. You discussed one, bringing back the salaries in the next meeting. The discussion that I think you.
Not a special call, a regular.
I think you guys are gonna make a request to the county commission, see if they can move the commission meeting between.
I see, so it doesn't really,
So you're
it's not gonna change. I mean.
So in the June meeting, you can do this, finish your budget, and then instruct me to go ahead and publish.
So I made a motion, you made an amendment. Is there a second to that amendment? Does somebody have a second to that? Did you?
Well, no, before you vote.
Send the ARPA back to our budget for June. That's not.
Where you were at, I'd vote for that.
That's not an amendment, so.
Well, I mean, it is. It's just saying, I mean, if it passes.
Amendment is to
So I'm gonna make an amendment to that, and that is this.
I second you.
She already said, yeah, so I'm gonna make an amendment to that, which is, we approve the ones who have been vetted thoroughly, which is, Millersville and Hendersonville, and we send the others, we don't disapprove, but we send the others back, because we have looked at these in some detail. So that's my motion, to approve the two that we've gone into detail with, and send the other two back. Motion and second. All right. So now we've got a daisy chain of these things. All right. Any discussion on these?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yours will be the first one we vote on?
Mine will be the first.
Okay.
All right. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay. Now the second. All in favor?
Aye.
All, I don't
Mine,
mind. Yeah, your amendment.
Just send back the budget.
This is to send back to budget.
It's my amendment to send this, all this back to budget.
All in favor?
Since we got new information tonight.
All right, and then I'm gonna go no on that one. Now that effectively has overwritten.
Correct.
All this does is moved, well, we've gotta take the main. But this basically just does what you do, it executes it. All in favor? Aye.
We've already made that amendment.
Well, the amendment, yeah, it did, but we still have to take the main.
So what did you guys end up doing?
We're sending it back.
The budget
The
is an amendment.
main modifies the main.
So you're just going back to budget?
We're just.
No, we've already voted on that in that amendment.
Okay.
That was the amendment.
All right, motion to adjourn.
No, one
Oh, wait.
Was I just want a motion to reconsider?
One motion to reconsider.
I was gonna talk about
All right, let's do a motion to reconsider, go ahead.
motion to reconsider Transit Alliance of Middle Tennessee for $2,000.
Okay, second. And can you explain what that is? Why
That
motion?
is just basically, and I agree with the mayor, you're promoting mass transit in areas that citizens really don't want and are afraid that way to bring in.
Vote against or for?
I think this passed, three.
Did you vote for it or against?
I voted against.
I thought we voted.
The $2,000 got pulled.
We didn't vote for it.
Yeah, that got pulled.
Oh, okay, all right, good. All right.
Yeah, that one was voted for.
Just voted out, 2,000.
Yeah, that one was voted out.
So Don,
I can't remember that. Yeah, they wanted,
There's plenty of time on possibilities of asking the commission to make meetings, of moving the meetings in last Monday, and moving the session.
Do we need to that, or just, you guys just call us?
Call Mr. Hyde, and then on the commission floor, ask him to let them willing to move it. It'll make it easier for you to approve.
Hold on, guys, we're still in session.
That'll allow you to approve the budget.
Hey, guys, we're still in session.
That would allow you to approve the budget if you move the commission meeting to last Monday, and your budget meeting to one out.
So by the next commission meeting, we need
I need,
terms on how you're gonna do
so
the next
what
meeting.
you're asking me to do is.
You want to move the full commission meeting to July 29th for the.
If possible.
Yes, and I just need to call Mr. Hyde.
Move the budget meeting.
To the one that would have been commissioned, so you move both.
Yeah, we
Move the budget committee back
To the right.
I'll move them all to the right, and give you
I'll
one
just
week
give
on
it,
it to
I
get
can just
So
say,
instead of having the budget on the third
I got it.
Monday, we're gonna do it on the fourth
Yes.
Monday.
Will the commission be on the?
Third. You're talking about moving the commission.
Commission's always on which Monday?
Third Monday.
Third.
I'm used to it, yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna make it my last one.
Yeah, the commission moves to fourth.
Yeah.
Right.
Budget,
Budget
budget,
goes